Floor 98 of the labyrinth. The girl turns around and breathes heavily. There is some kind of monster behind her. She assumes that the stranger is Wim. He smiles madly. A few months before this, in one of the labyrinths, the hero reasons that if he cannot make the decision not to fight the floor boss, or if he wants to earn merit for himself, then only death awaits him. The main character's team members, a girl and two guys, are lying on the ground with no signs of life. The young man thinks that everything that happened before him was natural. He hopes that they are still breathing. Suddenly, someone's huge tail appears in front of him, and then a huge monster that looked like a crocodile appeared in front of him. The young man looks at him and trembles with fear. He understands that this is the boss of the floor. One blow from this monster was able to defeat strong adventurers. The young man thinks that this creature defeated them with one blow. It was his ability. The hero must run. But what should he do? He begins to consider his next steps. Will he be able to escape with 3 people? Or does he have time to help them? Unfortunately, none of this is possible. There's only one way. Mentally, Wim Strauss prepares himself for this. He decides to cast the spell, Puppeteer. He finally finished with it, saying that it was over. He just wanted to run away. It was the first time he had a choice. He remembers his comrades discussing how the dragon's wings made one of them a companion, and the other owes them 5 times as much for it. The guy smiled slyly and laughed. The monster growled, and the hero thought that it was time to live. And he was a little proud of himself at that moment. Someone's house is near the forest. Standing in the living room, 3 people surrounded the main character. He laughed nervously and asked what was going on. He thought that something strange was definitely going on. Someone stuck a sword next to his head. The young man looked questioningly. The stranger warned that he would not repeat it a second time. Kronos, the leader of the Dragon Wing, told him to leave. Nikra, the priest, said that he turned pale. Milas, the magician, added that he should have been destroyed on the spot. Nikra said that he clearly got something mixed up and asked why he was pretending to be a hero. Kronos explained that they had cornered the boss with his sword and Melis's magic. Did he really want to take all the advantages for himself? Wim said that he hadn't planned anything like that. He hadn't even thought about it. He had miraculously defeated the boss. It was definitely an accident. Then he thought he would earn the praise of others. Kronos, Nikra, and Melis continued to scold the guy. In their opinion, the monster was almost defeated. They do not understand why he got involved. Wim realized that they only began to hate him more. The main character fell to his knees and said that he wanted to ask for forgiveness. He explained that he had nowhere else to go. No one but the Dragon Wing would take him. He would not cause them any more trouble. He asked them for permission to stay because this was his place. Kronos looked at him, and then he decided to offer something. The hero felt hope. He handed the hero a sword and told him to fight him. If he won, he would forgive him. Wim thought that it was impossible. There was no way he could defeat Kronos, unless a miracle happens again. The hero laughed nervously. This angered the leader. He asked what was funny. He grabbed the protagonist by the neck and lifted him up. Kronos called Wim a useless person, who can only use entry-level enchantment techniques. How dare he laugh at his leader? Nikra asked the guy to calm down and not to overdo it. He let the hero go and added that he deserved it. Kronos doesn't understand why such an unlucky person like Wim was able to defeat the boss. The hero thinks that it was because he was risking his life. He just thought that he couldn't continue to cause trouble. He wanted to be useful to the Dragon Wing, and yet he still causes problems. The hero clutches his throat and tears well up in his eyes. Suddenly, someone appeared at the door. The hero raised his head to look at the one who had come. It was a girl who looked like an elf. The hero asked what she was like. Kronos said that this girl, Sophia, would take his place, and then he added that she would replace him perfectly. They wouldn't even notice. The man leaned towards the boy and repeated one last time. He said that the main character should leave because they don't need him anymore. Wim was full of despair. He was very sad. A small town in the middle of which stands a clock tower. Wilbron is a city where the dreams and hopes of young adventurers are in the air. It is located near the labyrinth, a city thriving thanks to the bounty of the labyrinth and the people who come to explore it. At the market, a man shouts that he is selling scaly mackerel from the 35th floor. The labyrinth is a huge chest with inexhaustible treasures. The evil merchant tells the man that this magic stone is from the 60th floor, but in the walls live unseen creatures that have never set foot on the surface. It seems that the labyrinth is endless. Adventurers can get rich and achieve unprecedented heights by exploring the labyrinth. They unite in groups, become brothers in arms who cover each other's backs. They risk their lives to explore the secrets of the labyrinth. The hero wanders alone along the street. He was so sad that he even thought about dying. He thinks about applying to the Adventurers Guild and leaving an application there, but no one really knows him, and his class is not popular. It is unlikely that anyone will dare to take him into the group. He was already thinking about hunting for small fry V rank. However, he overestimated himself. It is unlikely that he will be able to cope with someone above F rank. He reached some establishment. He reached into his pocket. He found 3 coins. He said that he had only one other option, and that was alcohol. He entered the tavern. A girl named Gret, who works at this establishment, greeted the guy. He greeted her back. The worker said that she had already heard that the Dragon Wing had defeated the boss. She congratulated the guy. Other people who were in the bar also congratulated the guy. Gret said that if they pass the exam successfully, the group's rank will be raised to A. She asked him if he was really going to celebrate today. He denied everything. He asked to give him beer and a sausage. His order was placed in front of him, and he began his meal. Wim thought that because of this whole situation, he couldn't even taste anything. He started to smile, but then stopped himself. He understands that he can't smile like that. When he smiles like that, Kronos gets angry. It must be terrible. Although, on the other hand, he will never return to the Dragon's Wing. The young man looked at the men who were sitting and discussing something. He thought that sometimes they all celebrated their achievements together. He didn't get along well with people, but he still had fun. The guy started crying and saying that there was no more place for him. Gret noticed his condition. However, before she could say anything, someone suddenly ran into the tavern. It was some girl. Wim recognized Heidemarie. The man reports to the guildmaster that he came to him with a report. The Dragon Wing defeated the boss known as the Big Turtle. They checked the body. The man asked what the problem was. He replied that their report stated that the 4 of them had joined forces and defeated the boss. But something didn't add up. The guild examined the wounds on the boss's body. Most of the wounds were inflicted by the same weapon. There were wounds from a magic sword and magic on him, but none of them did much damage. The wounds were from a machete, and only one of them, Wim Strauss, uses it. The non-combat class defeated the boss alone. The girl studies the map and, noticing something interesting, thinks about it. She doesn't understand what Wim, a member of the Dragon Wing, forgot in a cheap tavern. She decided to use the eavesdropping stone. Taking it out of her pocket, she heard Wim being insulted and chased away. She was angry that this was done to her Wim. Sorcerer, one of the adventurer classes, able to use magic to change the target's abilities. This includes Wim Strauss. The girl ran into the tavern and shouted the guy's name. Gret greeted her, and then called her a sweet stalker. She replied that she had a name, Heidemarie, but he understands that the girl has little brains. They made a few more unflattering comments to each other. Then Heidemarie said something that wasn't the point. She turned to Wim and asked about his condition. The protagonist assumed that the rumor had already spread about the Dragon's Wing. She answered that only she knew. Wim asked how she knew that. She said with a crazy smile that she knew everything that concerned him. The young man asked her why she knew this. She answered that they were from the same city. The guy thought about it, but did not give it any importance. Greta asked what the stalker was talking about. Had something happened to Wim? He replied that he had been kicked out of the Dragon's Wing. All the people who were in the tavern were very surprised. The visitors don't understand why a group that is about to take A rank is executing one of its members. It's all strange. Everyone immediately became sad. Heidemarie was eating at that time. Wim noted that they didn't even give him time. They themselves will be fine. Apparently they were preparing. The new team member Sophia looked very confident. Although maybe they didn't look for that long, anyone would have noticed him. The girl asked who Sophia was. He answered that she was a beautiful elf, whom Kronos took as a replacement. Heidemarie said that she was just another one of Kronos' girls. Wim pointed out that he didn't say that, although that might be true. The protagonist thought that the atmosphere there was clearly unhealthy. Although he would still like to build at least some trust with them. He smiled. The girl noticed this and realized that he had returned. The guy looked at her questioningly. She answered that his laughter had returned. He panicked and apologized to her, because his laughter was disgusting. Heidemarie said that she liked this Wim. He often laughed like that when he was still lonely. The protagonist didn't understand how anyone could like this. He asked her not to say stupid things. She looked at him and said that maybe someone would like it and asked him to believe her. The young man asked her to stop it, putting down the fork. The girl asked the reason why he was kicked out. She added that it was he who single-handedly defeated the boss. Wim, who was drinking his beer at the time, choked. Wim asked what she was saying. Heidemarie said that Dragonwing clearly doesn't have enough strength to defeat the boss. She suggested that the protagonist defeat him. The young man did not understand how she knew this. He explains that it was an accident. He came to, and he was already dead. He suggested that he was already all wounded and weakened. He couldn't do any damage at all. The girl noted that he was wrong. She doesn't think anyone else could have hurt him there. He 100% defeated the boss with his own strength. Wim started to deny it and said that it was unrealistic. He overestimated it too much. He explains that all three guys were very outstanding. He was just trying not to be a burden to them. The hero still doesn't understand why she values him so highly. She didn't know what to say. Greet turned to Heidemarie and asked about her having lived in Wilbron since birth. By the way, she had never heard anything about defeating a monster alone. She assumed that she was sucking up to him. The girl replied that she had overheard their conversation and had heard everything from there. Greet noted that she was only further confirming her stalker status. Wim said that he was not kicked out for no reason. It was all because of him. He himself did not build a trusting relationship with them. Heidemarie slammed the table and became angry. She jumped up from her seat and said that the hero did not understand anything. She sat down and asked Gret for a beer. Gret said it would be too strong for her. Heidemarie pointed out that it was none of her business. She agreed to pour her a drink. Wim watched this silently. A large mug of beer was placed in front of the girl. The hero thinks that when alcohol gets into Heidemarie's body, she starts talking a lot, and for a long time, and then it passes out. That's exactly what happened. Greet asked if the girl would definitely have another glass of beer. She swore and told him to give her another beer. Wim suggested that she finish for today. The girl, for some reason, reached into her pocket. She took out her business card and handed it to Wim. It said, Night Dragonfly. Night Dragonfly is the best A-rank group in Wilbron. The fact that you belong to this group greatly raises your standing in people's eyes. But their entrance exam is also strict. Heidemarie was accepted into this group, and she quickly showed them what she was capable of. The girl told the hero to take a business card and come to their group's house tomorrow. The guy didn't understand why he should do this. She explained that he would try to work with them and gain experience. The young man was shocked that this was possible. Heidemarie said that she has every right because she is a candidate for the next leader. In the evening, the hero carried the girls on his back. He thanked Greta for the food. The employee asked if the hero would be able to carry it. It was heavy. She suggested using reinforcement. Wim laughed and said that sorcerers don't have very high physical strength, but he'll take her away, everything's fine. Gret warned that there were a lot of drunken adventurers on the street, and told the guy to be careful. A guy was walking down a dark alley with a girl on his back. He thought about Heidemarie's offer to join the Nightwing. He doubts anyone else would be in favor. He wrote that it was better for him not to interfere and not to make trouble for her. Otherwise, even more people would hate him. Suddenly, a bottle fell. Some men were trying to hit the target with bottles. The guy was walking not far from them at that time. Those people were shouting and drinking very loudly. The drunk man said that it was his turn. His friend pointed out that he would not get in. The main character tried to slip past them unnoticed, but alas, he was noticed. The men started calling him and trying to stop him. Wim asked what had happened. They asked who he was carrying on his back, and then they saw Heidemarie. They recognized her and said that she was that thief. The guy was surprised by such a statement. The men explained that they were standing in line to buy snowballs at the confectionery, and she bought out all the tasty dishes. Wim thinks that he feels sorry for them, but calling them thieves because of this is strange. The men tried to wake the girl up and demand an apology. The young man did not understand what to do. The men were irritated by this silence. They decided to wake the girl themselves and reached out their hands to her. However, Wim used double boost and disappeared before the man could even touch Heidemarie. At first they were perplexed, but then they began to look around in search of the hero. The young man was at the top of the stairs. He apologized for Heidemarie and pointed out that she shouldn't buy everything, especially since she shared it with him. The men were very surprised. Wim realized that they were even more angry and decided to leave. The men stood in shock. They were surprised that it was Heidemarie from Night Dragonfly. They also discussed how the main character moved. One of them suggested that he was also from a Night Dragonfly. Wim was running down the street at this time. He said that he shouldn't have been drinking. He just ran past. It seemed like they weren't following him. Then he noticed that the girl had woken up. He asked her if she could walk on her own. She answered negatively. The young man thought that anything can happen, and there is no need to take such people to heart. The boy still had doubts about the Night Dragonfly. Heidemarie is the next candidate for the leader. Even her rare sage class is rare, but he feels that he is too weak and does not fit in with them. He will cause more problems. Heidemarie patted the boy on the shoulder and told him to come. She explained that this was a great opportunity for him, and the Night Dragonfly would be able to reveal his potential. She looked into his eyes and told him that he should live the way he liked. Walking down the street, Wim thanked Heidemarie for coming to support him. She said so many nice things to him, but she is not obliged to do anything for him. She can easily forget about him. Heidemarie said that she doesn't feel like she has an obligation to help. She was surprised that he thought she was helping him just because they were from the same city. The young man asked her the real reason. She replied that he didn't understand anything. Parquet was surprised. She said that it would never reach him. The young man did not understand why. Heidemarie thought that she already knew everything that concerned him. Wilbrand's kitchen. Fat sausage. Sausage full of meat. Juice flows out when the rind bursts. The secret of the taste is in the amount of fat and the way it is cooked. Usually served with beer and costs 0.5 merks. Beer, Pilsner, light bottom fermented beer. The aroma and taste of hops are quite weak. It is very easy to drink. Snowball candies. A sweet made from long, thin text, rolled into the shape of snowballs, then fried in oil and then sprinkled with powdered sugar. They also come in different flavors such as chocolate or strawberry. Night Dragonfly, an A-rank group with over 100 members. They single-handedly defeated 30% of all killed bosses. There is a guard at the gate. He saw that Wim was hanging around the organization. The protagonist was torn between whether he should go in or not. The guard thought that he was suspicious. He decided to ask the young man what he wanted. He became nervous. He began to smile strangely and reached into his pocket. The guard thought it was a weapon, but the hero simply pulled out the business card Heidemarie had given him. The man was surprised that Wim was Heidemarie's friend. The young man understood why it sounded so strange. Listening stone. One of these is attached to Wim's jacket and listens in on his conversations. Has a recording function. Tracking emblem. A magical map with Wim marked on it, allowing you to track his location. Heidemarie met the boy and welcomed him to the Night Dragonfly. Once inside, the hero opened his mouth in surprise. There was a huge foyer with a luxurious chandelier, a flag, and a fountain. He thought it was amazing. Their house looked more like a mansion. The girl was giving him a tour at the time. Abel approached the guy and apologized for his mistrust. He said that he had heard about Wim, but had never seen him in person. The hero denied it and explained that he was the one who had behaved suspiciously. It was his fault. Heidemarie asked how he could have made such a mistake. He replied that she herself had described him to him as a handsome hero. The girl sharply told him to shut up and asked Wim not to listen to him. She pointed to the big doors and said to come here. The doors opened. Inside there were many adventurers of different ranks and classes. Heidemarie turned to a girl named Camilla and said that she had brought him. The girl recognized the one Heidemarie was talking about. The protagonist recognized the leader of the Night Dragonfly. Her name is Camilla the Gray-Haired. She is one of the strongest in their city. Camilla said that he really is short, as she thought. She apologized to him and said that someone had told her that he was supposed to be a tall, handsome hero. Wim's friend told her to shut up. Camilla greeted Wim in the Night Dragonfly and introduced herself as its leader. The protagonist, in turn, also greeted and said that he used to be in the Dragon Wing, but was kicked out. He noted the girl's strong grip after shaking hands. She said that she had heard about him from Heidemarie, and then added that the Night Dragonfly needed capable people. She asked him what role he was doing in the Dragon Wing. He replied that he was doing ordinary things that did not require much effort from him. Finding the enemy was a decoy, and also paperwork. Heidemarie didn't understand why he was telling so many details. It would have been better if he had just said that he had left. He asked whether it wasn't better to tell the truth. Camilla said that they have an order in the labyrinth right now. She leaves the search for the enemy to him. Wim was very surprised. He turned to Heidemarie and asked about the situation. There are so many people here, and they will all go. He did not understand why so suddenly. The girl told him that everything would be fine and told him to follow her. Wim was shaking. Labyrinth. Ahead you can see a staircase and mosquito-like monsters are flying. A crowd of adventurers entered the labyrinth. Camilla stood at a special device. She activated it, and it began to glow. To teleport around the labyrinth, you can use the teleportation circles located on each floor. You can use the new teleport after defeating the floor boss. Depending on the type of teleport, you can teleport to several floors. The adventurers walk up the stairs led by Camilla. Wim follows Heidemarie. One of the men looked at Heidemarie and nodded his head, indicating Wim. She looked back at him without emotion and turned to Wim. She asked him to put on a blindfold for a while. They hide their teleportation carefully, so it is impossible for him to see it, because he is just new. He put on the bandage and said that he understood everything, especially if their teleport allows him to jump over several floors. This is an important advantage over other groups. She told him to take her hand. He took it without hesitation. She was surprised that he took her hand so confidently in public. He immediately let go of her hand and said something he hadn't thought of. After that, they teleported several times and found themselves on the 97th floor. Wim couldn't believe they had descended so deep in just a few teleports. That's what an A-rank group is. The main character started to get worked up. He thought about what would happen if he was useless to them. He couldn't believe that he was given such an important role. He only worked in a small group, but this is a different scale. What if he gets in the way? Camilla and Heidemarie watched this. The leader asked him what he was muttering under his breath. She answered that he was just nervous. He was one of those people who constantly winds himself up and is very cautious. Camilla came up to him and hit him on the back. She told him that if he was so tense, how could they be calm? She reminded him that he had already gone down into the dungeons with the Dragon Wing. They were B rank, and they had defeated the local boss, so he didn't have to worry so much. She believed in him. The girl told him that their first task today was to make a map. She told him to do what he was already good at. He agreed and noted the kindness of this woman. Heidemarie said that in the Night Dragonfly all the people are good. He needs to cheer up. Suddenly, the hero felt something. Heidemarie asked him what had happened. He replied that he was not sure. She suggested that he sensed some kind of trap ahead and advised him to warn. He said he had a bad feeling about it. Just in case, he decided to study what was ahead. He used his skill and began to explore the dungeon. He noticed something. Heidemarie told him that if he found something, he'd better tell Camilla. The adventurers descended the stairs. Wim turned to Camilla. She asked him what had happened. He replied that a little ahead, about 45 meters away, there might be a trap with a rockfall. The girl asked if he was sure. The hero said that he was 89% sure. He also said that if they thought it was wrong, then he could be wrong. Camilla said that she understood and suggested that he report it over the airwaves. The young man thought that in small groups there is no such wave. He then reported that there might be a rockfall trap at about 43 meters. More precisely, there was a rock pillar weighing about 150. The adventurers were very surprised. The young man didn't understand why everyone was looking at him. Had he done something wrong? Heidemarie, in turn, simply smiled. Camilla noted that the weight was impressive, and they would need Abel's shield. Abel told them to rely on him. He went in the right direction. Having reached the right place, he entered the territory of the trap. Some kind of magic circle appeared under him, and he noticed a huge stone from above. He began to fall, but Abel managed to cover himself with a shield, thereby preventing death. The column collapsed. Someone remarked that it was astonishing. The guy then reported that he had disarmed the trap. Camilla praised him for his excellent work. The leader noticed that Wim was right. The adventurers couldn't understand how this was possible. It was the first time they had seen someone detect the traps with such precision. People couldn't believe what was happening. Wim asked about Heidemarie about what to do. Did he do something wrong? She answered that he did something wrong, in a good way. The girl thought that Wim was not an ordinary guy. From that moment on, Wim continued to warn about traps, and he was never wrong. The adventurers made a halt. They did not understand what was wrong with Wim Strauss. He gives such clear information as if it was ordinary for him. Dragon Wing. In just a few years, Only 4 of this group rose to B rank. Camilla wonders if he had such a knack for studying the terrain. Why hasn't she heard of him? Why was he kicked out? What's the problem? Wim turned to her again. She asked what had happened. The hero reported that the humidity was rising. He also reports that the insects have begun to fly too low. The girl asked what this meant. He replied that a spacious area awaits them ahead. There will most likely be a turtle monster there. It is extremely aggressive, but there are several ways to avoid the battle. She asked him if he was sure. He said he was 90% sure. Now she understood why Heidemarie said he was cautious, and she filled him in on the need to report such things on the general wave. Wim apologized to her. He thought that he had made a mistake again. He did not understand what to do. Camilla told him that she wanted him to leave the reconnaissance to Jimon and take on a support role in battle. The young man thought that he was removed because he made a mistake. Camilla said that they would not go around the monster, but would immediately enter into battle. The girl noted that she wanted to see him in battle. Wim thought that if he made a mistake here too, he would be thrown out again. He replied that he understood and would do his best. He decided that he would not make a mistake again. Heidemarie noticed the guy's agitation and turned to Camilla. She said that if they wanted to see what Wim could do, she was already used to his strength. She asked permission to go with him. Camilla agreed and added what she had planned. She relies on them. Wim apologized for making her take care of him all the time. She asked him not to apologize and to show them his strength. Preparation. Wim said that it is impossible to gather people for a raid so suddenly. He did not even take a weapon. Heidemarie told him not to worry. The protagonist looked at her questioningly. She took out the weapon and said that here is his machete. The young man did not understand why she carried it with her. Wim thinks that he should not stand out for others. Live quietly and not stand out. He had aspirations and ambitions in the past, but they are here to see what he is capable of. The young man thinks about what he should do. At this time, the turtle, which is the boss of the dungeon, was eating food. The hero's hands began to shake as he looked at this. Heidemarie noticed that the turtle was currently eating dinner, and everyone was watching. This was the perfect chance to show what he could do. Camilla and the others look at him with serious faces. The hero begins to panic from the realization that the best of the night dragonfly are looking at him. Previously, he had a chance to hide his mistake, but now there is no such opportunity. He must not fall flat on his face. The young man began to get very worked up about what was happening. Heidemarie called the boy by name, but he did not respond. Finally, having shouted to him, the girl said that she was using an ice spear and told him to act as usual. The young man did not understand what this meant. Heidemarie had already stepped forward. Wim felt a certain nostalgia, since they had already worked together. He smiled, thanked the girl, and told her that he was going. She was glad to hear it. She activated her staff and said that they would win together. Wim noticed that the magic stone had become a little smaller. She replied that she had managed to reduce the size and triple the density of the casting. The young man noted that this was cool. Heidemarie took action. She used the skill Generation. The monster turned his attention to them. Wim, watching his friend's actions, thought that even for an experienced magician, this was an amazing sight. Heidemarie's magic is different from any other magic and is activated in a completely different way. This is because she has a rare class, a sage. Magic is divided into 2 types, basic and advanced. Various magic that can be used by warriors, magicians, priests, sorcerers. Basic. Communication magic. Threat search magic. Anyone can use it. Sage is a rare class that can use any magic. The best magic class. She also has the ability to take the base of another magic and create a new one. Heidemarie shouted at the boy to start acting. She said that she was giving him permission to use his magic on her. The guy agreed and started using the skills Power and Patience. Wim used his skills to release a target that wrapped around the device created by Heidemarie. The adventurers watch the events unfold. Camilla thinks that the sorcerer is able to strengthen spells. Wim used the skill Enchantment. The structure began to fall. The dungeon boss rushed towards the heroes. Heidemarie realizes that the turtle is attacking and yells at Wim to speed up. At the same time, Wim and Heidemarie shouted and used the skill Ice Spear. That, in turn, easily pierces the monster. All the adventurers stand with their mouths open. Camilla looks calm. The death of the monster raised the wind. This stream of icy wind mixed with dust reached the adventurers. They covered their eyes and faces, but the leader did not take her eyes off. The monster was defeated. Heidemarie says that it has become cold around. Wim says that he did not expect her spell to be so strong and apologizes to her. The girl told him not to apologize, because they had a real demonstration. The girl turned to Camilla and asked her opinion. The leader's armor was covered in ice. She started shaking off the ice, and the young man thought that he was wrong again. He froze her armor. Camilla turned to the guy. She said that right now Simon had found a wyvern and contacted it. She asked him to apply a boost to the shield. She added that she wanted to look at him again. The guy agreed. Heidemarie said that she liked Wim. He replied that it was not so. He was simply given another chance. He should try. The girl exhaled, because she realized that the hero clearly had some problems, and that this could not be fixed. She noted that it was good that at least the others noticed his coolness. However, the adventurers discussed Heidemarie's coolness and Wim's abnormality. She noticed this and asked about what they had just said. They immediately began to deny it. Abel greeted and introduced himself to Wim. He is a commander. The protagonist was surprised that this guy was already a commander, although he was about the same age as him. For some reason, Abel looked at the hero questioningly. He tensed up and thought that he was not used to talking to strangers. Words won't come out of his mouth. He started trying to say something. The commander thought he was feeling bad and asked about his condition. He replied that he was fine. However, the hero suddenly felt worse. If he was hated again, he was thrown to the side of the road again. Abel smiled and told him not to worry so much. Everything would be fine. The young man was surprised. He thought that this guy was kind and handsome. The commander added that he had been told that Wim should strengthen his defense. Unfortunately, he had no experience with sorcerers before. The protagonist was surprised that there were no sorcerers in the night Dragonfly. Abel heard that in the past there was one sorcerer and that was it. Wim thought that it was expected because the class was not very popular. The main character said that he can tell about everything. The magic of sorcerers is able to change the essence of things by the power of consciousness. For example, the physical abilities of the human body. Or magic can be used to enhance the acuity of human feelings. Also, the boost won't work unless the target is ready to receive it. Someone stopped the guy. Some adventurers said that he didn't like his buff. The man introduced himself as Mark. He apologized to him and decided to explain what he meant. The adventurer says that he has worked with the sorcerer before. When the enhancement is applied, he feels changes in his body, and to such an extent that it is difficult to move normally. And when his weapon is enhanced by some element, it is a complete nightmare. Wim said that he does not use the magic of novice sorcerers, including elemental enhancement. He uses more complex combinations of spells. He assures the man that he has nothing to worry about. Mark looked at the guy with displeasure. The hero was perplexed. The adventurer said that he had basic knowledge of magic and demanded to find out more. Wim started to wind himself up again. He thought about how he had angered the man. He didn't know what to do in this situation. At this point, Abel intervened. He said that they might not have much experience, but they were willing to learn. He would also like to learn as much as possible. Wim thought about them being adventurers from the night Dragonfly. It would be strange if they didn't know about other classes. He decided to ask again if they were sure. He didn't mind telling everything in detail. Mark exhaled. The young man looked at him with bewilderment. The man said to tell them everything, and asked whether the hero could strengthen it all. The hero asked again if they really wanted him to tell them everything. He told them everything about where the sorcerer shines. Mark confirmed it. The young man was glad, because no one asked him to explain everything. Wim explains that many do not like to work together with sorcerers, because most sorcerers use magic by casting spells, and this method of magic is quite long and does not allow for flexibility. A skilled sorcerer can adapt to others. Abel summed up that the sorcerer can adjust spells for different people. That is, he does not throw a bunch of enhancements into one pile. The young man confirmed the thought, and added that, by accident, a person's bones can be broken. He thought that people from the Dragonfly are amazing after all. He did not know that anyone could understand him. The hero then goes on to say that he has developed spells of varying power for each of the 600 muscles, for each bone in the human body. In addition, he can work with any type of weapon, and even knows how to properly enhance any of the legendary divine weapons. Here, he stopped and apologized for such a large amount of information. The adventurer said that everything was fine. The young man continued to explain that the most common enhancement he uses consists of 7 combinations of defense enhancement spells and 25 different sense enhancement spells. Suddenly, Mark shouted and asked the guy to stop. The young man thought that he had gone too far. The man said that he was surprised. In other words, his magic is different from other sorcerers and can also enhance several of their abilities at once. Wim briefly explained that his spells are completely different and feel different. In simpler terms, he uses combinations of small magical enhancements. Mark asked if there would definitely not be any strange sensations. Wim replied that it should be something like, "I feel better than usual." The adventurer gave his permission for Wim to use his charms on him. The hero was surprised. Mark explained that the young man had told him everything in such detail, and he saw that he had constantly improved himself and worked hard. He trusted such people. Wim was glad that they trusted him. He thanked the man. Then he said that he would give it his all. His magic wrapped around the man. Then the hero used the skill enchantment. The man first tensed up and then thought about it. Abel and Mark stand opposite each other. They have both been enhanced by Wim's magic. They look at each other and suddenly, one of them decides to join the fight. It was Mark. He tried to strike the commander, but he managed to dodge. Abel decided not to hesitate and raised his leg to strike, but the blow was stopped by Mark's hand. The men continued to strike each other with lightning speed. Wim stood and watched what was happening. He asked them hesitantly how they felt about it all. Mark said with a crazy smile that he had never felt anything like this. He felt like he could move mountains. Abel agreed with him and added that he had never felt the capabilities of his body like that before. He will definitely never forget the feeling of the enhancement. Mark urged his comrade to continue the battle. Meanwhile, Wim breathed a sigh of relief. The other adventurers turned to Wim and said that they wanted to try it too. He agreed. The heroes had to fight a wyvern. A crowd of adventurers stands at the entrance, waiting for the monster. Wim's hands are shaking. He said that she was approaching. Camilla agreed with him. She noticed that he was shaking all over. He explained that this was always the case with him when a strong opponent was approaching. Suddenly, they heard the flapping of someone's wings. Camilla told everyone to get ready, because the enemy was already close. A terrible monster appeared in the passage. It had many eyes. It roared. The adventurers stood and watched. Camilla realized that she was attacking with her breath and ordered the shields to be raised. The men obeyed. A huge fireball flew towards the adventurers. The hero's shield formed a barrier. When the ball hit this barrier, it bounced off and headed towards the wyvern. Wim realized that it was a reflection. He noticed that the shield bearers of the night Dragonfly were on a different level. Mark was shocked. He asked Abel if it was really their reflection. He confirmed everything. The commander said that it was definitely not a coincidence, and another guy noted that this was the first time they had done something like this. Mark wanted to say something about the sorcerer, but Camilla interrupted him. She ordered the adventurers who were responsible for long-range combat to begin the attack. They prepared to attack. Heidemarie among them. They used Ice Lightning Spear to defeat the wyvern. However, she survived such a powerful attack. The man standing next to Camilla noted that this was not enough. She agreed with him. Wim thinks that she has some kind of protection from magic on her body. And she also has different eyes that are different from other individuals. The young man assumed that this is a unique individual. Camilla noted that the creature was accustomed to magical attacks. Wim confirmed this. She looked at the hero with a smile. He did not understand the meaning of this look. Camilla ordered everyone to disperse. She decided to join the fight herself. The shields ran towards the leader. Abel said that they rely on her, and the girl herself thinks about what she saw. How the shield bearers used reflection. It is a rather complex technique that the shield bearers can use. Even the best of the night dragonflies cannot use it without reason. She thinks about how under Wim's power they were able to. It can't just be a coincidence. Her curiosity is troubling her. She also wants to see what I can do under his power. Camilla approached the protagonist and asked him to use a boost on her. He specified which one. She replied that everything was in firepower. The girl asked how much he could increase her muscle strength and the rest. The young man answered that it would be about 3 times as much. Camilla said that he can do more. He tends to downplay his abilities. Wim told her that he understood the possibilities of his amplification. He couldn't do it anymore. Camilla didn't listen to him and said that amplification by 10 times would be enough. He started to panic and make excuses. He didn't understand what she was even talking about. The girl asked him if he could do it. He said he could, but warned that it could be 10 times too dangerous. Camilla said that if something goes wrong, she will take responsibility. He tried to say something, but the girl ordered him to use his enhancement. She approved of using his powers on her. The young man realized that he was being forced and asked the girl not to complain later. He extended his hand and began to apply the enhancement. He used the skill analysis. He noticed the greatness of the girl's muscles and bones. He began to calculate the movement of the muscles, determine the center of gravity, the point of support, the points of application of force, and the points of application of force, and the points of action. Next was the skill formation. It focuses on short-term strengthening so as not to harm the body. Then he used the skill enchantment. Camilla felt it. She smiled and said that it was better this way. She took out her weapon. The girl looked at the wyvern and jumped up. She jumped high to deliver the most powerful blow. Camilla used the liberation skill. Her sword took on a silhouette that was tens of times larger than its actual size. The adventurers watched this scene. Wim said that he heard about it. The technique of the magic sword head cutter. The men asked about whether Camilla's liberation was always this big. The girl told Wyvern to get ready. Even she doesn't know how strong the blow will be. Camilla struck. It was a giant hunt. The blow was so strong that it even destroyed a nearby column. Then various parts of the wyvern's body flew. The men stood with their mouths open in surprise. The girl smiled and felt satisfied. The adventurers laughed nervously and then rejoiced. Wim turned to the girl and asked about her condition. She took the guy by the hands and said that his magic was amazing. There was nothing wrong with her body. He said that he was glad. There was a 5% chance that the enhancement would not have worked and her body could have been damaged. It is very risky. The girl was surprised that he called it a risk. Wim said that in case of a mismatch, a muscle tear could occur. Camilla was surprised. She asked about the consequences being just a muscle tear. He agreed and added that it was painful. The girl asked if there would be any other wounds. He replied that it would be very painful for her. She began to laugh. She thought that he was a very curious person. He literally had a talent for understanding the structure of the labyrinth. Intelligence, trap analysis, and his sorcerer skills were all top-notch. The girls kicked this guy out anyway. The night dragonfly needs him. Camilla continued to laugh. Wim didn't understand what was going on. He suggested that it was the effect of his enhancement, but then pushed the thought away. Good taste. Heidemarie turned to Camilla and said that she would like to invite her friend to the night dragonfly. The leader was surprised that the girl, it turns out, had friends. She agreed and told him that his name was Wim and he was a sorcerer. But his sorcerer abilities were on a completely different level. Then she began to list the reasons why she loved Wim. Camilla liked her enthusiasm. The House of the Night Dragonfly group. The adventurers drink and celebrate their victory. Some say that this descent into the labyrinth turned out to be extremely successful for them. They explored a huge territory and found new gold veins. Today, everyone can officially relax to the fullest. The adventurers celebrate their successful completion by eating, drinking, and talking. Some people are talking, some are laughing. But Wim sits and can't say a word. In front of him, a sorceress named Monica is fixing things. She takes his hands and tells him that he is amazing. He had strengthened Marie's ice spear so much, it couldn't be done without deep knowledge. He confirmed it. Monica noticed that he was a real workaholic. He replied that he had wanted to be a wizard before. His basic knowledge was from those times, but over time, he really learned more. The girl noted that it all sounded complicated. Wim didn't know what to do. For the first time, someone approached him. He didn't know how to talk. Someone called Wim. It was Jimin, the eyes of the intelligence service, and Bettina, the assistant to the head of intelligence. The girl said that she was interested in his enemy detection techniques. The young man recognized Jimin as the head of intelligence. He stood up and said that he had read all of Desemon's books and notes. She replied that she had. She wanted to know how he searched for traps. But someone interrupted her and asked her not to bore her during the fun. It was Mark and Abel. They offered the guy a drink. He handed the girl a glass and told her to stop chatting and just have a drink with him. Mark sat down at the table next to Wim. He patted the guy on the shoulder and said that his enhancement was cool. They didn't expect to be able to use reflection at all. Was that really what he planned? He started to deny it. And he said that he just strengthened them a little, and they did everything else themselves. The 5 of them did everything. Mark started laughing and said that the guy was very modest. He would definitely achieve success. Abel said it was a wonderful boost. He felt even more embarrassed for being rude to him that morning. Wim said that he really did look suspicious. So there was nothing to worry about. The hero thought that everyone was so friendly and he felt uneasy in such an atmosphere. He began to giggle nervously. There was silence. The young man realized everything. He stood up, apologized, and said that he was going to hang himself. Abel stopped him and said that everything was fine. They had heard from Heidemarie about his peculiarity. Mark put his arm around him and told him to relax. Then he smiled. Wim hopes that he won't disturb them here. Everyone is so kind to him. It's even somehow unusual that everyone praises him. Everything is different here. Everyone here is so cheerful. It would be nice if Night Dragonfly became his place. Heidemarie praised the guy. She was eating meat. Mark invited her to sit down and asked her if she was eating for 3 again. She noted that the meat was already gone. Wim said that she did not surprise him. The girl noticed that Wim had become popular. She suggested that the guy couldn't calm down when he was the center of attention. He replied that he had done almost nothing. It was all their merit. She realized that he was back to his old ways. She couldn't understand that he didn't see anything in the way Camilla looked at him. It was as if he lived in his own world. Wim asked where Camilla was. Heidemarie replied that she was in the office, most likely working as usual. The young man decided to go to her. He thanked his friend and left. Camilla is sitting in her office and typing something on a typewriter. She finished her sentence, took a piece of paper out of the machine and asked a rhetorical question about when this red tape would end. The girl exhaled and leaned her elbows on the chair. She thinks that today's descent into the labyrinth was very successful. Literally thanks to Wim Strauss. And his effort was simply amazing. It was like wings had grown on his back, but it felt more natural, like he was simply improving on what he already had. It felt like he had surpassed his own limits. She hadn't expected to be able to squeeze out such power. She began to think about using his enhancement for training so that she could more easily feel the strength she needed to strive for. She had long since reached her limit, but with his power, she might be able to become stronger. Someone knocked on the door. Camilla allowed Wim to enter. The door opened, and Wim stood there. The girl asked why he was still in the doorway. The young man came in and handed her a stack of paper. He told her that he had brought a report for the guild. The leader was surprised. Wim said they had accomplished a lot during their foray, including finding several gold mines. He thought they would need a full report for convenience. Camilla thanked him. The girl thought that now she could do nothing and just send his report. She was glad there was no more work for today. Camilla suggested that Wim had done such work for Dragonwing, which he confirmed. He added that he was mostly involved in all the bookkeeping, not the fighting. She asked again about all the bookkeeping. She realized that these were negotiations. She thought that he had brought the report to appease her. He had decided to show himself from an even better side in order to join the Night Dragonfly on favorable terms for him. From the very beginning, he seemed insecure to her, but in fact, he planned it all and did it on purpose. The girl decided to play with him and laughed. The guy did not understand the reason for her laughter. She offered him 500 perks. The young man looked at her questioningly. She continued to say that the gold veins belonged to their entire group, so she could not pay with pure gold. But when he joined them, then she would pay him another 2,000. Wim asked about what she was talking about now. Camilla thought that he was pretending that he was not interested in the negotiations with such an innocent face, but she was sure that he was looking for an opportunity to get the best price. She noted that he was a cunning guy, but she couldn't let anyone else take this young man for themselves. She told him that she would pay him 3,000 once for joining, and in the future, we will pay 600 mercs per month. They also have bonuses for success. The guy looks at her with bewilderment. He thought it was a joke he didn't understand. Camilla was surprised that it still wasn't enough for him. She asked him how much he was paid in the Dragonwing. She was willing to double it. He showed 2 fingers. The girl assumed that he was paid 200, but why then the previous conditions did not fit? The guy denied it. Then she thought that he was paid 2,000. They may not be able to handle that. The young man said that he was paid 20 mercs. Camilla was in shock. Wim said that 20 mercs was his monthly salary. The girl thought that it was some kind of joke. Yes, that's how much a beginner merchant gets per day. And he, an adventurer who risks his life, gets 20 mercs per month. Wim had a sad face. Camille understood from his face that he was not joking. The young man said that if they were talking about salary, he didn't even know how much would be enough. He would certainly be happy to receive it. He wanted to say something else, but decided to run away. He asked for forgiveness and ran to the door. The girl tried to stop him, but it was too late. Camilla still couldn't understand that he was being paid 20 mercs. With his strength, he should have played a key role in their group. She wonders why he was paid so little, and why he was fired in the first place. She doesn't understand what kind of group Dragon's Wing is. 35th floor of the labyrinth. Adventurers are running from someone. They're being chased by a group of goblins. They thought that when he was gone, they would lose nothing and would only become stronger. After a good beating from the floor boss, they licked their wounds. They took a new member and were ready for new exploits. They thought that now that the bitterness of defeat had faded and their wounds had healed, they would be able to descend deeper. For an A-rank group, this was certainly an easy task. Kronos was wounded. He ordered Nikra to treat him. She began the treatment, but he said that it was too slow. The guide did not understand what was wrong and why they were not succeeding. The leader asked Melis when the barrier would come. She said that the fiery lines would never fail. The young man was surprised that she had not finished reading the spell yet. He did not understand why it was taking so long. Melis used the skill Flaming Wind and set up a fire barrier. Kronos told them to retreat and follow him. They walked and looked around. The guy asked Nikra how long they would treat him. She apologized and said that she had met him and it didn't work out. The young man realized that he had been harsh and apologized to his friend. He smiled and said that as long as Nikra was safe, they would always be able to get back on their feet and suggested that they remain calm. Kronos noted that they were not quite ready, so they needed to get out of here somehow. Goblin will catch up with them soon. It is boring to find the way to the exit. Now they need to understand where they are. He asked about whether anyone noticed any landmarks. Melis turned to the leader and asked about any guidelines, at least an example. He replied that he didn't know and asked about the knowledge of others. Nikra shook her head. The elf turned to the boy. He assumed that she understood where they were. She shook her head, and then she said that there was a dead end here. The adventurers heard the sound of goblins approaching. They should not have gone so deep into the labyrinth. Their worst enemy is arrogance. At the Dragonwing group's house, Melis asked Nikra if she could eat. The girl answered negatively, and she was offered to drink at least water. After that, she started coughing, which caused concern to her colleague. However, she tried to calm her down. At that moment, Kronos entered the room. Approaching the bed, he told the girl that Sophia had cut an apple for her and handed her a piece. He asked her to rest well. He couldn't even imagine that it would be so hard on the 35th floor. Could it be that their wounds from the battle with the boss had not yet fully recovered? The girls asked him not to lose heart because it was not his fault. It was the fault of the one who underestimated the strength of the boss. After these words, he hugged the girls and said that the dragon's wing does not give up, and asked if they would go with him again. The blushing girls agreed with him. The final descent into the labyrinth was a complete failure. They relied heavily on their firepower. Poor map knowledge and poor teamwork made the descent difficult. But they barely made it to the 30th floor. Sophia recalled the events that took place in the labyrinth. They used various spells to distract the monsters, including they managed to run past them to lead people out. They managed to get out after all, but it's strange that they all didn't die there. By the way, there's something wrong with them. There's no way they could have defeated Boss Beirang. And the girl still had a lot of paperwork to do after that. She remembered Kronos' words about her predecessor being useless. He was doing all the paperwork. There wasn't much of it, so she should be able to handle it. But if there was too much, they would help her and wished her luck. He said so, but there were a lot of documents related to the group's accounts, income, and expenses. He was also busy making maps of all the known floors, monster characteristics. It was more like a dissertation. She thought that the predecessor couldn't have written all this alone. She didn't understand why he was called useless. Did this leader really have no brains at all? Meanwhile, on the training ground, bright flashes of swords striking each other flashed. As a result of Kronos' strike, Wim injured his arm. He fell, and they were unhappy with him because of that. The guy said that he was no good as a sparring partner and called Nikra, who immediately started to apply the treatment on him. She said that she was not doing this for him and asked the boy to be of some use to Kronos. He agreed and apologized. Milas told him that since he was cured, he should get up. He stood up resignedly and walked towards the wings. Kronos told him that he was easy to replace, but no one else would take him. He had to get up and do what he said, or he would kick him out. Hearing these words, the guy's eyes widened with fear. He remembered everything that had been told to him earlier, how everyone had kicked him out. The protagonist jumped up on the bed, breathing heavily, covered in sweat. The dragon's wing was now a nightmare for him. The girl watching him through the telescope sympathized with him. The boy, as a temporary member of the night Dragonfly, was placed in the guest house. After leaving one group, you cannot officially belong to another for 3 months. When he was placed here, it became much easier for her to observe him. She had to do risky things before, like sneaking into the Dragonwing's house once. But fortunately, she won't have to take risks anymore. With the help of the Listening Stone and her beautiful magic, she will watch over him and protect him. The girl wrote something down in her notebook and laughed. The protagonist's morning begins with a jog to warm up his body. For breakfast, he eats simple food like sausages or bacon. During the day, he studies magic and the behavior of monsters. In the Dragonwing, he did all the housework. In the night Dragonfly, he had free time. The girl watched him sleep, thinking that he was cute. She wrote down his weight change in her notebook. He said hello to her today. She was glad she was so close to him. It finally happened. One day, she noticed that the guy had deviated from his usual schedule and saw that he was in the yard. She wondered if someone had called him. Having started the wiretap, she heard the voice of a girl who apologized for calling so early. On the large training ground, Camilla suggested the protagonist to begin. He agreed with her. The girl continued to watch the shameful pipe, not understanding why she called him. Camilla used the charm from the protagonist. Heidemarie thought that she wanted to use Vim's power for training. Use the boost little by little to get her body used to the power, then memorize the movement, then try to repeat the movement she used before the boost. In this way, she plans to overcome her limitations. The girl watched as Camilla used her skills to create gusts of Westra. Wim watched her. Heidemarie thought she was a monster. In just an hour, she had achieved the same results as when she was enhanced. She was pleased with that. Camilla didn't understand why her hand was shaking. The protagonist replied that if he adjusted the friction in the joints a little, he thought that this shouldn't happen. Then it will no longer be an enhancement, but rather a strengthening. The girl was surprised that he could do this and suggested trying. She began swinging her big sword on the spot again. The protagonist asked her if everything was okay. Suddenly, Camilla came up to him and hugged the guy. Seeing this through the telescope, Heidemarie was shocked. She heard Camilla telling the boy that he was simply amazing. Watching what was happening, she was literally shaking with displeasure. She was outraged by what she was doing to her whim. She decided to calm down. After all, it was Camilla. She just hugged him out of an excess of emotions and nothing more. However, seeing her flushed face, she doubted it. Camilla told Wim that next time she would invite Abel, so she suggested that they train like this every morning. Of course, they would pay him for it. He asked if she was sure about that. She smiled back. In the afternoon, Mark invited Wim to have a snack. Heidemarie thought it seemed natural, but it was all a trap by Camilla. She wanted to tie him up before he officially joined them. That evening, she thought about what she had seen today. She thought she wasn't going to chase him every second because she wasn't a stalker. She respected his privacy and understood that he had his own life. Now he was in the middle of the night in a city with only men. Hans suggested welcoming the main character and drinking to him, becoming one of them. He raised his mug. Everyone was having a good time in the establishment. The girls were bringing them various treats. Heidemarie, who was watching all this, was very unhappy with his pastime. Seeing the guy looking at the girl, her teeth began to grind with anger. But she realized that there were too many people there, so it would be inconvenient to listen. Meanwhile, Wim was told that they had heard that he and Heidemarie were from the same city. He confirmed it. The man was surprised that he had decided to go so far from home. The protagonist replied that there was nothing to admire here. The man replied that he had read a fairy tale about a hero in his childhood, and that was why he was here. Mark said that Monica had told him that he had wanted to be a magician before. Wim agreed with him. Mark replied that he too always liked fairy tale wizards more than heroes. The guy replied that he liked one about a sorceress girl who could change her appearance, a fairy tale about a princess in sheep's clothing. The main character wondered if he was speaking normally now, if he was dreaming, or if he had learned to communicate. Everyone around him was laughing. The girl continued to watch him. Heidemarie was glad that he was having fun. Meanwhile, the men went outside and were about to go somewhere else, inviting the protagonist to go with them. The street was noisy. Everyone was discussing where to go. They wondered if they should invite the main character along. Mark asked the guy if he was dating Heidemarie. He protested, saying that they were just friends. They didn't understand how she felt about him. He said that she was very kind to him because she felt responsible for him. They didn't understand the meaning of his words. At that moment, she appeared behind them, which surprised them greatly. They were curious as to how she had got there. She asked where they were going to take him next. Wim greeted her, and she offered to go with him. Little by little, the main character becomes part of the Night Dragonfly. He said he had had a very busy day. She said she knew. He added that everyone in the Night Dragonfly was very kind to him and accepted him, something he had not felt in the Dragonwing. For the first time, he found his place in a group of people. That's how he felt. But he thinks he's wrong. The girl said he was right. Wim asked her how she knew about his day. The girl replied that she had already said many times that she knew everything about him. She was sure that his life had changed for the better. Meanwhile, the man was outraged that he was not invited to dinner with the main character. Mark replied that he did not like it there. He said that the food there was delicious and he wanted to recommend a couple of dishes. It was a great chance to get closer. Mark apologized to Abel, thinking that he was too emotional. Adventurers Guild investigation team member Dominic stood before Camilla, who asked what he wanted. He replied that they wanted her support in their secret investigation. She asked him what he meant. Without showing any emotion, he replied that it was about Wim, a former member of the Dragonwing. The girl looked at him silently with a serious face. She said it was nonsense. He said he understood why it surprised her so much. She said she just couldn't believe it, that he could defeat the boss of the 97th floor on his own. It was hard to even imagine. He added that the only wounds found on the boss's body were machete wounds. They say that Kronos, the leader of the group, used Wim's machete to stab the boss. The main character's report states everything exactly the same, but they don't have the opportunity to conduct a full investigation. Camilla asked if he meant to say that this was another mystery of the labyrinth, an affair that had taken place within the walls of the labyrinth and that could not be solved due to lack of evidence. It wouldn't be like that if the investigation committee did their job. He said that for now they have postponed the promotion of the Dragonwing to the A-Ranks group, but they still haven't found any evidence. Now their people can march those who could not even scratch the boss. The girl replied that she had never heard of anyone being able to defeat the boss alone. He will start that this is precisely why it is only a theory. He has personally reviewed the reports several times. Everything is perfect there, except for one nuance. There is nothing about him there. In all the reports, there is not a word written about his own achievements. The girl thought that it could very well be because of his character. He replied that it was possible. She said that she wanted to believe in it, so she agrees to cooperate. They also wanted to know, so she offers to study his abilities in battle. Later, they went underground with various adventurers and moved through intricate passages. The protagonist reported that there was a potential trap 50 meters ahead. Camilla understood him and decided to go around. Wim was pleased that he was able to communicate via the general radio. It's been a few months since he entered the Night Dragonfly. His main role is between the vanguard and the rear guard. Depending on the situation, he must strengthen one or the other. Surprisingly, they had stopped hiding the teleport points from him lately. It seemed that the Night Dragonfly had begun to trust him. He was pleased that even someone like him had found the use. Camilla called him, and he asked what had happened. She suggested that he show what he could do in a fight. He replied that he had not fought in a large group, to which she told him that he would be alone. If he uses the enhancement on himself, he can fight. And he said that he has already fought with all sorts of small things. He tried to argue that he is weak. She replied that the next descent into the labyrinth was planned to be large-scale, for which she needed to accurately understand its power. If he could stand up for himself and fight alone, she wouldn't worry about him. Wim replied that he understood. The group member reported that there was one large golem about 140 meters away. Camilla thought that this was not the easiest opponent to fight alone. She suggested sending Heidemarie to help him. He said he could handle it. He reached the stairs, caught his breath, and collected his thoughts. Right in front of him, in the middle of tall columns, stood a giant golem whose arms reached down to the floor, and there were clouds of dust around him. Wim was scared when Heidemarie approached and touched him. She told him to relax. He replied that he could lose his life here. She added that it would not be easy. The guy took his machete and prepared to attack. Looking at him, the adventurer said that he understood that he was special, but it was difficult for a sorcerer to defeat a golem. A brave warrior would hardly be able to cope with him. Camilla said she knew, but his charms were special. He could strengthen and enhance every bone, every muscle. It was a fine piece of work. By covering weak points one with another, combining a bunch of little things, he creates a boost that is many times superior to any other sorcerer. The man doubted whether he could defeat the golem. She replied that it was quite possible, and he thought that she believed in him. To become an adventurer, you need to perform a ritual where you determine your class. After the ritual, the adventurer gets a body 10 times stronger than a human. However, the sorcerer's power is barely greater than that of a normal human. A difficult class to work with. A sorcerer is unlikely to become stronger than other classes. They have only one advantage. Immediately after receiving the class, you do not need to get used to a new body because there are almost no changes. Looking at the approaching golem's hand, the protagonist used an instant double boost, preparing the machete. When he uses the enhancement on himself, there is one plus. He does not need permission to cast the enhancement charm. It is much easier for him to understand what exactly needs to be strengthened, and in general, it is easier to regulate. Strengthening can usually be used only once, but he can use it twice for his own business. But such a boost consumes a lot of mana, so you can't fight like this for long. The fight needs to be finished quickly. He began to carry his blows on the limbs of the golem. The observers were amazed by what was happening, and the protagonist was able to cut off his hand, landing on a column. He thought he could, but if he continued to strengthen his body, it would be very painful. He began to think about whether he had strengthened his body enough, and decided that he should try strengthening it 3 times more. Taking aim, the protagonist jumped right into the center of the monster's chest with such force that his blows sent stones flying in all directions from the golem. Blow after blow, he destroyed the fallen monster, looking at it carefully, and in the end, he was able to find the core deep inside. His finishing blow sent the monster flying. Everyone watching silently looked at him. The protagonist was heading towards them, having stuck the golem core on his machete. Eventually, the core shattered into pieces, falling off the weapon, and at the same time, the monster began to crumble into pieces. Those present could not contain their amazement at the fact that he was able to do this in just a couple of movements. They did not even have time to properly examine anything. The adventurer was stunned and said that he was not just fast, he was very strong. Vin apologized and said that it must have been too long and he had delayed them, to which he was told that was not the case. They thought he was joking, because it was too cool. Camilla asked Heidemarie what kind of person he was. She answered that he was a sorcerer and that they were from the same city, and he was also very strong. Meanwhile, the main character ran up to the girl and enthusiastically told her that he had been praised. Of course he was reckless, but he succeeded, and his whole body hurts. Camilla thought he was reacting like a new adventurer who had defeated a monster for the first time. Would an adventurer who had fought in the vanguard react like that? Not to mention whether he would react like this if he had defeated the floor boss on his own. His self-esteem and belief in his own abilities are too low for someone capable of defeating a boss. But looking at him, you couldn't tell that he was pretending on purpose. She didn't understand why he was like that. Heidemarie, putting her hand on his shoulder, asked him to be calm because he was overexcited. He clarified, said that he was something strange. She answered that he was just throwing out stress. The boy was embarrassed, and the girl replied that he was a good boy. He defeated the golem on his own. He replied that he was glad he could be useful, but if they weren't there, he wouldn't have been so reckless. His whole body went numb. But suddenly he realized that it wasn't that bad. But he used instant 3x boost and should be tired because his mana was almost gone. So why wasn't it like that? He realized that he had mana left, so he wondered if he had become stronger. The man was told that it was time for the shield squad to march the hero. After that, they began to throw it up in the air, and Heidemarie noticed that the world was finally beginning to notice its magnificence. Camilla talked about how joining a night dragonfly happens, how they accept newcomers, and what their structure is like. Later in the building, Monica was watching what was happening outside the window. An adventurer approached her and asked what she was looking at. Pointing out the window, the girl called him to see what was happening there. At this time, Camilla and Abel were fighting, using the main character's enhancement on themselves. Monica said that they train like this every morning. The man asked her if she had any desire or motivation to join them. She replied that she would only disturb them, but that he said that it was logical because she was too noisy, which offended the girl. Meanwhile, on the training field, Abel fell, and Camilla said that was enough for today. He tried to argue that he could continue. She replied that tomorrow they were going to explore the 98th floor. He needed to give his body a rest. Vin carefully asked how they were doing with his final gain adjustments. Turning to him, they said enthusiastically that it was amazing. They were so happy that they could train with him because they felt such strength in their bodies. They never thought they would experience something like this, and this is the result of his long practice and analysis. If they train every day, then thanks to him, they will become stronger. The guy answered sheepishly that he hadn't done anything like that, but rather that he was learning more from them. Camilla replied that she should thank him. Although he was still their temporary member, he had already done a lot for them. Thanks to him, she can find out what she can do. Her knees are shaking with anticipation. She wants to know what she can do under his enhancement. He thought that they always complimented his magic to keep him from getting discouraged. She told them to have a good rest today and tomorrow, to which they agreed. Afterwards, she suggested that they have a meal together. Abel happily agreed, adding that he knew where they cooked delicious steaks. However, Vin was skeptical. He said that he had to meet with the intelligence department because they had a meeting. The girl understood what he was talking about and added that if it was important, then no big deal. Next time they would eat together at my place. As he left, the guy bowed and apologized to them again. They watched him go. The girl smiled and realized that she had been rejected. Abel asked if they should practice some more. The girl replied that if it was a little, then it was okay. Later, she walked along the corridors, realizing that they had gotten too carried away. Now she would have to drink a healing potion. She noticed people chatting cheerfully in the office. The boy said that he understood why he could determine a distance so accurately, but he couldn't cover such a large area like them. It was possible if he used more magic. They asked Vin about how he detected traps. Camilla realized that he fit into the group. It is not surprising. The more you work with him, the more you understand that he has invested a huge amount of time and effort to become better. And he inevitably lit a flame of desire to become better within all of them. Thinking about this, the girl smiled. Suddenly, she heard someone calling him creepy. The man added that everyone's mouths dropped open when he showed what he could do, but there was definitely something wrong with him. He was interrupted and said that it was better not to spread rumors. It was wrong. Another said that he understood how he felt. It's just a bit weird because he's a sorcerer. Even though Heidemarie brought him, it's hard to trust him yet. And he was accepted too quickly by the members who hadn't worked with Wim yet. It is expected that some people will think so about him. There are many people from high aristocratic families in the Night Dragonfly, and it takes a lot of effort to get into the group. Usually, they don't take anyone without entrance tests. But tomorrow is a general sortie. Everyone should see that he is really strong, and the general opinion will change. At that moment, she was called, informed that someone from the Adventurers Guild had come to see her. She replied that she understood and asked to take him to her office. While reading the report, sitting on the couch, Dominic was amazed that the main character was able to defeat the golem single-handedly. Camilla replied that it was amazing. He was curious to know what she would say. How did she think he could defeat the floor boss on his own? She paused for a moment, then replied in the negative. His speed was really high. She could say with confidence that she had never seen such wizards. Camilla said that if you take into account the overall combat capability, then he is equal in strength to the leaders of the Night Dragonfly. The guy thought about it, and the girl added that if he has not yet given his all, then this is a completely different conversation. Dominic asked if she thought he hadn't reached his potential yet. She said she just wanted to tell him he was special. The guy mentioned that they were going on a full-scale foray to the 98th floor tomorrow. If he was hiding something, they could try to uncover it tomorrow. She agreed with him, adding that if they returned safe and sound. That evening, Heidemarie was having dinner at the tavern and was happily talking about how it seemed like Wim no longer had nightmares. His sleeping face was no longer marred by anything, although he sometimes spoke in his sleep. The girl at the bar devastatedly agreed with her. Heidemarie asked her what had happened to her. She was usually in a good mood. The man said that she had her reasons for that. Last week, a group of adventurers, who often came here, did not return from the 98th floor. The girl was upset. When large groups are going to make a large-scale expedition to the floor, the small ones try to take at least something useful from the floor. But this is not a studied floor at all. Obviously, if something goes wrong, the group will disappear without a trace. If their remains are found, that will be good. Adventurers are always on the edge, and that goes for everyone, even the local regulars. You just have to accept it. The girl answered sadly that she understood. Heidemarie shouted that she could buy a drink on her account. She would spoil her. She replied that it was amazing. Heidemarie added that it was a gift from the best sage of the night Dragonfly. He took a large glass. The girl thanked her. Seeing the volume of the glass, the sage cried out, "Is it too much?" She replied that it was only 1 mug. Heidemarie replied that she did not mind, but when she heard the price, she realized that it was 5 times more expensive. They began to squabble, discussing who was trying to deceive whom. The men standing nearby began to smile, happy that the mood had changed. Greta called the girl a stalker and began to angrily shout at someone that her name was different. Greta said that Heidemarie was going to the 98th floor tomorrow. The sage agreed with her. Greta asked the girl to return from there alive and to come to them again together with the main character. Heidemarie was irritated and silent at first, then replied that they would of course return. People who laughed together today may not return tomorrow. That was the world they lived in. The people on the 98th floor of the labyrinth couldn't figure out what was wrong. It was too big. They shouldn't go there. They decided they had to leave immediately. Dressed in heavy armor, they moved through the water, holding their weapons at the ready. Suddenly, one of them grabbed his necklace. He heard screams behind him, but when he turned around, he saw that none of the people who were with him were left. Grasping his sword tighter, he apologized to his child. Next to him was a giant monster head, which bared its mouth. He shouted for it to attack. He would show what an adventurer is capable of. After that, he could see what was next to him. A column of armed men moved along the city streets past the clock tower. People from the windows and along the edges of the road watched them. The man walking in front had a banner of a night dragonfly. The people present supported them, telling them not to show it, and everything they could. Watching this, the protagonist realized that they were very popular. It was like a holiday here. They were looking at him too, and just recently he was in the dragon's wing. He realized that he hadn't heard from them lately. Had they been nursing their wounds all this time? He shook his head and realized that he was in a different place now and had to put them out of his mind. He moved further forward. One of the watching men noticed that this time 122 people from the night dragonfly were being launched into the labyrinth. Another answered him that this was all at once. Only excellent results should be expected from them. One of them asked if they had heard anything about the new temporary member. He was a sorcerer who had been kicked out of the dragon's wing. The man was surprised by his words, and the other added that he was very talented. He was now on the lips of many adventurers. They were curious about his name. The group that uses the floor first takes the biggest risk, as they are entering unknown territory. They are more likely to run into traps and encounter floor bosses more often than other groups. Only the most experienced and strongest groups take such a risk. Camilla shouted at everyone to listen carefully. In a wide square, among walls with tall stained glass windows, a large number of adventurers gathered, ready to set out on their journey. The girl told them that today they will follow an unknown to anyone 98th floor. She tells them directly that this is a very dangerous mission. They must be ready for anything and muster up determination. They must value the life of a comrade more than the treasures they might find. The night dragonfly must not lose a single man. They will all return victorious. The people supported her cry, raising their weapons. Win tried it too, but it was very weak. Heidemarie noticed that he was not a fan of it. The guy was surprised that it was so noticeable. He lowered his gaze. The first floor of the labyrinth was located directly below the guild. From there, the group reached the 98th floor by the safest route. Looking at the high stone walls, on which small bushes of plants grew, the main character thought that he did not see the ceiling, as if it were the sky. His role was to buff the vanguard, and if he had mana he could afford to spend, he was supposed to spot traps ahead. They had a huge responsibility in front of them. Whether they could cope or not depended on him too. Abel asked him if he was nervous. The guy answered that he had already collected his thoughts. Suddenly he fell down, saying that his stomach was hurting. The man realized that he didn't look like he was going to pull himself together. Wim apologized and said that everything was fine. He should calm down because everything was over one. He should calm down because everything had already been explained to him. First, you have to move carefully to save energy, because they don't know how big the floor is and what you can give up ahead. Secondly, if there are any questions or if they find anything, I have to contact them and explain everything as it is. They all work like one big, well-coordinated machine. Abel replied that everything would be fine. He had shown himself to be excellent in training. He added that they believed in him, so he should believe in them too. He would protect him. He was even ready to fight the boss. The main character blushed at his words. Abil laughed and apologized because he got too carried away. He trained with the guy every day, tried to seem cool, and from time to time they just talked. Wim thought that it turned out that they had become friends now. In that case, maybe he should invite him to eat together. He called him sheepishly and tried to offer it to him. Suddenly he heard something that terrified him. Abel asked him what had happened. The boy replied that it was just an insect. He thought with alarm that he was hearing something again when he came to the labyrinth. At this time, the vanguard was called to enter the position. They realized that it was time for them to enter. Ahead was a dark entrance into the dungeon. They began to gradually enter. Various animals were watching them. He was told that he assumed there was a hydra ahead. The guy said he would check it out now. It was a monster that needed water. There was a lot of moisture in the walls of this floor. There was a high probability that there was a large body of water somewhere. There are many fish-eating birds here, and several new species have been discovered that look like aquatic species. Wim suggests checking the area to his right for enemies, but Tina should continue on the left. The guy also noticed that there was a way down here, and it needed to be taken into account when creating the map. The scout was surprised by this. After looking at the menu, the guy tried to calculate its dimensions. Abel thought about how the main character kept making assumptions about the area, helping to make maps, even doing the work that he hadn't been given. Meanwhile, the guy looked ahead with concern. The man was amazed to notice that he was drawing a detailed map himself, and one that you couldn't even buy from cartographers. At that moment, the guy panicked, not knowing what to do. He thought about what he could screw up. He felt sick again. The woman told him not to forget to drink water. The guy thanked him and apologized for falling apart again. He replied that everything was fine. Thanks to him, they were quickly exposed. They were told that the boss was calling them. The man asked if he understood correctly that there was a large hall ahead. The guy agreed and pointed in which direction it was. Later, a group of people gathered around a large table on which a map was displayed. They discussed that there was undoubtedly a spacious hall there, and there was a smell of water on the other side, most likely a lake or a river. Hans said he wanted more details. He asked if the protagonist had any idea what the quality of the water was. He replied that he had seen a type of butterfly here that only lives near fresh, clean water. He thought it was drinkable. Camilla said it was great and asked if anyone had anything to add. Abel noticed that Wim was hesitating and asked if there was anything else. The girl also asked him to say what he wanted. He tried not to say it, but she hurried him. He said there was some weird slope there. They had been going down all the time, but there would be a sharp climb. Camilla said that going down towards the water source was normal. She thought about how it was entirely possible that there might be a trap ahead that they hadn't encountered on the other floors yet. It would be easy to drop a boulder on them, or worse, a torrent of water to drown them. Wim agreed with her and added that the worst-case scenario would be if something were waiting for them after the climb. There would be nothing behind them except water. They wouldn't be able to retreat quickly, which meant that if the floor boss was waiting for them ahead, it would be bad. Everyone was silent, so the guy quickly apologized, saying that it was just his assumption. Camilla looked at him with displeasure. He apologized again. She said that it was not about that and did not understand how many times she had to repeat it. His analytical and calculating abilities are very useful, so he should not keep silent if he has any thoughts. She told him with a smile to always say what was on his mind. The protagonist blushed at her words and thanked her. They didn't encounter any big monsters after that. Everything went smoothly. Along the way, they dealt with various small creatures, but several gold veins were discovered, but almost no problems arose. Everything was going too well, as if the labyrinth was inviting them to go further. Because of this, the protagonist could not calm down. He looked back anxiously. Camilla said that their descent should last a week, but they have already collected enough information. There is only a potential threat in the form of a slope. Until they study it, they will not be able to return. The girl confirmed her words, adding that they are a night dragonfly. They are not the kind of people who will run from danger. The man agreed with her and added that they cannot leave an unexplored piece of territory. Otherwise, they will create dark maps. The dark card is the dark side of the adventurer's life. One person with communication magic is sent to potentially dangerous areas to study. Until he disappears, he will give all the information. The adventurer is forced to do this, which allows the creation of a complete map, and such maps are worth a fortune. Camilla said that if they stopped exploring the floor halfway, there would be a demand for dark cards, and they couldn't allow that. She added seriously that that's why they would send an advance party. The guy thought that it was not far from the spacious hall. Send a small group. They would minimize the risk of major losses. This is a very dangerous mission, so they will gather the elite of the night dragonfly. He was wondering who I would choose. Camilla announced that she would now name 6 participants. For the mission, she chose Deputy Leader Hans, Shieldmaster Commander Abel, Assistant Mage Commander Monica, Assistant Search Squad Leader Bettina, Leader Marie, and Temporary Member Vim. Hearing his name, the guy was shocked, because he did not understand why he was chosen. Heidemarie praised him in response. It is rare for a temporary member to be chosen for such a thing. The guy thought he was needed to balance the group and decided it was too much responsibility. They were ordered to get ready. The guy dejectedly agreed and wondered what to do. The night dragonfly went to the 98th floor of the labyrinth to study potential water resources. A squad of 6 people was assembled and the main character was among them. When everyone was ready, the boy cast a spell on them. His magic spread to everyone present, making them feel amazing. Monica started jumping, happy that her body had become very light. The guy said that for the spacious place he had increased their running abilities, and in battle, mobility would also come in handy. The girl said that it was amazing. She wanted him to always strengthen her because she was so impressed. The guy was embarrassed by her words, but at that moment Heidemarie pushed her away, saying that she should keep her distance. The girl answered her that she was very angry. After that, they started to quarrel with each other. Monica said offendedly that they were friends with her. She replied that she was not her friend at all. At that moment, Hans told the girls to live in peace and clapped his hands. It was the first time they had worked together like this, but he believed in them. He asked Bettina to plot their route. The guy agreed and said that they would try to avoid fights as much as possible. Hans asked Wim if he had enough strength to help him find the enemies. The guy agreed, and after that he felt sick. Abel brought him water again. Looking at all this, Hans said that he felt like a teacher with a crowd of schoolchildren. Bettina remarked that it was impossible to say it more accurately. Later they moved along the hills, jumping from one to another. They moved easily and quickly. The deputy commander realized that this was how the reinforcement worked. He can run at this speed and not get tired. This way they will quickly reach the hall. Bettina said that they need to change course. He specified whether the monster or the one in front. The guy replied that there was a trap there. Hans thought about what he said, that he learned this method of reconnaissance from the main character, and he looks for traps and enemies. He remembered the guy's words about how when Wim brought all the information about his method, he couldn't believe his eyes. It was literally a whole mountain of papers. He has an interesting theory. He divides traps into types. By studying the statistics of the floor, you can predict possible traps. The deputy thought, and the guy shouted to him that there was a monster ahead and they would have to fight. Hans grabbed his balls that were behind his back and headed straight towards the approaching monster. He started attacking all over its body. Hans realized that he had not dealt with the monster in one go. Monica readied her staff, announcing that she would finish. She looked back at the protagonist, who yelled at her to let him power it up. Grandfather agreed with him and waved her staff in front of her, using a download that caused creatures to appear in the air in the form of flashes. She said that she allowed the sorcerer Wim to use his spells on her. Having studied magic, the protagonist decided to adjust the speed of spell creation and accuracy. After that, he cast a spell on her. The girl began to use her magic, creating electric bullets, which she aimed straight at the monster. Each of them hit their target, and he screamed. The girl was surprised that all the attacks hit. The guy replied that he had adjusted the accuracy, which delighted her. The deputy asked to enchant his weapon as well. The guy agreed with him. After that, the swordsman allowed him to use the charm. Wim increased the strength and power as much as possible without increasing the weight. After that, the sword shone brightly, and it was time for the swordsman to hunt the monster. He used the crucifixion skill on the lizard-like monster. He used his swords to strike the monster's head in a cross shape. Jumping off it, he was amazed by it. It was so easy for him, as if he was just cutting a cake. The result was simply amazing. Now he understood how Camilla felt. The protagonist was also delighted by his actions. Bettina noticed another monster approaching them from above. Right above them, they saw the giant head of an aquatic creature. The guy used instant boost 3 times. After that, he jumped straight towards him, hitting him all over his body. He jumped off it, and it fell. Those present praised him for his excellent work, and he thanked them and said that he could handle the small fish too. The deputy was surprised at what he called this monster. Looking at it more closely, he saw that it was some new species. Something shiny fell from its fang. Hans came closer and found a medallion on it, after which he realized that it belonged to another adventurer. He said that they didn't have much time, but they had to make a grave. Everyone agreed with him. The main character thought that both in the battle and in the movement. All the guys worked harmoniously. Everything went smoothly. Later, they all stood and prayed near a small hill. Wim thought that in the Dragon's Wing there had never been anything like this. He felt like he was part of something bigger. After that, they went on and reached the necessary place. In front of them was a large open space, in the sky above which birds were flying. It was surrounded by a large number of rocks. Everyone froze in amazement, studying the surrounding space. They came closer to the water. Hans said that as Wim had supposed, there was a large hall here and the water in the lake was clean. This place could become a good camp on the 98th floor. He thanked the protagonist for this find. Abel also told him that it was a great job because it was a wonderful discovery. The guy sheepishly replied that he was just doing his job. Heidemarie told him, discontentedly, that he should at least accept praise once. She did not understand whether he had any urge to belittle himself. The boy, confused, tried to protest. She angrily replied that he was a dunce, but she still invited his group just because she was his friend. And she was stupid, abusing her power and hurting her own group. The protagonist tried to object that he didn't mean it that way, and he thought that she told him the truth. Meanwhile, Abel called him. The man shook the protagonist's hand, who thanked him in return. The girl watched these actions with satisfaction. After that, they checked the hall and confirmed that it was safe. The main forces joined them. Camilla said that thanks to this place, there was no need to worry about fresh water supplies. It was just a huge place. She thanked the research team for a job well done. The night Dragonfly decided to set up a teleporter in this place and stay there for one night. All the people began to cheerfully sort out their things, chatting with each other. The protagonist was sitting alone behind one of the rocks. Heidemarie came up to him and told him to go to bed. He agreed with her, but added that he was interested in something. He studied the map he had drawn up earlier. Wim still couldn't figure it out because there was a big rise right in front of the big hall. And here is just a huge hall, without any other passages, and the ceiling is not visible. But then how did such a large supply of water end up here? And if there is more water, then the exit from here will be flooded. If it came to this, they would all be stuck and would have no other way out. He continued to think about it anxiously. He's never encountered any traps that involved water before, so he doesn't understand. He sighed and decided what to say, but he couldn't help but worry. First of all, there was nothing going on here. Such a large amount of water, guessing was pointless anyway. In his sleep, he heard the sounds of dripping water. Drops of rain were running down his exposed face. Because of this, he woke up and saw that it was raining heavily in this wasteland. The realization of what was happening sent him into a panic. A voice was heard announcing that everything was about to wake up because of the rain that was falling. The boy decided that he should have guessed that. Heidemarie had a fight with Monica, who claimed that they were friends. She was also outraged by everything about her figure. Monica didn't understand why she was so upset. However, she was adamant, watching what was happening. Camilla also couldn't understand what was happening. The people who had risen began to scream in panic, not understanding where the rain had come from in the labyrinth, whether it was a trap. They did not understand what was happening at all. Wim thought about who would have thought that in the labyrinth too. And that meant that things were bad. It was raining heavily. Visibility had worsened. It was a downpour. He saw how streams of water were heading towards the exit of this place. This caused horror among the men standing there. One of them shouted that he had not returned and asked what they would do. Mark shouted that the rain had flooded all the exits. Camilla shouted for everyone to stop panicking and gather together for formation. She announced that they had been prepared for this as soon as they entered the labyrinth. The worst that could happen was an attack by the floor boss. Now they had to find other exits. It was time to show what a dragonfly was worth. She ordered everyone to gather. The frightened people immediately cheered up from her words. They supported her order. The protagonist was amazed how they immediately stopped panicking. Heidemarie said contentedly that the night dragonfly does not give up, and they also need help. She took out her weapon. Standing in their places in the pouring rain, everyone listened attentively to Bettina, who announced that nothing had been found in the east, west, and south. He noticed something approaching from the north, but he couldn't make out what it was. It might be the floor boss. Camille ordered the rearguard to prepare to fire after Wim's buff. The confident adventurers agreed with her and prepared their attacks. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to apply enchantment to each weapon. Rustling tentacles appeared in the sky just above them. Camilla shouted that it was too dark to see my exact size and ordered everyone to aim. Everyone immediately obeyed her order. Wim adjusted the hardness and air resistance by applying an enchantment to the attack of each of the attackers in the vanguard. The weapon flew through the drop of water towards the slimy tentacles. It hit its target and there was a huge explosion. Everyone watched the result. Bettina announced that there was a hit. He also noticed that it was moving. After that, he realized that the tentacles were wriggling and attacking them. The shield bearers immediately prepared to repel the attack, and the main character applied an enchantment to their shields. They were able to repel the attack, and Mark shouted that this was excellent, let him continue the attack. The commander ordered Heidemarie to illuminate the enemy. She agreed with her. Heidemarie used a flash of light to make the monster appear so they could see it. The light illuminated everything around her and Camilla saw the target. A creature of incredible size with a large number of tentacles and horns on its head hung directly over the people who were looking at it. Everyone was shocked by this giant. Camilla asked the main character if he knew what it was. She only understood that it was the boss of the floor. The guy replied that he had never met such a thing. But if you think about it, it looks a bit like a sea cow monster. She asked if he had a weakness to fire. The guy said that it was at least worth a try. The girl ordered the rearguard to prepare fire magic and shoot when ready. Everyone agreed with her and started using the various attacks they were capable of, such as fireball, incineration, and heat wave. Each of the attacks went straight for the face of the monster that was looking at them. They managed to hit it, causing it to scream. The people were happy that it worked. The commander said that even if the tentacles attacked, she would still take damage. The vanguard should attack them under the cover of the shield bearers and, if possible, also attack the body. The rearguard must replace each other between shots and divide itself to attack continuously. The men immediately went on the attack, following the order. Camilla ordered Wim to continue strengthening the shield bearers, spending the main forces on them. The warriors were ready for this, and the main hero began to use his magic. The views were breathtaking, to say the least. The rearguard rained spells on the monster, and the vanguard attacked whenever they saw an opportunity. They rained blows down on the boss, making sure it didn't have a chance to attack. The marks of their blows were visible on it. It was more like a carefully planned war, like Wim was watching a game of chess. They fought in a downpour on territory where the enemy had the advantage. He watched the action carefully. No matter how you looked at it, they had to win. At this rate, the god would fall and not strike even once. Here it was, Wilbrand's strongest group. The commander called the protagonist. He turned around and saw her taking out her sword. She said she would go. He should use the enhancement on her to the fullest. She relied on him, and the protagonist accepted her order. Standing before him, she said that she allowed the sorcerer Wim to use his spell on her. Everyone present looked at her, amazed that the leader was going into battle. The protagonist was thinking about what kind of enhancement would be the best for her. From his magic, her sword reached simply astonishing dimensions. The man shouted that everyone needed to leave immediately, because they could interfere with the leader. Everyone began to quickly move aside. The girl was getting closer and closer to the monster. Swallowing hard, the guy thought that she wanted to finish the fight with one blow. Floor bosses can often hide a trump card. Therefore, she wants to destroy him so that he can reveal it. The inspired girl is going to go into battle, saying that it is time to check the results of their training. The action of the story is transferred a few days ago to the training ground. Camilla was training hard and lowering a huge load up and down. The girl was breathing heavily from the effort. Sweat was pouring off her. She continued to train her body in magic, but this was already beyond all limits. She pushed herself past her limit again and again. Her arms shook from the strain and overexertion. She finally fell to the floor. Camilla had done 1,022 strokes. That was exactly the same as last time. She's very upset that her work is not making any progress. She slams her hand down on the rock and curses. If she can't get any stronger, she'll try to lead the boys to greatness. Then this thought settled in her. The warrior spirit died in her. At least she thought so. At present, the girl uses the charm and covers herself in bright light. Her soldiers shout that their leader is coming. Men and women support her. The girl understands to herself that each time he strengthens, he only becomes stronger. Her whole body is permeated with power. She realized that she still has room to grow. Camilla clutches her sword in her hands and thinks to herself that it was he who gave her hope. A huge monster flies towards the heroine. The girl smiles and thinks to herself that Wim may not understand how grateful she is to him. Come to think of it, the first time she felt like she had room to move was when she used her charms. The warrior spirit lives in her thanks to the protagonist. The girl uses her sword again and asks the thug to hear her call. The girl uses a powerful attack and a huge stream of light appears from her ball. Wim is surprised that this stream of light is huge and bigger than that in the battle with the wyvern. The man standing next to him agrees with the guy and says that it is good that nothing limits the chapter. The girl swings her huge sword at her opponent. The young girl is amazed at how huge he is. Camilla thinks to herself that she feels very good because her body is very light. A joyful smile and a slight blush appear on her face. The girl is happy that she can hit with full force. Many people shout loudly. A middle-aged man shouts at others to run away. This will be a very strong blow. That is why they need to leave, because they might get hit. Camilla raises her huge sword over the monster, which flies towards her at great speed. The hunt for the giant begins, and the girl lowers her weapon with great force. The monster is cut in half. The protagonist covers his face with his hand from the wind due to the blow and is amazed by Camilla's power. The monster makes strange sounds after the blow. He finally hits the ground with a huge thud, and the girl lands lightly next to him. Everyone looks at the scene that opens up to them in amazement. Everyone is amazed that their leader managed to kill such a monster. People scream loudly with admiration and respect. Their loud cries are heard throughout the room. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of the main character and his face immediately changes to an excited one. He understands that the battle is not over yet, and that is not all. Jaimin, who also has a system window in front of him, says that the target is still alive. The monster starts to rise. It is clearly alive. Camilla screams for all her people to gather and continue the attack. The young girl casts a fireball. Another warrior uses a vacuum cut. All attacks are aimed at the enemy. They hit the target and raise a huge cloud of dust, which gradually begins to dissipate. The system window beeps. The boy screams that the target is dead, and victory is theirs. All the people joyfully raise their weapons and rejoice at their joint victory over the monster. One man shouts that they defeated the boss, even though it was the first time they encountered him. Another woman shouts that legends will be made about them. Some people think that they should have expected nothing less. Everyone is happy with their victory, and someone from the crowd suggests throwing a feast when they return. They have set a new record and are going to go drinking. The protagonist, however, does not share their mood. The boy feels some kind of anxiety in his soul. Wim himself does not understand why he has not calmed down yet and looks around. He guesses that it's because of the rain. It's pouring down. Or maybe it's because the floor boss died so easily. However, he quickly catches himself and says that it's not that. They just killed him before he could do anything. He thinks to himself that, starting with only for one because of good teamwork, but he senses something is wrong. Suddenly a man comes up and calls his name. The protagonist turns to Abel with a surprised face and suddenly loses coordination in his movements, falling to one side. The man says that the water level is rising due to the rain and he must be careful. The protagonist on his knees suddenly freezes. The man asks the guy what his problem is. The protagonist reflects on how the floor boss appeared as soon as it started raining. He attacked them. The guy feels like he's missing something. Abel doesn't understand what's happening to him. The protagonist assumes that it's the rain, the floor boss's ability, and wonders why it doesn't end. The protagonist shakes his head. It's useless to make assumptions. It's important to find a way out now. A system window appears in front of him and beeps. He sends a message to Camila. She doesn't understand what's going on and what he wants from her. The guy says that the water level continues to rise due to the rain and the monster may become active at this time. He suspects that they can move quickly in the water. The girl suggests that they have not won yet. He agrees with her. Camila thanks him for warning her and says she needs to catch her breath a little. Someone says that the floor boss has been defeated and that's it. They need to leave. The woman asks him if the guy has a plan to get out of here. The protagonist answers her question positively and says that there is a narrow passage to the northwest. He thinks that the water probably hasn't reached there yet, and if they move now, they might make it. Wim looks at his hand and doesn't understand why he's still shaking. Suddenly, there is a deafening noise. The protagonist and Abel turn towards the sound. They are almost swept away by new waves of water. The people in armor do not understand what this sound is and where the new waves of water came from. They suddenly notice that the monster is starting to rise gradually. People are amazed and can't believe it. Before them appears a completely intact monster, which has become even larger in size. It was at this moment that everyone realized that the real boss of the floor was in front of them. All the people were in a panic and very afraid. They look around and realize that there are more and different smaller monsters around them. They are surrounded. The adventurers realize that these monsters are similar to the first monster. The protagonist realizes that these are the minions of the floor boss. His face reflects panic and fear. Camila realizes that the 98th floor will not let them win so easily. Some dark matter starts to come out of the head of the boss of the 98th floor. No one understands what it is. They don't even know what to do with it, because the floor boss looks too huge. The boy shouts that visibility is 0 in the rain, and they cannot count the exact number of enemies. It's hard to hear in this downpour, and he's sure the rain is caused by the floor boss's ability. People are starting to report. Some are reporting 2 monsters in the west. Others are confirming several more in the east. Monsters also appear in the south, and 5 at once. People do not understand what to do from such a huge number of enemies. The protagonist understands that everyone is confused. He hears reports from different directions that people are surrounded, and they need instructions on how to act and what to do in general. All he can understand now is that they are in deep trouble. All the messages merge into some kind of uneven noise. Someone is screaming that there is smoke coming out of his back, and someone else thinks that they need to run. Camila takes the floor. The girl asks everyone to gather together and form a defensive formation. People quickly follow her commands. The guy thinks to himself that he is a real leader and remains calm no matter what. The people formed a defensive formation very quickly. They formed a circle and covered themselves with shields. The monsters surrounded them from all sides. The protagonist doesn't understand what to do next. All escape routes are cut off, and they have no choice but to fight. He understands that even if the Dragonfly starts it, they won't have enough strength to break through the boss and such an environment. Wim wonders to himself how they will fight and in panic assumes that they will not be able to break through. He has no guarantee that they will be able to escape. He was distracted by a voice from the side. A man standing next to him told him not to give up because none of them had lost hope yet. He urged the guy to look around. The protagonist looks around and realizes that he was the only one ready to despair. All his other comrades are armed and ready for the enemy attack, ready for what could be the last battle. The main character shouts that he will not give up and also gets into a fighting stance. He demands that he pulls himself together. He analyzes that they have been driven into a corner, but they have not lost yet. They have more than enough strength. They cannot give up. They all have to come back alive, and he has to see it with his own eyes. The protagonist looks at his opponent with confidence. He thinks that he will do everything possible to see their triumph. The monster's huge tentacles begin to wriggle. Camilla shouts loudly to her people that they need to get ready. They take up combat readiness. The monsters are advancing from all sides. Wim uses the enchantment on his comrades, and they are covered in bright light. The men shout that they will not take a step back. All the comrades have a fighting spirit. The man next to Camilla understands that the monsters will attack with tentacles. The woman herself shouts that as soon as they hold out, they will immediately counterattack. There are so many tentacles. The adventurers freeze in fear. Wim also looks at it in amazement and swallows nervously. Camilla screams that they are attacking. The tentacles actually begin to attack the grouped adventurers. They try to dodge, but most often fail. The main character, with a knife at the ready, also tries to dodge, but he is hit in the face. He calls himself to be patient like a mantra and continues to fight no matter what. He hears Camilla's voice screaming at them to hold on. It gives them all strength. Their ranks of the night dragonfly have thinned out. The protagonist sees his comrades lying on the ground and will never rise from it. However, the protagonist's comrades continue to fight despite everything and hold their positions. Wim thinks to himself that he expected the worst and assumed that they would all die right there. He had enough strength to endure. But he thinks about what if everything continues like this. The guy understands that the labyrinth is unpredictable, and there was no talk of returning alive. The enemy is too strong, and anyone who encounters him for the first time would surely die. Suddenly, his name is called. Camilla tells the protagonist that he is still an incomplete member of the Dragonfly, and if anyone should run away from here and pass on the information, it is him. The woman says that before that he must listen to her request. Wim looks at her in amazement. The guy thinks that he cannot do this because it is too terrible. Camilla apologizes to him. The girl is focused and says that they will not be able to return alive. She asks him not to interrupt and to listen. She is not going to give up. Asks to use the enhancement on her. Camilla is full of desire to kill this floor boss. The protagonist looks at his boss in amazement. She doesn't need the other's help. She thinks it would be better if the guys gathered in small groups and looked for a way out of here. Camilla asks the main character if he can lead everyone to the exit. He is afraid and stutters. The woman says that she asks him to fulfill her request because the other guys will understand that only talented people are in the night dragonfly. Wim sincerely asks Camilla not to do this. The woman says that the Heidemarie, Abel, and he are the bright future of the night dragonfly. The guy refuses to listen to her. However, unexpectedly, the girl turns to him and sincerely asks Wim to use his charms on her. The main character lowers his eyes to the floor, but folds his hands in a certain gesture and uses enchantment on the girl, who becomes covered in a bright glow. Camilla addresses her comrades and understands to herself that this is her last speech. She asks them to listen to her order. She will fight this boss, and her people should unite in groups of 3 and drag away the wounded. Wim will show them the way. Camilla thanks the guys for everything. Her people are very much against this outcome, but their system windows are beeping. This means that the connection has been broken. Camilla exhales heavily and lowers her head. She feels a huge sense of relief and thinks it's funny. Her eyes are full of determination. She looks at the enemy and says that she will defeat this boss. Whatever he does to me, she will take his life. The monster attacks and the girl flies into the air. She asks the thug to hear her call. The girl rushes into attack. Camilla, with a huge sword at the ready, rushes into the attack and cuts through several tentacles of a huge monster. She shouts that she won't keep him waiting long and orders him to get ready. Her weapon transforms into a huge scythe. She focuses and starts chopping away at his tentacles again. The leader leans on one of them and uses it to push off. Her body moves very quickly, and she would never have thought that in a tired state she was capable of such a thing. Camilla can't believe that it's her that's burning so brightly, and she even wonders out loud if it's really her. Several tentacles of the boss of the 98th floor are attacked by her weapon again. The girl realizes that she can fight him. Camilla will simply cut off all the tentacles and then shred his body. She understands to herself that she must be faster and stronger. The protagonist watches this from the ground. He is amazed that he only strengthened the girl, and she fights him on equal terms. Wim mentally compares Camilla and her battle with a hero straight out of legend. This really does look like the strongest of Wilbron. The girl put her life on the line and fights with all her might. The protagonist understands that he cannot waste the time that Camilla is buying for them. He will follow her orders. It is the guy who must save everyone. He keeps repeating to himself that he must do this. The boy runs to his comrades. The young girl heals the man. He thanks her. Wim turns to the girl. She says that she was waiting for him. He asks if the situation has improved here. Heidemarie explains to him that Hans is fine, but the situation in the neighboring group is terrible. She goes to the side and calls the guy to follow her. The main character goes forward, but unexpectedly takes him on the spot. The girl stops and turns to him with a worried look. The protagonist realizes that something is wrong. His body is very heavy. He wonders why and assumes that it is because he is tired, but he also rejects this theory and notices that his legs seem to be dragging. Suddenly, he understands. The protagonist is immersed in memories of the past, from the dragon's wing, and remembers a young man who told him that he was nobody here, and that he should listen to what the leader says. He pulls himself up and doesn't understand what he's even thinking about at this time, because he can't hesitate. Heidemarie calls out to him. Wim remembers how Camilla told him that he was too tense, that he should do what he was good at. The girl also said that his magic was amazing and that there was nothing wrong with her body. The guy can't shake these thoughts. This never happened before. Camilla told him that he was amazing, that she wanted to know what she was capable of under his power. The girl asked if he wanted to have a bite to eat together. Wim asks himself to pull himself together and just follow orders. He counts to 3 and says that after that he will stop thinking about it. He must follow the orders of the Camilla and not interfere where they ask. Heidemarie calls out to him again and extends her hand to him. She tugs at his shoulder and shouts at her friend to wake up. He doesn't understand what she's talking about. The girl says that he should see his face now. Yes, his face is stuck in a half-smile grimace, like when he was in the dragon's wing. That's the face he makes when he's depressed. The guy screams that he doesn't understand. Heidemarie screams for him not to run away and to think carefully. Wim screams that he doesn't understand anything. The girl tells him that he is lost now. Wim only remains silent in response to this. Meanwhile, Camilla cuts another tentacle. Her people shout that she, their leader, must cope. This helps their spirit not to fall. They continue to fight again. Camilla cuts off one tentacle after another, sparing no effort. The girl jumps up again and again to deliver another blow. Camilla doesn't understand why the boss of the floor has stopped attacking her. Suddenly, she realizes that this is her chance. Her eyes widen. She can't miss it. Camilla gets a better grip on the sword and prepares to deliver her most powerful attack. The boss is hit by a giant hunt and makes a rustling sound as he dodges. The girl is shocked that he dodged and can't believe it. Everyone else also froze and watched the situation. Suddenly, the monster counterattacks. His tentacles fly right to the target on the Camilla. The protagonist watches this in shock. He shouts her name loudly and uses instant threefold power-up. The girl falls to the ground quickly. The protagonist hurries to her and calls out to Abel. The one who is completely amazed watches. At the last moment, the protagonist catches Camilla's body right before the ground. Abel makes it in time and uses reflection, protecting the hero and Camilla. The man shouts that he will cover him. Wim sincerely thanks him. Camilla coughs up blood. The protagonist asks if she is okay and if she can hear him. He understands that the leader has fractures all over his body and bleeding, and there is also damage to internal organs. Camille asks the guy if there is anyone left. The protagonist sadly tells her that everyone is still here and no one ran away. The girl sighs sadly. Wim immediately tries to calm her down and say that no one has died yet, and they will all return alive. Camilla calls him young. The girl tells him to leave her here earlier, and it is better for the young and energetic to run. The protagonist is against her plan. The woman gets up from her seat. She says that under his reinforcement, she can hold out a little longer. Wim thinks that this is not right. The woman watches her subordinates desperately fighting against the tentacles of the huge monsters. She says that she cannot give up now. Camilla asks Wim to use his charm on her again. The protagonist understands that he has already wasted a lot of precious time, and Camilla will now give her life in vain. Many comrades will die, and half of the group will die. A happy memory of a night dragonfly flashes before the protagonist's eyes. This is the group that accepted him, and she will die here. Suddenly, Wim's eyes change to determined ones. He was always called a talentless person. He was just trying not to stand out, blending in with the crowd. He remembered the rules that he had to not talk to people, not stand out, not push forward, and so on. But he must protect both Camilla and the Night Dragonfly boys, even if he has to die for it. They have been very kind to him. The protagonist uses magic. These wonderful people have accepted him. Wim appeals to the boys with magic. He sees only one way out. The protagonist asks them for forgiveness, but says that he is obeying the order. This is the best right choice. There simply can't be another. He has to do it. The guy says he will stop the boss with his own hands and asks his comrades to leave as soon as they see the opportunity. Camille doesn't understand what he's going to do and goes to him. However, the protagonist uses the pause. The girl immediately falls to the ground. The guy explains to her that this is a reverse enhancement and apologizes to her. Wim says in a serious tone that he will kill this boss. The girl understands that he really was hiding something. The protagonist hoped he wouldn't have to go back to that. It's very unpleasant to use something like that regularly. He folds his hands into a sign. Memories flash through his mind of the Heidemarie and Camilla telling him that he should live as he wished. They told him so much about it. The main character goes into the puppeteer stage and makes a sign. The protagonist goes into the distance. His girlfriend calls out to him. The Heidemarie asks him if he has finally lost it. He answers positively. The girl is happy and says that he has become much braver. However, he immediately pulls himself together. He was always strong. Even when he was hesitant, he still did crazy things. The main character turns around and thanks his girlfriend for everything with a smile on his face. The girl asks him to do without it somehow and says with confidence that he will win. The guy thinks that she is too bossy and that the situation is completely different and he may not cope. The boss is much stronger than the previous one. He giggles nervously and immediately covers his mouth. The guy calls himself weird and says that stress sometimes makes him giggle. The guy says that even his knees find it funny. Well, he also assumes that he is afraid. His knees are shaking. The protagonist says that he is afraid because he is risking his life again. Heidemarie looks at him sadly. She understands his fear. Wim says that he needs to go because there's little time left. His friend agrees with him and wishes him luck. She understands that he does not yet fully understand himself, so she knows him much better. The day will come when he will know that he is the best in the world, and then she wants him to teach her a lot. Although she said that she knows him much better, there is still much she doesn't know about him. She looks sadly at her friend's back. The girl does not understand why he is still smiling at such a moment. There is a creepy smile on the main character's face. The floor boss begins to stir and grow tentacles. People realize that all the injuries they got earlier have healed and they have to start all over again. Wim notices that the water level continues to rise. The protagonist realizes that if he doesn't finish quickly, the water level will be so high that he won't be able to move at all. The young guy stands right in front of the floor boss. His tentacles flutter ominously and cast shadows on the boy. Wim becomes serious and clenches his fist as hard as he can. He'll give it his all. The sorcerer can enhance many things. Especially in the human body, the difficulty varies depending on the part that is strengthened. The easiest way is to strengthen bones and muscles. Most strengthening is limited to this. This is the first level. There's a fourth and a fifth level. If they want to increase the oxygen supply and speed up the blood flow, they'll need to strengthen the heart. Since the heart is not so easy to reach, only a few sorcerers are capable of this. But the heart is not the last part that can be strengthened. There's another organ that is taboo. The main character doesn't know what level it is, but the brain can also be strengthened. The guy remembers himself in the past. He read many books and found very little written about brain enhancement. He sees that there are several attempts documented in the book, but it is difficult to implement. The organ that controls consciousness. If you increase its speed of information processing, then you also increase its combat power. But this is very dangerous. Firstly, it is not a fact that it will work to strengthen the brain, and if the sorcerer is initially weak, then there will be no point in such strengthening either. The protagonist says that no one wants to be a guinea pig. He scratches his head and remembers the words of a former comrade that he can't even handle small things. The guy apologizes to him. The guy realizes that he has no choice to become stronger. He puts 2 fingers to his temple and goes into the puppeteer stage. His brain starts to power up. His eyes widen in surprise. All his memories flash before his eyes. He screams in fear and pain. You have to be careful with this enhancement, otherwise it's easy to lose consciousness. When you increase the speed of information processing by the brain, the whole body begins to suffer and it can be easily overloaded. But he found an easy way. You need to become aware of your own consciousness. He must talk to himself. The meaning is not so important. The guy clenches his teeth from pain and tension. The body needs to be pushed to overload, but it barely manages to maintain consciousness. The current amplification is 1.d001 times. The protagonist understands that this is his limit, and even so he may have side effects, and he may damage his brain. Well, it's just a possibility, and he has to continue no matter what. Even so, he will become much stronger. The dungeon boss is surprised by this. The protagonist has finished his transition to the puppeteer and nervously giggles, pointing a gun at him. He looks scary. The protagonist clutches his weapon in his hand. The monster's tentacles fly at him at great speed from all sides. Wim realizes that this is dangerous and that he could die this way. He grips his blade tighter. He opens his eyes wide and realizes that everything around him is moving very slowly. The tentacles miss him. The hero jumps at the right moment and dodges. He sees the boss's new attack again and dodges the new tentacles by pushing off from them. The main character slides over them. He runs forward no matter what, with rage in his eyes. The sorcerer approaches the face of the boss of the 98th floor. Wim dodges the counterattack again. He sees every move his opponent makes. All the warriors below are amazed at what is happening. The main character calmly avoids all attacks and gets closer and closer. He lands on one of the tentacles and again folds his hands into signs. Wim uses an instant 20x boost. A magic circle appears in his hands. Everything starts to swim before his eyes. The protagonist is surprised by how very slowly everything around him is. He feels every part of his body and understands when it is best to move. The hero understands the movements of each of his muscles in just a split second. The main character approaches him. If he were stronger, he could have won 10 times already. But for a weakling like him, there is only one option out of 10,000. And he will do everything right. He has no right to make a mistake. He must simply win. The protagonist pushes off the tentacle. He dodged here and then pushed off from it. Therefore, it will be necessary to strengthen the strength of the ligaments. He does this with the help of a magic lesson and pushes off again. Wim is covered in bright light and jumps up. Tentacles fly at him from all sides. The guy understands that he can create a miracle with his own hands. Even if this miracle requires his death, he will do it. The protagonist giggles nervously again but continues the battle. Heidemarie is on the ground healing Camilla. The leader watches in amazement. No one understands how he moves like that and assumes that he is floating in the air. The girl says that he pushes off the monster's tentacles with his legs. An ordinary person would easily injure his legs, but under his enhancement, it is impossible. Camilla understands that this is already an inhuman speed. The girl confirms her words and sadly looks towards the fight. The girl shouts at him to live as he wishes. The guy giggles nervously again. Wim understands that this is the path to a miracle. It opens up the possibility of winning. 1 chance in a million. The main character understands that it is he, but does not exclude the possibility that he may still die. The slightest mistake, even for a millisecond, and it will immediately be torn and broken. He giggles again. The young man understands that he won't be able to get it at this speed and silently asks the monster what he will do now. Suddenly, the protagonist sees a magic circle appear in front of the monster and is amazed that the boss of the 98th floor can use magic. He sends a quick attack towards him, which Wim manages to dodge at the last second. The floor boss cuts his own tentacles. The protagonist realizes that he is not going to give up either. The monsters attack him again with crescents. The guy thinks he could have at least given him a little rest. He dodges his quick attacks again. Wim asks everyone else through nervous laughter to run away from here. The main character goes through many tentacles towards his goal. He swings his knife. The guy starts cutting the tentacles that get in his way. All people on Earth are surprised by his behavior and nervous giggling. Nobody understands what this is all about. Everyone understood how impossible it was. He fought alone, one sorcerer against a damn strong floor boss, at such a speed that it was hard to catch the eye. One of the men exclaims that this is simply amazing and opens his mouth in surprise. The monster, meanwhile, continues its magical attacks and deals even more blows. However, the main character successfully evades them all. The boss's attacks hit his own comrades. The main character runs along his tentacle towards him again. He prepares an attack, but suddenly he notices the movement of the monster, and memories of the past appear in his head. The main character understands that now the boss will try to dodge by dashing with a stream of water. Everything happens as he thought. The monster goes to the left. His huge body flies into the air for a second. Wim catches him in his mistakes and immediately lands next to him. He flies below him and surprises himself, not understanding how he did it. Well, his body and mind act simultaneously. He only has to think and his body reacts. The speed amazes him. The main character cuts the boss's flesh. The guy understands that he needs to cut him before he lands, because if he doesn't make it, he'll crush him. He's getting closer to a 1 in a million chance. Death is breathing down his neck, but he's not dead yet. The protagonist continues and suddenly notices that he has been chopping for a very long time, but has not yet reached his organs. Suddenly, dark matter appears in front of him. The main character sees a black clot of something incomprehensible in front of him and tries to dodge it. He understands that things are bad. He doesn't have time. He urgently needs to get out. He punches a hole in Baku and crawls out from inside. The protagonist understands that everything is as he imagined. He does everything instantly, as soon as the thought comes to his mind. He lands on the ground and slides. The guy notices how light his body is. The sorcerer notices that his head is boiling and wonders what he is feeling, immediately assuming that he is feeling arousal. A crazy smile does not leave his face. The sorcerer notices that his head is boiling and wonders what he is feeling, immediately assuming that he is feeling arousal. A crazy smile does not leave his face. Suddenly, the main character's face changes. He remembers something. Wim understands that now, the lives of all members of the Night Dragonfly are on his shoulders, and they may die if he fails. The guy closes his eyes and orders himself not to get distracted from the main goal. He has no time to have fun. Wim knows he was having fun now. His heart flutters when death is so close. The closer he is to danger, the more fun he has. In fact, he seemed to sense that something like this would happen here, and deep down he was waiting for it. The protagonist suddenly blushes and opens his eyes wide in surprise. He realizes that he is enjoying life. Meanwhile, the boss of the floor begins the strengthening stage with the help of tentacles and other monsters. Monsters are climbing on him from all sides. The man doesn't understand what he's doing. His comrade assumes that the floor boss is entering the second phase and opens his mouth in amazement. The main character also looks at the transformation of his opponent in amazement. He doesn't understand how this thing even works, and the fact that she has magic makes her even stranger. The young man realizes that this is the second phase. Secrets are a feature of some floor bosses that they use in political situations. The previous boss in his memories was the same. In other words, the guy has cornered him. The main character and the other adventurers are confronted by the second completed phase of a huge monster. The guy smiles and realizes that this is the second round. The man shouts that he has entered a new phase and they do not know how he will attack now. He orders the young ones to be evacuated. Abel is also told to leave because this is not his fight, and he must let the old men fight. The guy denies everything and shouts that as the commander of the Shield Bearers detachment, he will stand to the end. Besides, he sees better than hope. The man grins at his words. He says that Wim will not die. He agrees with him. The monster that has merged into the second phase makes sounds. Now this thing scares the main character even more because he has a bad feeling about it. They merge, and before that she attacked from almost all sides, which means now the Area A will be even bigger. Wim understands that the current reinforcement is not enough, and more is needed. The protagonist casts an instant 50x boost using the magic circle. This way, he will still be able to compete with him. The guy remembers where every grain of sand is located in this cave. He has to cope. The main character notices that his head is boiling and he feels very hot. However, the floor boss begins to attack. The guy soars into the air and also prepares to attack. A huge number of tentacles begin to attack him from all sides, but he dodges each of them with great precision. The main character giggles nervously and continues to fight no matter what. He sees absolutely all enemy attacks. Tentacle shadows and water arrow shadows are reflected in the water. Even attacks from a blind spot. Tentacles, 377. Blades, 490. Arrows, 55. Shots, 1022. Nothing escapes his sight. The main character widens his eyes in surprise and realizes that he can also predict the flight path. Wim dodges again and makes a strike outline on one of the tentacles. He laughs and thinks that he expected this from the floor boss. None of them were wasted. The main character understands that it is very funny, and he seems to see everything at 360 degrees. He feels omnipotent. Everything is going according to plan, and he feels very good. One Com understands perfectly well that if he stumbles even once, he will immediately finish him off. One Eye's search finger passes dangerously close to his head and touches his ear. The guy feels that it is impossible to defeat such a creature alone, but this only motivates him. He cannot stop and moves forward. The main character wonders if this has always been in him. Wim is having a blast. Huge long tentacles flew forward, piercing the space, quickly closing the distance between the target, trying to grab the young man. Some of them were in the shape of an arrowhead. The hero dodged the attack in panic, nervously thinking that another millimeter to the side, and he would have turned into a corpse. The guy was still flying in the air at great speed, struggling with the tentacles reaching out to him, when suddenly some strange object hit the space and caused a teleport underneath it. The woman sitting on her knees and holding her hand asked the girl not to continue. It was enough, she agreed, and stopped. The leader turned to Hans and asked what their chances of retreat were. In the meantime, he cut off the tentacles and quickly assessed the situation. Giving an answer, in his opinion, they had too many wounded and everyone was busy protecting them, and besides, they needed to somehow help Wim. The warrior thought about his words of help, looking ahead with tension. The young man continued to fight off the huge tentacles that surrounded him from all sides. Camilla decided that at such a speed no one would help him and would only become a hindrance. However, they still needed to immediately get away as far as possible. The girl herself would cover their backs. She held out her hand, making a gesture of calling for the thug to hear her call. A flash of bright light appeared next to her. The woman held her hand tensely. The young man said he would defeat the floor boss. She thought he was just bluffing. At the same time, an image of a young man confidently declaring his victory appeared in her memory. Watching the hero fight in the distance, she couldn't help but think that he was fighting on equal terms, and maybe even had his opponent cornered. She couldn't believe it. She and the others were too far from his level and therefore were unable to help, so the woman urged Wim to fight and win. The young man, meanwhile, was spinning between the tentacles. He himself was very surprised that he had such a sai that would allow him to fight easily. It was also surprising that he would enjoy chopping and slicing so much. Looking death in the eye, with a satisfied look and excitement, he continued his work. From such powerful swings, mountains in the area collapsed. Huge boulders flew in all directions. But the guy thought about the fact that he was hardly moving forward, while there was absolutely no possibility of killing the enemy. His expression changed. The young man began to get nervous. If this continued, he would get tired and lose. He needed to think of something. Scrolling through his memory of everything he had noticed, the hero remembered the black fog. It became a clue. Somewhere this monster had to have a weak spot. Perhaps its core or internal organs were in that fog. If he managed to get there, victory would be his. Unexpectedly, Vum himself calculated the shortest path to the monster's body, which surprised him greatly, because he himself did not really understand how he did it. That's what his brain was capable of. From all the possible scenarios, he chose the one that could lead to victory. The hero decided that if he did everything right, then the enemy would soon be finished. But the chance of failure if he stumbled was still great. His hands began to tremble, and he remembered his childhood, where he always did this. However, despite all this, he saw the light of victory and the path that would lead to success. The hand in which he held the weapon began to tremble more strongly. The young man believed that his chance of dying was 99%, but the confidence that he would rush forward was unshakable. The hero, sweating, grinned at his decision, because no matter how you look at it, it was very dangerous. But he wanted to feel the drive. His speed began to increase. He was rapidly moving closer to the monster, and the monster, in turn, put obstacles in his way in the form of its tentacles. The young man was getting closer to his goal. Hans was watching him from the side. He was surprised when Wim suddenly disappeared. The hero was in free flight in the empty space around him. He realized that the rain had stopped dripping, but then he realized that he had simply risen higher, and below him he could already see a black fog. The tentacles reached up after him, and the young man thought about how, now that he was so close, he could use the height to accelerate. He headed down, but out of the corner of his ear he noticed something strange that made his eyes widen. There was no sound around. It seemed to him that it was so quiet, as if in that space around the monster he was alone. The hero involuntarily felt like a master. 2 seals appeared above the monster and a barrier formed around it. One flew straight towards him, but suddenly noticed a defense formed around the enemy. This surprised him, but the guy managed to break the barrier. The monster was shocked by what happened. The young man approached the target without slowing down. He decided to concentrate all the strengthening on the strength of the body. The monster extended its tentacles forward, forming a ring of them on the first line. But the hero flew into the very middle. He continued accelerating. His desire was to pierce through. He was already inside the enemy's body. A little more time of his flight passed, and finally he saw the black fog. The young man achieved the final result he was aiming for, and at full speed he entered the very heart of the fog. The hero found himself in a void where there was nothing. Only something black was visible from above, and underneath it was his shadow of the same color. He stood in the middle. The silhouette of his body was as if an interference. Then he raised his head and was very surprised. Besides him, there appeared a large broken egg, from which something strange was flowing out. A black hand appeared from the egg, and gradually all the other parts appeared after it. The young man looked at this spectacle with bewilderment. In front of him, the entire body had already formed. The creature was black and very unusual. The young man's eyes widened greatly. His face darkened. The creature approached him. Making a strange clicking sound, it came very close to the guy. It leaned towards the hero's face and began to say something in an incomprehensible language. Wim couldn't understand a word, but he also didn't feel anything bad from it. Suddenly, the guy began to fall closer to the ground with a splashing sound. He began to sigh heavily. His face showed an expression of pain and great tension, and the young man was covered in sweat. His condition worsened, and due to lack of air, he opened his mouth and tried to inhale through it. There was a noise behind him, and he turned towards the monster's tentacles. From there, his friends approached him. They managed to cope and come to his aid. They shouted something to him, but he didn't hear it, and at the same time he remembered something. The last thought in his fading consciousness was that he was fighting to protect others, and he barely had time to think that before he fell to the ground, face down. His friends called him by name. The hero opened his eye, and in front of him he saw his frightened comrades. But he also noticed that the rain had stopped. The sheet contained a short biographies of Abel, Monica, Bettina, and Lorenz. On the 50th floor, there was a staircase leading upwards. On either side of it stood 2 columns in the form of toothy square snakes, and a live frog appeared nearby. Suddenly, the frog became large in size. It struck its tongue with force, trying to hit the man, but he dodged, jumping into the air. Because of this, its tongue destroyed the stone floor. The man called Nikra for help. The girl, hearing his call, swung her weapon. Using her item, she caused an explosion and hit the monster. The man then cast a spell of vines and entangled the toad creature. And next it was Melissa's turn. She summoned a stream of flame, and the monster was engulfed in flames. Then the sword came into play, but the monster was still burning. The guy thrust his weapon into the monster and with one movement split it into several pieces. He turned and looked towards the defeated creature, and the sounds of dripping liquid could be heard nearby. Kronos chuckled in displeasure and wiped a drop of blood from his cheek. His comrades began to praise him. One of them considered the man cool, and someone a genius. The girl thought that what she saw was truly amazing, and as soon as Nikra's wounds healed, they went into the labyrinth. She imagined her comrades, how they all began to work more harmoniously. Even she herself began to cope much better with reconnaissance, and with all other tasks too, for example in laying out a route and writing reports. She was also amazed at how her predecessor managed to do everything when they were weaker. The friends surrounded Kronos, continuing to rejoice with admiration, and the girl continued her thoughts about how they had to probe their hidden abilities in order to be at least on the 50th floor. They were all talented and also brave, as if they were on the verge of recklessness. But more often than not, it turned out for the best. Her thoughts led to a sad conclusion. Even in spite of everything, she did not see a bright future. In the girl's opinion, a group of such a size was not capable of accomplishments. The old dragon wing that deserved glory was no longer there. The elf didn't think that her group could defeat the floor boss, although it was not nice to say that about friends. But they were all weak. Later, the group arrived at their headquarters, called the Dragon's House. A hot lunch was already waiting there. All the comrades relaxed, sitting at the table and enjoying the food. Each of them was thinking about something of their own, but no one said a word. Melis was the first to break the silence. She indignantly shouted that this time it was Nikraya's turn to cook, but there was only carrot tops on the table. The girl began to hastily apologize, and Kronos joked that Nikra was so clumsy. Then he turned to the one who was the first to complain and said in defense of the cook that the tops could also be very useful, but the girl did not agree with him. For her, it tasted terrible. The man laughed, and the girl sank into silence. Sophia decided that the situation in the group was not getting any better, and she wanted to fall to the ground every time. Kronos wanted to pull the dishes towards himself by the handle, but suddenly remembered something. He approached all the friends at the table with a proposal to find more comrades for their group. He was interested in their opinion. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. The guy continued to say that before that they were recovering, so there was no search, but they were still an A-rank group. Thanks to this, they will be able to easily find newcomers and will again start going into the labyrinths in the first rows. Nikra asked him how many people they would be able to recruit. Kronos thought, resting his chin on his hand. For them, the more the better. Perhaps a few dozen would be just right. The girls were silent and tense. However, the man was hesitant. He didn't know who to take into the group. There were only girls there now, and he didn't want to come across some guy who would start beating them. He asked Melissa's opinion on this matter. The girl was taken aback. She did not know what to say and just looked away. The young man with a sly expression smiled. He kept quiet about the fact that he liked to recruit people he could control. Melis, after thinking, still answered his question. She didn't want some man to come to the group. While there were only Kronos and the girls in the group, she felt safe. Sophia came to the conclusion in her head that there was another problem in their group. A love triangle formed in their company, and Melis and Nikra had feelings for the man, but it was not enough for him to choose only one girl as a partner. Nikra looked thoughtful, and Sophia continued to think about what would happen if another girl came to them, because then Kronos, with his loving nature, would switch his attention to the new girl. She exhaled heavily, which was exactly why all her friends were so tense. Then the elf turned to the man, and he immediately paid attention to her. She explained that they had to be careful about expanding the group. They didn't have enough money to recruit many people. The man sank into silence with a sullen look, and the others did not add anything either. After coming to his senses a little and thinking about the financial issue, Kronos came to the conclusion that they shouldn't give up on the idea of recruiting people, because they won't know until they try. Sophia couldn't contain her emotions and raised her voice at the guy. She knew the man didn't understand anything, but he only added to the money problem that after defeating the floor boss, they should have enough funds. Now the elf herself began to get nervous, because she had already explained this and included it in the report. The man was pleased that he had cornered her and offered to tell him everything in his room. She waved him off. They hadn't received confirmation of the boss's kill yet. There was still some work to be done in the note she'd received from Wim. Suddenly, she was grabbed by the arm with force. The girl became scared and cursed. Kronos' face darkened with anger, and he warned them not to mention the hero's name again. Sophia's expression darkened. She apologized and clarified that she simply used her predecessor's notes to send everything to the guild, but for some reason the answer from the guild never came, and along with it the money. Melis assumed that the predecessor could have screwed up somewhere. The elf didn't think that was the problem. Usually, within that amount of time, a response from the guild should have already arrived. That's why they had to wait a little longer. Suddenly a bottle of wine standing on the table fell, breaking a plate and all the contents spilled. It turned out that this did not happen by accident. Kronos deliberately hit her with his hand in a fit of rage, after which he stood up from his place. He growled angrily at the hero. He again considered him to be to blame for everything. The man was overcome with shivers. He continued to swear. He was worried about how much longer that guy would bother them, and his friends tried to calm the young man down, saying that it was not his fault. because the Dragon Wing had defeated the boss of the 97th floor, and that was a fact. No one would argue with that. Sophia looked dejected. She had nothing to say. Wim Strauss has always worked with bad companies, and the whole Dragon Wing organization has always been like that. Wim woke up in a room, lying on a bed with a bandaged wound on his cheek, looking around with his eye. There was a girl sitting on a chair next to him. She was happy when she noticed that the guy had come to his senses. The young man panicked, and his companion wished him good morning. He tried to get out of bed, but every movement caused pain in his body. The girl asked him not to strain too much, because he was all beaten up. The guy suddenly had an idea. He remembered everything that had happened to him recently, the battle with the monster and the rescue of the girl. He jumped up from his bed and screamed in fear. He was worried about what had happened to the guys who were with him. He felt pain again from the sudden movements, and his friends scolded him again. The young man remembered with excitement that since he was in the room, it meant that someone had pulled him out and brought him there. The girl again began to calm the hero down so that he could regulate his breathing, after which she told him that all members of the Night Dragonfly could have received serious injuries at most, but still remained alive. The young man lay in bed for 5 days, shocked by what he heard. She smiled at him and praised him for a great job. The guy relaxed and lay back down in his place. The hero was very happy that he had not risked his life in vain. His friend also told him that Camilla asked him to call her when the young man woke up. Then she asked if she could do it, to which he agreed. Before leaving, the girl decided to ask Wim if he had fun during the fight. The young man felt awkward because at some point this was indeed the case. My friend smiled sweetly again. Everything was clear to her. A loud scream was heard in the room. Someone was calling Wim. A woman, fully dressed in armor, came up to him and bowed her head before the hero. Wim asked her to raise her head, since he'd done nothing wrong. But the woman interrupted him with gratitude. Camilla continued to stand with her head bowed. She didn't know if she would ever get a chance to repay the guy in any way, so she asked for permission to at least just thank him. She gave another loud cry of gratitude. The guy began to feel even more awkward. He himself was glad that everyone returned alive. The woman's face flushed, touched that Wim was willing to sacrifice himself for them. Suddenly, the woman rushed to hug the young man, which shocked everyone there. Gratitude overwhelmed her. She pressed the young man's head to herself, but he himself almost suffocated from such a strong embrace. She pressed her armor on him so hard that the boy howled that his nose could be broken. Another girl asked Camilla to restrain herself, at least a little. A laugh was heard from behind. Someone was approaching and grinning at the fact that the leader was ready to strangle their savior. A whole crowd of people entered the room. The man who entered first was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. The whole company came to visit the boy. One young man from the crowd howled when he saw Wim and rushed to hug Camilla from above. The girl who looked after the hero while he was unconscious began to scold Abel, and Wim lamented that he would definitely die. Monica thought it was unfair and wanted to repeat what the other person did, but she was also reprimanded and told to stand in her place. The girls continued to argue with each other, and the tall young man turned to the head because she was already going too far. Camilla turned and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Later, she came to her senses and addressed everyone present there. Her request was not to disturb Wim, since he had not yet fully recovered, so it was impossible to put much pressure on him. At most a short handshake. Friends were confused by her words. Barhold was indignant in response to the head. It was funny that she contradicted her own words. But the woman asked him again, was she really wrong? But the man had nothing to object to. Camilla invited them to come up one by one. Max approached the hero and, with tears in his eyes, thanked him from the bottom of his heart. There were already other people standing behind him who wanted to do the same. He considered the young man a savior, but Wim only denied that he had done anything special. Camilla demanded that they finish, since there were many who wanted to, but the guy objected that he had not yet thanked her properly. But the next person objected to him. Then the next person who wanted to come to the hero also approached, then another one. But suddenly, the head noticed something strange. One person in the crowd was repeated. It was Abel. He stood with his face covered by a newspaper, but she still made a remark to him. The guy decided to deceive the woman by saying that she imagined it, but she objected that it was wrong to do that. Camilla proudly declared that they should follow her example, but the young man did not agree with her, because it was she who had gone too far, so much that she almost strangled Wim. A friend stood up for Abel, arguing with the leader that he was right and that she was actually interfering with everyone else. He reminded the woman that her body had not fully recovered either and asked her to return to her room. At the end, she once again told everyone to move strictly one at a time. Wim closed his eyes and laughed good-naturedly. And finally, a moment of peace came for the hero and his nurse. She told him to rest because he had not yet recovered. The young man thanked the girl. Left alone, the boy remembered those who came to visit him. One of them had never seen anyone fight like a hero. Others simply generously thanked the young man. The hero sat on his hospital bed. He was confused by the fact that, for the first time, so many people thanked him. It filled his heart with a warm feeling, and the guy liked it very much. Because of this, he tightly clutched his clothes to his chest. Everything that had happened meant that he would soon be accepted as an official member of the Night Dragonfly, although Camilla could vouch for the guy before that, so there should be no reason to worry. Some people still approached the ward, but they were not allowed in, and the young man continued to think about the fact that he understood perfectly well that not everyone trusted him before, and not everyone wanted to see him. Such thoughts made him sad. There were already many people in the group. However, among those who came to express their feelings, there were also those who once did not trust the hero. The guy clutched his clothes even tighter. Things were bad. He couldn't stop thinking about something. Even though all the team members were kind to him, he couldn't suppress a certain feeling within himself. The young man tried to calm himself down. He shouldn't have thought in that direction. He sadly lowered his head. After all the reflections, the guy lay down on the bed and turned away. The nurse was standing behind the door the whole time. Late at night, a man entered the office with a report. He said that Wim Strauss had woken up. He also added that the official report had not yet been sent. But the Night Dragonfly group had already returned from the 98th floor, and everyone knew about their victory over the boss. According to some people, the boss was defeated thanks to the Sorcerer. But the man himself was skeptical about this. His interlocutor replied that the guild's job was to check everything. The interlocutor clarified that it was not often that the man could be seen so pleased. Then it was decided that the two of them would go to the hospital. It was time for the guildmaster to go personally. He wanted to ask the hero about the dragon's wing and the boss of the 97th floor. The young man was dressed in street clothes, ready to go outside, but a nurse approached him and asked him to promise her something. Turning to him, she fervently asked the guy never to forget her and to remember her at least sometimes. He did not expect this from the girl. In the middle of the huge stone hall, there was a stele with an inscription asking how it was possible to prove that labyrinths exist, since the only thing that connects the floors in the labyrinth are teleports. On the paper was written, "There is no reason to believe that the floors of the labyrinth are located one under the other." This letter was addressed to fellow countrymen, with love. From Dr. Hanks. Wim leafed through the book. He was always interested in reading Dr. Hanks' research. The young man literally felt the warmth that emanated from his works, but for some reason they did not publish them in scientific journals. After all, his hypotheses always aroused interest. But then the guy was torn out of the book. It turned out that he had already been called several times. Camilla stood in front of him, amazed that he dared to ignore her. The young man began to apologize hastily. The woman calmed him down because she was just joking, then asked if he was reading something interesting. The guy enthusiastically answered yes. He would never have thought that he would be able to get a copy of his favorite labyrinth. The head was happy for him. He finally started spending money on himself. The hero thanked the woman and began to tell her everything he knew about the work, since this work could not be found in scientific journals, and even bookstores did not always sell it. Camilla interrupted his remark. Since he liked the work so much, it meant it was worth the money. Wim hugged the book to himself and thought regretfully about how unfortunate it was that there were so few among the adventurers who were interested in scientific research. He also wondered if there was anyone in the group who might be interested in such research. His thoughts were interrupted by a chapter that reported that a guest had come to the hero and asked him to come out to him. The young man agreed. He barely got out of bed. Leaning on crutches and with Camilla's support, she held him tightly, checking at the same time if everything was okay with him. The boy thanked her kindly for her help, thinking that he was tired of lying in bed all the time anyway. It seems that the hero reached his limit in that battle. The doctor advised him not to do something so risky again. The woman asked the guy if they should have changed the meeting place, but he didn't need it. But then it turned out that the inconvenience could have arisen for the guest himself. The woman said that their guest might not have made it through the door. The guy nervously asked who their guest was. She just looked at him with a strange look. The guildmaster wanted to meet with him. He was already waiting for him on the street, not far from the fountain. A man and a child were sitting next to the fountain. They were scared. A dog was barking nearby. The escort asked the guildmaster not to scare the people around him too much. A man of enormous height was walking down the street. He brushed off his subordinate's reproaches, saying that he was simply taking a stroll. He looked at the dog with displeasure, and it tucked its tail in horror. The man exhaled. A journalist approached the man from behind and explained that the guidemaster had come to the hospital to talk to Wim and wanted to ask him a few questions about it. The master thought about it, but in the end he refused. He didn't want to talk. The journalist followed behind, continuing to insist on his own. It seemed strange to him that a sorcerer could single-handedly defeat the floor boss. But the master was not at all in the mood for conversation. They had nothing to talk about. The journalist made a sly expression and suggested doing something else. For example, making a donation to the guild fund. The man turned a stern look at him. The guildmaster literally loomed over the reporter with his ominous figure. He was angered by such a statement. Was he really offered a bribe? The journalist hastened to justify himself, and the assistant understood that nothing good would happen. The man panicked. The master clenched his fist. This guy seemed completely incorrigible to him. The assistant wanted to stop the master, but laughter was heard, and the master only clapped his hands. He clapped his hands right in front of the journalist's face, causing a strong stream of air to hit him. The guy fell to the ground. He didn't understand what just happened. The master decided to explain his story to him, even before he became the guildmaster. The master's face was still as serious as ever. He had always hated corruption. He squatted down next to the man lying on the ground and warned him that he just wanted to open his eyes. But if there was another attempt to bribe the master, then he would call upon all his ancestors, and punishment would be inevitable. The assistant turned to the foreman with displeasure. He believed that even though the boss had simply clapped his hands in front of the reporter, he could still write an article about it. The master turned to the man and asked him with a shout if he would make up something unnecessary. The guy assured him in horror that he would not do it under any circumstances. He still doubted the journalist, so he wanted to cure him with magic. He resisted as best he could. Wim's meeting with the master took place. The man apologized for the fact that the meeting had to be moved from the living room, and the hero was so shocked that he could not say a word. The guests greatly surprised him. The man introduced himself and was pleased to meet the young man. The interlocutors sat opposite each other. The young man was sweating from worry and hesitantly introduced himself in response. The master's name was Gottself Nochenhauer. He was a priest who single-handedly defeated the floor boss with his huge hammer. In terms of physical strength, priests were not far behind warriors, but there was one difference. A priest, unlike a warrior, could use healing magic. The guildmaster had the nickname Diamond Gottfelf. He asked the hero to call him Mr. Vim. The guy was stunned by his frightening appearance and had no choice but to agree. The man laughed and slapped his knee. Amused by how nervous his opponent was, he assured the hero that he simply wanted to congratulate him on defeating the floor boss. In addition, he was still tenderly confirming some details. The young man quickly thanked for the congratulations. Thanks to Wim's victory, the 98th floor was conquered, and this in itself was a big step. The young man was a man who was able to win on his own, which is why Gothelf, in his words, was obliged to come to him personally. The guy was surprised that the man considered the victory to be his own. In the hero's opinion, everything was not so. Everyone in the Night Dragonfly worked hard for the victory. The man burst out laughing. The guy really was just as Camilla had described him. He continued to assure the young man that he himself had brought the boss to the second stage and then won it, and that it was entirely his personal victory. The master had already spoken to the leader before their meeting. According to her, everyone in their group thought the same. Now all that was needed was confirmation from the guildmaster himself. But for the guy, it was still unusual. The man asked him not to be shy, but to simply accept his glory. Gothelf invited the young man to the awards ceremony at the Stopping Festival, and you will also receive an additional reward. Wim thought about the master's words. The Stomp Festival was what was held in the city after defeating the boss, with dressed elephants marching down the main street and flags hanging everywhere. It was truly unusual for everyone to celebrate the conquest of the 98th floor, literally right after they celebrated the conquest of the previous floor. The master noted that this was the first time in history, not only for their city, but a truly amazing event. First, for the first time in several years, A group of 4 people defeated the boss of the 97th floor, and a few months later, the night Dragonfly coped with the next one. The master continued to admire the fact that one person had managed to get to the 98th floor. For him, this was more amazing than the feat of the winged dragon. The young man did not know what to say to this. He was still embarrassed. The man was sure that the young man knew very well that the dragon had gained his fame by defeating the 97th. However, this fact had not yet been confirmed by the guild. The hero did not understand why, because he had already submitted a report on everything. Much to the hero's surprise, the master's assistant had doubts about the report, so he refused to accept it, even though all the documents were drawn up correctly. The assistant assured that there were definitely no problems with this, but the guy was still interested in the reason for the refusal. In his opinion, Wim deliberately did not indicate his contribution to the victory over the boss in the report. At the scene of his murder, the assistant found several suspicious details that prevented him from drawing a conclusion. Therefore, the purity of the victory of the Dragon Wing remains a secret of the labyrinth. The assistant was finally convinced of his conclusions. After he saw Wim's reaction, he studied his personality and realized that there were omissions in the report. In his defense, the young man clarified that he was simply stating facts, but the man was ready to argue with him on this matter. The young man continued to say that according to the young man's report, the other 3 members of the group ran out of strength at the moment when they almost finished off the boss. But the hero himself dealt the final blow. The guy completely agreed. Recently, an assistant pretended to be a journalist to talk to Kronos about the floor boss. He raised his head proudly and said that he cut it in half and still remembered that feeling. This is exactly what Kronos told him when he began to question him. The hero put his hand to his forehead, lamenting why he had to tell such things to the journalist at all. The assistant added one more detail. When talking with Kronos, it became clear to him that he overestimated himself, unlike Wim. The guy was furious. His former comrade really liked to exaggerate in front of reporters. The guildmaster intervened in the conversation. They had no physical evidence other than the report. However, he believed that the leader of the dragons was talented, but not that good. The young man asked him what exactly the master wanted from him. The man was interested in talking about the highest honor for conquering the boss. For him, lying was equal to sin. His face became serious. A hard look was visible from behind his glasses. He turned to the hero, convincing him of his right to restore his honor. Wim thought hard. He understood that they wanted to give him the victory on the 97th floor. His mind and heart were against it. Doubts overcame him. The guy did not know what exactly he wanted. There was a heap of thoughts in his head. His opinion was in favor of the victory of Dragon Wing over the boss. He himself simply finished him off. And in Night Dragonfly, he coped thanks to the contribution of all the participants. They gave it their all. He himself did almost nothing. The young man sat there, darker than a cloud, trying to understand where the mistake had been. His interlocutors looked at him with incomprehension. The guy came to his senses and decided to clarify that on that floor his comrades had made the main contribution, and he was in despair. Gottelf was clearly not satisfied with his answer, so he offered to accept honors at least for the 98th. In the corridor, he ran into Camilla. She asked how everything went. In response, she only heard that it was strange. The man asked her with disbelief if she was really sure that the guy could win on his own, while she understood that there were facts and a lot of witnesses. As soon as the master saw the hero, many doubts arose inside him. To him, he looked like an ordinary boy. The woman began to protect the young man, because when he became serious, he could surpass anyone in strength. The head asked to spend some time with the guy to understand everything. She believed that no one in the world was able to pay him enough. Camilla praised the young man as much as she could. Even after her words, the master had a hard time believing that his assistant shared his opinion. The woman was worried that the case with the 97th floor would not move forward. But to her regret, the man confirmed her guess. He continued his way home. The only thing that made him suspicious were the guy's last words, namely, when Wim said out loud about the mistake. Gottelf was uneasy about the young man's expression at that moment. He saw in it a glimmer of something dark. It was unknown what the young man had to go through. Abel came to visit the hero. He brought him a change of clothes and often asked if he needed anything else. Wim didn't need anything. In fact, he thought he had already received too much. But the young man continued to visit the ward every day. Even though Abel himself had a lot of work, He volunteered to look after the hero, taking this opportunity away from others. The guy was grateful to Wim from the bottom of his heart. He was ready to talk about it constantly, and, of course, it gave him a lot of strength. The hero himself was only embarrassed by this attitude. He was constantly made to blush. The next time, everything repeated itself again, and these constant visits already seemed like a daily routine to the guy. And yet, others who wanted to visit the ward sometimes managed to get inside. Some brought him flowers, others brought him oils of their own production. He was not left without attention. One guest brought him a novel to read, the latest bestseller. Another lady was grateful for saving her husband. And finally, they even brought him a baby so that he could nurse it. The young man was lying in his bed, and the whole room was littered with gifts. He sighed from so many different things, but suddenly noticed one of the surprises. He wondered who it could be from. He strained to remember. But there were 122 people in the night Dragonfly, and the boy had a problem that had haunted him since childhood. He had a hard time remembering faces. There was another man who was happy to meet him. One of the younger leaders of the Dragonfly, his name was Gregor. He came to the young man to convey greetings not only from the fighters, but also from the entire secondary department. According to the guy himself, this person does not look like a member of the Night Dragonfly team at all. There were probably some like him in other departments. Gregor grinned, but at the same time apologized for not having come by earlier. As always, he did everything at the last moment. Wim was in euphoria. He literally felt the connection with Gregor. The man pulled the guy out of his dreams. He handed him a box with a ribbon. The guy stared at her with an uncomprehending look. The box opened, and there were candies in it. He panicked at the sight of such a surprise. The interlocutor decided that such a quantity was not enough. But the hero's reaction was for another reason. He could not accept such generosity. Gregor was worried that his gift might not be liked, but everything was different. The hero was already being paid a salary by the head. The man understood the reason and calmed down. He noticed a book on a nightstand, came closer to take a look, and was surprised to learn that it was his favorite labyrinth. He asked Wim if he had read it, and the younger man answered in the affirmative. The hero explained to the guest that this book was not approved by the guild, and therefore was not recognized in society. But nevertheless, it was interesting to read. He asked Gregor if he read the same works, because such books were hard to find. The answer was unexpected. The man was embarrassed to talk about it, but he managed to make a small contribution to this field. About a year ago, he published a paper called In Colors About Teleports. The young man was happy to hear this. He remembered this book and read it. It was very interesting. The man was pleasantly surprised by this. And then he published the work under the pseudonym Garion. He kept repeating to himself, who could have thought of such a coincidence? The guy did not understand what this behavior was connected with. The guest headed for the door, and as he said goodbye, he promised to discuss everything next time. But for now, he needed to discuss business with Madame Camilla. The young man was pleased that he was surrounded by such people. On the day of discharge from the hospital, the doctor took the young man outside. He didn't think that the patient would recover so quickly. At the end, the doctor took away the hero's promise not to strain himself too much. The young man walked slowly down the street, looking at everything around him. Camilla was walking towards him and congratulated the guy on his discharge. The hero bowed his head to her and asked for forgiveness for having to meet him from the hospital. The woman brushed off these apologies. She considered him one of the team members, and in general, someone had to meet him. Wim noticed the leader's clothes. It was the first time he saw her in casual clothes. The woman was embarrassed by such a look. She hastened to justify herself by saying that such clothes did not suit her. But still, she shouldn't have stared like that. The guy nervously interrupted her, giving her a compliment because the clothes suited her very well. The chief was not very comfortable in this form. It wasn't surprising. She wore armor almost all the time, Camilla agreed. In the last few years, she really only wore it. But this time, Hans did not allow her to go and meet the young man in armor. The hero wondered if she took off her armor while sleeping. The woman suggested walking and they moved on. Enough time has passed since Wim left the previous group, and now the leader has offered to become a member of the Night Dragonfly. She was sure that he would receive offers to join from all sides, but her group could provide him with a good salary of 10 to 15,000 mercs. The young man literally darkened from such a statement. Would he really have to pay for joining himself and not they him? Camilla's face became serious. If someone offered him more, she would give 20,000. If even more, then they would add 1,000 on top. The guy didn't expect to be so generously appreciated by the team. The woman thought differently. For her, even this was not enough. Wim was of course proud of his result, but it still seemed like a simple coincidence to him. He might have been quite satisfied with a one-time payment of this size, but he was not prepared to receive such a large sum on an ongoing basis. The head looked at him with a slight smile. The guy turned out to be modest, since he defeated the boss on his own and continued to consider it a coincidence. He thought after her words. Maybe she was right, and he really did manage on his own. The young man was tormented by doubts. He was glad that the head highly appreciated his work, but he himself did not particularly trust himself. It was impossible to convince him otherwise. The woman did not ask for an answer immediately. She understood that the young man was now famous throughout the city, and for this reason he would receive many offers. However, her offer still stood. The night dragonfly would undoubtedly provide better conditions. The young man was grateful for this. The head decided to warn him and give him some advice. A noise was heard from the side. The woman turned her attention anxiously. The boy asked her what it could be, but there was no answer. Only in her thoughts she decided that it was just her imagination. She wanted the young man to be careful because there were plenty of bad companies in the world, and there was a great risk of falling into Wilburg's dark side, and there was no place for a hero among failed people. The guy realized that they were talking about black groups. Such groups earned their fame through illegal business. Such groups exploited loopholes in the law or traded in illegal drugs and other illicit items. Despite the fact that the city was large, the criminals were concentrated mainly in only one group. The head asked the guy if he was familiar with the name Twilight Owl. He answered negatively. Camila felt relieved by his words. It was very good that he did not have to deal with them. But it is better to remember for the future. The members of that group were considered the darkness itself. If they suddenly find out that the hero has not heard anything about them, they will immediately think of something bad. The darkness has a peculiarity of coming out when the target is most vulnerable. The chief feared that they might have attacked the boy during his discharge from the hospital. But most likely she was wrong. The young man's face darkened, and he decided to remember this name. Kronos was sitting at a bar with his friends. People were having fun behind him. He asked Nikra his opinion about the contender number 15. She thought. This candidate was a red-haired warrior girl. She seemed cute. The man agreed. Although she was weak, she could definitely make their group brighter. Then they discussed number 6, but she had a strange look. Sophia listened to her friends with a gloomy look. Things weren't going well. At this rate, they might not find a suitable person at all. Even if she intervened, Kronos would only get angry and nothing would change, like last time. Behind her, she heard someone talking about the night dragonfly killing the floor boss. 2 visitors to the establishment were discussing the situation that had happened to the group. It was astonishing for them to learn that the dragonfly had destroyed a completely new floor on its first visit. Kronos stood up from his seat, asking in surprise what the name of the group was. He approached the men to confirm what he had heard. They recognized the guy and then greeted him, but the guy's face did not express friendliness. He was interested exclusively in details, and that's what he asked to be told. One of the guests answered him that while there was no official statement from the guild, according to rumors, the night dragonfly was descending to a new floor. For Kronos, this story sounded too far-fetched. 3 years passed before the 97th floor was cleared, and one of the interlocutors began to doubt it. Sophia recalled that Mr. Wim had joined the night dragonfly. The head of her group already knew about this from rumors. When he found out about this, he was beside himself with rage. The man smashed everything around him, cursing angrily. The young man folded his arms across his chest and asked if the group leader, Camilla, had dealt with the boss herself, since that was what one would expect from her. But in response, he heard a denial. It turned out that Kronos didn't know something, and besides everything else, there was another strange rumor. If you believe what they said, the boss was defeated not even by a team member, but by some adventurer. The man was surprised that there was someone else there. The interlocutor hesitated with an answer. That person was not from another group. He believed that the credit went to the temporary member of the group who handled everything himself. The guy was indignant. How could he have managed it on his own even though it sounded like nonsense? It turned out to be true. He thought about the question. It was unclear who could possibly have the strength to do something like this. Suddenly, an image of Wim appeared before his eyes, causing the young man to open his eyes wide. The man was struck by an idea and bared his teeth. He couldn't believe that this could be a hero. It sounded like absolute nonsense. His whole body began to tremble with anger. The interlocutor was frightened by such a sight. Kronos grabbed him and shouted in his face that no one could win alone. He shouldn't have lied. The man lifted his interlocutor off the ground with one hand, and with the other he hastened to calm him down, because these were just rumors. The elf intervened. She asked her comrade to calm down. Everyone around was looking at him. Kronos turned his attention to the sides. People around him were indeed staring at him. He let the man go, and in his defense he only said that he lost his temper, while the man coughed and tried to catch his breath. The leader of the Dragon Wing exhaled heavily. He'd been in a bad mood lately. Another guest spoke up. He also didn't believe that someone there alone killed the boss, but the same thing applied to the conquest of the 97th floor by a small group. He heard that the guild had not yet given an official confirmation. The people were alarmed. The conversation was led by the Iron Fist, Daz, who had recently been promoted to B rank in the group. Daz himself, he defeated the golem with his bare hands. Kronos chuckled in displeasure in response to his remark. The guild had problems with paperwork. That's why confirmation took so long. They made fun of him, sarcastically repeating the words about the papers, then asked if the class of the temporary member of the Night Dragonfly group was known. It turned out that he was a sorcerer, but the man did not understand what they wanted to tell him. Daz pointed out to him the hint that he didn't have much longer to live happily ever after. Their group had no place in A rank. Kronos reminded the man that he had been in a bad mood lately. A fight was about to break out between them, and curious visitors did not want to miss such a spectacle. Iron Fist challenged him to spar in practice, calling him senior. He accepted his challenge, offering to go out and teach him how to keep his mouth shut. The rest enthusiastically supported their idea. Some were on Daz's side, since they disliked Kronos even more. Sophia, Melis, and Nikra stood aside. They understood that this could have a bad effect on their rank. The crowd was outraged by the fight. Apparently, they overestimated their opponents. Daz was badly beaten. He got it hard from Kronos. He asked the man to stop. He didn't have the strength to continue fighting. But the young man was serious. His opponent still had not learned his lesson. Sophia stopped her friend by wrapping his hand in a spell. The steel fist could not fight. The enemy remained lying on the ground, completely exhausted. And the man looked down at him with displeasure. The audience made comments about the guy. Could there really be anyone left among them who didn't believe in the power of the group leader who defeated the boss? He was not to be trifled with. Later, Kronos apologized to his girlfriends for his actions. He got carried away. He believed that they should no longer believe the rumors, because even greater glory awaited them. So there was no point in paying attention. Nikra anxiously asked the man not to strain himself too much. She believed that they didn't need to hurry. Slowly but surely they would be able to confirm their glory. There were still unexplored territories on the 98th floor, so they had something to do. Sophia supported her, and they also needed the focus on finding people to expand the group. The guy began to feel better. His friends supported him, and he easily agreed with them. He looked sadly at the sky. At the new moon, they are the wing of the dragon, and must fight to the end. The man was filled with enthusiasm. It was decided to go to the 99th floor. For him, there was nothing more terrible than an enraged dragon. The elf was very surprised by this statement. Abel was happy to ask Wim to resume training soon, if he didn't mind. Another comrade also supported him. Knowing about the labyrinth, he also wanted the young man to join them. For example, next week. The next one suggested celebrating his recovery with something strong. Offers poured in from all sides. Young men invited the young man to go shopping with them to buy him some new clothes. Everyone needed the hero to devote time to them. The guy was torn between them. The nurse was sitting in the office and studying something. She used the map to track Wim, and the screen showed that the boy's movements were strange. At that time, Wilborn was all excited about the rumors of the victory of the boss of the 98th floor. Not everyone could explore and defeat such a boss on a new floor with almost no losses. Vim's fame became clear even before the official guild report was published, after which many rushed to him. The nurse was indignant. While she was doing work for the Association of Sages, the young man walked around the city from one place to another. This aroused her suspicions. She began to get angry. Doubts were penetrating deeper and deeper into her mind. The hero walked the streets in a hood, hiding and looking around. The girl began to follow him. The month X and day X came. He left the building. This time he was not wearing his usual clothes, she concluded to herself. She watched him through a small telescope, her doubts only growing stronger. The girl was overcome with horror when she noticed that the guy was heading towards the woman. She was jealous of the hero to the point that she wanted him to have no friends other than her. However, she became quite close to many of the group members, especially Abel. The nurse was very angry with them. In her opinion, they all wanted to take Wim away from her. The surveillance continued. It didn't look like the boy was heading towards the woman. Another option was that he could have been invited to another group. He would probably be in ordinary clothes then. She again inclined herself to think about another woman. She moved through the crowd of passers-by, looking around. No one inspired her with confidence. She decided that the guy could be being followed. The girl cast a shackle spell, and the strange man in the robe reacted to it. The spell worked, and the passerby was grabbed by the leg by the fetters. The nurse rushed to run towards him. At speed, she jumped on top of the person, placing a long object against him. She bombarded the captive with questions. She was interested in what group the man was from and what he wanted from the guy. She threatened punishment for stalking the man, but the man responded with her name. The hood flew off his head, and the girl saw her pursuer. It was Abel. Heidemarie asked him why he was following their friend, and the young man began to stutter. She loomed over him menacingly. Abel replied that he was trying to imitate the hero. His friend fought alone and managed to defeat the boss. This could not help but motivate him. Abel wanted to become like him, smart and strong. The girl nodded understandingly. She also thought that Wim was really cool. However, this did not answer the question of why he began to follow the guy. But everything turned out to be simple. The young man simply wanted to copy his habits. It seemed to him that Wim was different from them and saw the world differently, and he watched him to learn something new and brilliant. She again agreed understandingly, and Abel was surprised by this. Heidemarie pulled the guy by his clothes after her. He should change tactics and stop following. The guy resisted. He didn't know it was that bad and asked to forgive him for the first time. The girl exhaled, closing her eyes. She was about to say something in response. With a cold expression, she warned that she didn't care who else he would stalk, as long as it wasn't a hero. She began to seem terrible in anger. The girl could not tolerate encroachment on what she considered hers. Abel chuckled. The girl didn't understand what that was, what funny things she could have said. It was not typical for him to do such things, but the young man's reaction was quite conscious. It was his first time imitating Wim. Heidemarie screamed at him to stop. The first time she forgave him, hoping that there would be no other time. She left the young man and went on about her business. Abel wondered why she was following the hero at all if she noticed him too. The girl was stunned, but then quickly came up with an excuse that it was Camilla who asked her to keep an eye on him. The young man didn't really believe her words, and she immediately became defensive towards him in order to hide her emotions. Heidemarie only came to her senses when she noticed that she had lost sight of Wim. The hero was sitting alone at a table waiting. Someone's voice was heard. The person was asking him if he had to wait long, but the guy himself had only just arrived and had already managed to place an order. Meanwhile, the observers were watching him through the window, both of them shocked. The nurse was the one who panicked the most. Abel summed up that a girl had come to the meeting, and a beautiful one at that, and his accomplice was even more insane from such facts. She couldn't believe that Wim could do such a thing. For her, what was happening was tantamount to a catastrophe. She did not understand what to do next. Jealousy overwhelmed her. What surprised her most was that the hero simply drank coffee and did not add milk to it. She screamed at the top of her voice. Was the young man really growing up? Abel tried to calm her down. Passers-by looked at them in surprise. He himself was thoughtful about the fact that their friend had come there to meet a girl. But with these thoughts, he only made the situation more tense. Then their attention was drawn to the fact that the girl had brought him something. The woman actually did hand the hero a package. She took off her hood. Heidemarie exclaimed in surprise. It was an elf, besides. She remembered her. She was from Kronos' company. Sophia brought papers for the hero. He began to study them. Previously, he did all the paperwork in the dragon's wing. Perhaps he should have written some kind of manual for her before leaving. He apologized to her for making her job difficult. They should have met earlier. However, it was wrong for the girl herself to ask him for help. Wim, having talked to the elf, realized that she was quite smart. At first he thought that she, like everyone else, was in love with Kronos. But it turned out that she joined the group for another reason. She pointed with her finger on the paper to where exactly the spring was that they shared with other groups. This served as a currency for them so they wouldn't have to think about healing potions. Wim remembered how Kronos reacted violently to his explanations, compared to him, and Sophia immediately understood everything as it should be. He continued looking at the papers. Something else caught his interest. After he finished looking at the papers, the guy suggested meeting again. It would be more convenient. The elf stood up and bowed and thanked the young man, and he decided for himself that he could rely on her. The hero caught himself thinking that he was worried about the dragons. He called out to the elf before she could leave. He decided to talk to her about the boss of the 97th floor, although he doubted whether it was worth doing. The hero could say a lot, but the main thing was that when they received official confirmation, everything would definitely work out. By his calculations, they should have enough money to survive until the official confirmation. If they didn't do anything foolish, Wim asked not to listen to his advice. Because he was kicked out of the group, there was no point in taking his words into account. He remembered his stay with those guys. Maybe they didn't like him there, but still. For some time, that place was his home. The girl listened to him and said that she could pass on his words. The young man hesitated. He thought that it was not worth doing. The elf smiled at him and agreed. She suggested the idea of repeating his words herself, only from her own perspective. The girl had to leave. The young man agreed with her. Heidemarie and Abel were walking down the street. Maybe they should have rushed in and disrupted the meeting. But the girl calmed down when she saw that it was one of Kronos' girls. She couldn't have a love interest in Wim. The nurse decided that she would give the young man 3 hours of free time. Her accomplice didn't understand what she was talking about. He asked the nurse if, as far as he knew, she and the hero were old friends. And she confirmed his words. That was exactly how it was. She dreamily called them fellow countrymen and comrades. The guy interrupted her with a question about why, in his opinion, it was necessary to follow the hero at all if you could just talk. Wim's name was called several times to find out something. The friend's expression changed. Her mood disappeared. She only sadly replied that a lot had happened. Then she turned her attention to Abel, who visibly tensed up. She suggested that he forget that they had seen each other. Wim was still in that cafe, looking thoughtfully at the empty cups, thoughts spinning in his head. He was not going to work with the Dragon Wing anymore. Whatever the circumstances, he still wanted nothing but success for them, and he was going to do everything he could. He tried to encourage himself he should just mind his own business. He had to make only one choice in favor of his future place. The choice was not difficult. Just join the Night Dragonfly. The paper contained text in a foreign language. Wim sighed heavily. Camilla asked him if he was very tired, but the young man answered negatively. The headmistress acted as if she hadn't forced the young man to rewrite the report several times. She wanted him to indicate his victory over the boss in it. She kept demanding an answer from the hero, but he didn't know what to say. He had already decided everything for himself, but something inside was bothering him. Camilla waited tensely for the guy to say whether he would join the Night Dragonfly. However, if something did not suit him, the head was ready to accept any decision. The main thing for her was that a person found a suitable place for himself. The woman extended her hand to the young man, but his inner experiences did not stop. The feeling of indecision did not leave him. He wanted to get rid of it. These thoughts were spinning in his mind over and over again. He had to change his character so that he could laugh as loudly as the guys from Dragonfly. The young man understood that he had to do it. It was a good opportunity for him. After some time, the young man decided to answer. The woman silently waited for the result. The hero shook the hand that was extended to him at the sound and asked to be accepted into the team. The woman looked happy when she heard the long-awaited answer. She had long wanted him to join them. They walked out of the building together and were met on the street by a whole crowd of people applauding. They were all members of the group, and everyone's faces showed joy. The crowd was buzzing with congratulations. Wim and Camilla were standing at the entrance. The woman gently pushed the young man to go out to meet his friends. The hero was embarrassed, but still decided to go on stage, because all those people had gathered there for him. He plucked up his courage and said a loud greeting. He was glad to see all the people present there. From now on, they would have to work together. He asked them to take care of him. The crowd roared with joyful cries. They were ready to take care of him. The young man was picked up in their arms and began to rock him. The head smiled, looking at all this. After defeating the boss, a fight for the arrangement of the free floor will begin. Most likely it was that the advantage in exploring the new floor would be for the group that cleared it. The newspapers published articles about the Night Dragonfly. They successfully released an official report on the floor clearing. After that, they healed their wounds and entered the general race. The entire group had gathered on the 98th floor, and now several small teams had been assembled there to draw up a detailed map. Wim was worried. He was assigned to a new group. Now there was a risk for him not to work well with the new people. He tried to gather all his courage together. This time, he was a full-fledged participant in the Night Dragonfly. Retreating was no longer permissible. He turned to his colleagues. He was happy to work with them. The young man introduced himself completely and promised not to get in the way too much and repeated his previous words once again. Inside, he thought that everything had worked out well, and he didn't bite his tongue. The man he was addressing reminded the hero that they had already met, and had Wim forgotten him? A friend next to the hero suggested a name and reminded him that they had met before. The young man rushed to apologize to the young man, but he was inconsolable. Bettina considered herself unattractive. Wim made excuses as best he could. He was simply lost in his thoughts, that's why he didn't recognize the guy. But his friend didn't listen to him because they even trained together. Camilla interrupted their squabbles. Her command was to keep in touch. Even though the boss was destroyed, there was no time to relax. The comrades ran around the floor, exploring it and planning a route. Bettina noticed something big on the map ahead, at a fork, and asked the hero to determine the exact distance. The guy continued to be nervous, but he needed to pull himself together. He couldn't let his colleagues down. The young man took the map and saw that the point was quite far away. It was amazing that Bettina could determine at such a distance. The distance was 25. The creature was a type of wyvern. Suddenly, the hero was visited by a strange sensation. One side of him began to change shape, crumbling into pieces. A creature appeared from behind the wall and stared intently at Wim. The hero quickly calculated the shortest and easiest way to defeat the enemy. He needed to push off the wall and hit the weak spot a couple of times. This guaranteed victory. He clutched the weapon tightly in his hand and continued to encourage himself. He felt the same feeling inside him again as he had felt that time when he fought the boss. Having summoned the teleport, he called Camilla. He informed her that there was a wyvern ahead, and he needed permission to engage. His message was accepted, but the leader said to get rid of the monster without fighting. The young man did not understand her command and asked again, with displeasure. Wim skips past the wyvern's leg. This will be much more effective. The hero exhales, experiencing a strange sensation. Wondering why he feels this way, Wim continues to move forward. Camilla takes a sip of water and is served dried meat. Thanks to the sorcerer, the research progresses much faster than usual. He is indeed strong, but that is why the guild leader does not know how to best use his talents and skills. Before Wim officially joined the Night Dragonfly, Camilla decided to ask him about the magic he used. She wanted to understand how exactly the guy fought during the boss fight and whether he could repeat it if necessary. The head clarified that she was not going to ask anyone to teach this. The hero agreed. When Wim started explaining how his magic worked, Camilla realized that he was a genius. The guy told in detail about his magic code and what it was based on. Then the head decided to clarify whether his explanation meant that, in fact, there was no real risk, and the most that could be expected was just muscle pain. She also wondered what would happen if she used the technique on herself. Wim replied that it depended on the type of enhancement, but, as a rule, the strengthened body part will be damaged one way or another. Camilla asked what he had enhanced in the fight with the boss. The guy answered that he had used the enhancement on the brain. That was why he was able to fight so well. The head was tense about the statement, and she decided to clarify. The guy confirmed that he was on the edge then. A little more, and he would have lost consciousness. And, of course, when asked about the safety of such technology, he answered that it cannot be called safe. Moreover, the fact that Wim is alive is just a lucky coincidence. However, such a miracle cannot be a simple coincidence. Perhaps, as always, he is simply underestimating himself again. And if it really is that dangerous, won't he continue to abuse his body? The chapter was pulled out of its gloomy reverie by an urgent message. Jaimin says that there are 2 large enemies in front of them and another one behind them. For now, they have the opportunity to retreat, but if they hesitate, they will undoubtedly be surrounded. Camilla orders a retreat and rejoins the main forces. She thinks that 3 opponents can be under Vim's power. She turns to the Sorcerer. A monster appears and the Silver Blizzard skill is immediately used on it. The monster falls to the ground with a howl. The adventurers receive a notification. The wyvern is dead. There is one more and a chimera left. Camilla asks Wim if he can handle it. The sorcerer looks at the monster and agrees. His hand trembles. The guy makes the transition. With great zeal, Wim rushes forward. It applies instant 20x amplification. With incredible speed, the sorcerer deals multiple blows to both monsters at once, leaving them no chance to strike back. The guy asks himself why he used a puppeteer this time. After all, it would have been quite possible to cope here with ordinary forces. There was no need to use this skill. Wim could have easily won anyway. It seems he did it to get praised again. But it's better not to think about that now. Defeated monsters fall to the ground. The sorcerer's companions rejoice. Camilla approaches the guy and asks if he really used the same magic as he did on the boss that time. She apologizes and says that she didn't think Wim would use that particular skill. The guy says everything is fine and asks not to worry about it. With such strength, he can handle it. However, the chief asks him not to overexert himself. The hero agrees. Later in Wilbron, people welcome the Night Dragonfly squad. The crowd is abuzz. They are looking at Wim carefully and wondering if he really defeated the boss single-handedly. Someone suggests that they are discussing the wrong person and points to Abel, but he is immediately corrected. The sorcerer notices this discussion. The comments aren't very complimentary. People don't think he's impressive enough for his character. The guy concludes that the evil tongues are right in some ways and straightens his back. After all, he is now a member of the Night Dragonfly, so it is worth thinking about this too. Someone taps him on the shoulder. Wim turns around and sees Heidemarie. The girl congratulates him on the fact that they are now officially comrades in arms. The hero thanks her. Heidemarie notes that it was not worth leaving the hospital in a hurry. Wim, on the contrary, feels that he could have left earlier. The girl asks how things are with the puppeteer. He used him again, so maybe he got better at using him. The sorcerer is scared by such knowledge. Heidemarie says that this approach is clearly hurting the boy. She asks if he likes everything about Night Dragonfly. Wim answers in the affirmative. The girl says she is glad about it. Meanwhile, she is wondering whether it was worth inviting him to Night Dragonfly. For some reason, her heart still hurts from looking at the guy. Sophia holds the signed paper in her hands and says that now everything is official. The group finally received the document about the subordination of the boss of the 97th floor. This statement provokes a corresponding reaction. True, if the girls are relieved, then Kronos seems to still be annoyed. He says that it took too long. The atmosphere in the Dragon's Wing has been terrible lately, because all the people in town do is talk about Vime and the Night Dragonflies. It is well known that Vime was kicked out of Dragonwing, and with the recent events, many have begun to doubt the capabilities of this group. During the time the elf spent in this group, she realized something. These people do not have enough strength to defeat the boss, which means it all happened thanks to the exiled sorcerer. Sophia doesn't yet fully understand the extent of his contribution, but some things are clear. Without Wim, they couldn't defeat the boss. The elf says that the Dragonwing has been given a reward of 500 Hurricks. However, this does not make the desired impression. The adventurers grumble that they could have given more. Sophia tells Kronos that she needs the leader's magical seal to collect the money he was given. The guy replies that she can take it herself and throws the key. The elf barely manages to catch him and wonders who would trust a newbie with such things. She stamps the seal, thinking that she's afraid of the future of this group. Kronos proudly proclaims that Dragonwing is now officially an A-rank group. The girl thinks hard about the fact that she had foreseen this. Kronos really isn't going to stop. She remembers the hero's words. The money they will pay for defeating the boss should be enough for a while. Wim thinks that the group will be better off sitting quietly for a while and not taking risks. Sophia addresses Kronos. She says they're not quite ready yet, and suggests they just explore the 98th floor first. This way they could warm up and be better prepared for a more serious hike. Kronos speaks out against this proposal, saying that the group must finish off the boss on the 99th floor. The elf is even more tense about his answer. Milas and Nikra, on the contrary, smile in blissful confidence. The guy says that they are an A-rank group, which means they should be on the front lines. And while everyone is caught up in their fleeting desires, they will move forward, because they are the Dragon's Wing. Girls are delighted by this speech. Sophia thinks that all this loud speech is probably just to distract her partners, to make them all forget what the world is saying about them. And they're not even ready to accept the fact that Wim could have defeated the boss alone. Kronos wants to prove on the 99th floor that he is the strongest. The entrance to the labyrinth is visible. A group of adventurers is heading towards him along a stone path. 48 new female adventurers have joined the Dragon Wing, bringing the group to 52 members. Efficient movement between transit points is important to successfully reaching the main areas of the maze. In large groups, like the Night Dragonfly, there are special teams that plot routes. In addition, such groups do not disclose the location of their transit points. Dragon Wing does not have this advantage. And without transit points, getting through hard-to-reach gaps can be very difficult. By the time the adventurers made their way through the 98th floor, half of the new members were no longer able to stand on their feet. Kronos claps his hands, attracting the attention of his comrades. He reports that they have reached their destination. The tired adventurers turn to look at him. Among those who joined the group, there were even experienced adventurers. But the average level was generally not that high. Kronos says that from now on they will enter a floor that no one has explored yet. They, the Dragon's Wing, will be the first. The guy encourages his partners not to be afraid, because he will be with them. He asks to trust him with their lives. These calls make a mixed impression on the girls, but Nikra and Melis look at him with an admiring smile. Kronos declares that after this expedition, people will make up legends about them. He touches the teleporter and calls everyone to follow him to the 99th floor. The 99th floor greets the heroes with lush thickets. Tall trees, vines, grass, and bushes are everywhere. A real jungle. The Dragon Wing members look around the new floor in shock. Sophia says it's hot here. Someone asks what kind of place this is. Nikra looks up and is surprised to see that there is even a sky on this floor. She wonders if the group is really still inside the labyrinth. Some people think that there will be a completely different boss here. Kronos is silent and smiles maniacally. He takes a few steps forward, saying how everything is great, wonderful, and gorgeous here. Something falls to the ground with a loud sound. The guy goes a little further and climbs up a hill. He pompously proclaims that no human foot has ever set foot here. And here's a boss that no one has ever fought before. And they, the members of the Dragon Wing group, will become legends. Looking down at his subordinates, he enthusiastically proclaims that they are now at the forefront of labyrinth exploration. And they will be the ones making history. And most importantly, trust each other. Kronos suggests discussing all plans together. One of the adventurers has a question, and the guy is ready to listen to her. Having been given the floor, Rebecca says that she still doesn't understand how they can work as a team. No one in the group uses communication magic. Kronos replies that they don't need communication magic. After all, the partners have been communicating with each other perfectly well by voice all this time. Melis condescendingly explains that Dragon's Wing was originally a small group, so a simple conversation was enough. Rebecca doesn't like her answer because it's pretty obvious. The woman says that the group has grown now, and she does not understand how it is possible to do without communication. She also reminds that the adventurers have arrived in uncharted lands, where absolutely nothing can be seen. The boy remains silent for a while, digesting what he has heard. Then an idea comes to him. He calls Melis over. He snaps his fingers and suggests that she just burn the forest. Without thinking twice, the magician casts a spell and uses the fire pillar skill. A huge column of flame shoots high into the air, engulfing trees around the epicenter. The spell is so powerful that the shockwave causes the other adventurers to cover their faces. Melis stands in a scorched wasteland that he himself has burned. The earth continues to smoke in some places. The girl sits down on the ground and exhales tiredly. She says that it is exhausting. Nekrara replies that now they can see everything around them. The unwitting spectators are quite impressed by what they see. The adventurers chat among themselves, noting how much magic they just used. It looks like something that would be appropriate for an A-rank group. Kronos states that they had to worry about oxygen on the previous floor, so they didn't use fire magic there. But there is a sky here, so there should be plenty of oxygen. He encourages the others to follow Melis's lead and burn down the forest. Rebecca winces. The mages obey the order, and the boy still egging them on to set the fire. He shouts that the animals are afraid of fire and will burn with the forest. The woman calls out to Sophia and says that she is going to leave. Rebecca asks to tell Kronos that she does not need any money from him. He doesn't even distinguish between animals and monsters. He thinks that they are all the same. The elf understands that you can't argue with this adventure. Small monsters are afraid of fire, but the stronger and smarter the monster, the better it understands how to fight this fire. A loud scream is heard from afar. Sophia looks around tensely. Rebecca points out the sound to the elf as a sign of someone approaching. She says that if she were Sophia, she would get out of this group. Right now, the elf frowns. She can't leave the group yet. She has to live somehow. The cries of the companions notify that humanoid monsters are approaching the group. They are approaching very quickly. Their silhouettes are clearly visible even in the clouds of smoke from the burning trees. But because of the smoke from the fire, they can't really be seen. The screams get closer and closer, and the adventurers huddle together in terror, drawing their weapons. Almost immediately, people start looking around frantically and asking questions. And that's the worst part, they panic. Sophia shouts for the adventurers to watch each other's backs. They need to take a defensive position. Kronos takes up this thought and demands that everyone calm down. He promises to protect everyone, finds herself facing an impossible menace area, preparing to defend themselves. The elf anxiously thinks that it is too late to run. They are surrounded on all sides. The trees and vines around are filled with a multitude of monsters that look like monkeys. The chief notes that these monsters are probably a new species. Meanwhile, one of the monkeys hits the tree trunk. The others quickly pick up, and the burnt-out clearing is filled with the rhythmic sounds of blows. Sophia is taken aback. It's like music and a ceremony. It's impossible to believe in such rationality. Kronos is overjoyed that they're the first to see it. The huge monkey looks at people attentively. She walks along, dragging behind her the impressive carcass of some other animal. People are scared. Some instantly lose consciousness from this sight. Sophia notes that with this kind of pressure, it can only be one monster. There is no doubt about it. It looks like it's the four-boss. And Kronos notices it too. The monster lazily turns his gaze to the annoying man. The guy is extremely confident. He threatens to show his boss his power and activates the skill. The elf screams, demanding that he stop. Kronos lunges, but the monster seems not to notice him. Easily dodging, he continues to walk slowly and drag his prey. The guy is taken aback by this reaction. The boss exhales almost without malice, which makes the guy furious. He thinks that he is being laughed at. Meanwhile, the monster makes a slight movement of his finger, as if it were a normal gesture. A huge claw deals a crushing blow to the face, leaving behind a deep vertical scar that crosses the leader of the group's left eye. Kronos falls face down, a pool of blood starting to form beneath him. The boss gives him an indifferent look. Sophia watches the spectacle with dismay, clutching her staff. At that moment, she immediately realized one thing. They can't beat this boss. The monster yawns widely, showing impressive fangs, and gives a signal to the other monkeys. The horrible creatures grin happily and approach the group of adventurers. Something needs to be done. The monster's faces, distorted by terrible grimaces, are getting closer. Sophia screams for everyone to hide behind her. The forest is filled with the screams of monstrous monkeys and the desperate cries of adventurers. Kronos wakes up in bed. His wounds are bandaged. The guy sits up in bed and tries to figure out where he is. Someone expresses joy that he finally woke up. Kronos asks the man who he is, and if they are really in the hospital, the man confirms that they are, and that he was the one who brought the boy here. The stranger's face is hidden by a hood. The man says that, unfortunately, most of the people who went to the 99th floor are either seriously injured or missing, and there are still quite a few dead. Kronos shudders and shouts that his interlocutor is lying. He can't believe this is possible and wonders what happened in the labyrinth. In desperation, he asks what happened to Nikra, Melis, and Sophia. The stranger hurries to calm him down and says that all three girls are alive. This calms the guy down a little. The man continues and says that the others are not so lucky. Such is the fate of those who were the first to descend to a new floor, and the leader of the group made a mistake when he promised that everyone would return alive from the 99th floor. He should have been wiser. The guy asks who he is talking to. The man replies that he is one of those who highly values Kronos. He asks permission to help the boy. The stranger says that no one argues that Kronos is a very talented adventurer. However, with such strength, he cannot compete with the new floors. And during his last visit to the labyrinth, the guy had to make sure of this once again. He clearly lacks strength. The stranger wants to make him a lucrative offer. He asks if Kronos wants to become stronger. The guy asks the interlocutor to continue. The stranger is ready to talk further, but first he wants to introduce himself. The stranger calls himself Gelion and places his hand on his chest in a friendly gesture. On the back of his hand, you can see the emblem of the Twilight Owls. Gelion says they should get along. He laughs. It couldn't get any worse. A cloaked figure moves through the city streets. People call out to her, asking if she belongs to the Dragon's Wing. Without waiting for an answer, the people shout that the group is a liar and angrily throw a bottle at the fleeing girl. The offender tries to catch up with her, while his companion, on the contrary, thinks that this is too much. A quarrel ensues. Sophia, taking advantage of the moment, hurries to avoid contact. The girl runs, clutching a bag of groceries to her chest. Many members of the Dragon Wing died on the 99th floor. Even before this incident, there were rumors that Dragon Wing had failed to defeat the boss of the 97th floor. Now people are even more furious. The elf enters the group's house. She is asked if everything is okay. Sophia says that nothing happened and puts the food on the table. She adds that this should be enough for them for the time being. The elf hopes that the rumors will die down soon. People are always happy or sad about what happens to adventurers. But this time, they're furious. The other members of the group turn to the girl and ask what they should do now in this case. Sophia tries to decide what to say. Pieces of phrases escape her lips. Someone approaches the house. The girls are tensely discussing the fact that they will not be accepted into other groups now. They are all absolutely sure of this. The door opens with a creak. The elf turns around at the sound. Kronos stands in the doorway. He drops his bag on the floor. Nikra and Melis look at him with fear. A moment later, they rush to him. The girls shower the guy with questions, asking what's going on with the hospital. They are surprised that he's already been discharged. Sophia stands aside and watches the touching scene with great intensity. She thinks that what happened should now set the boss straight. Nikra cuddles up to Kronos' chest and cries. The guy strokes her head and apologizes to the girls. He himself understands that he scared them very much. The elf thinks that the boss has clearly shown the group the difference in abilities. Now the leader must surrender. Kronos says he's very sorry that they lost so many good girls. But that's just because Dragonwing was unlucky. Such a presumptuous statement only makes Sophia's eyes widen. The guy continues his speech and says that if you look at it from the other side, then luck did take place. After all, everyone present in the room is alive. Kronos says that he didn't expect the group to encounter a boss at the very beginning. He claims that he didn't show his full potential, and this time, the guy will be ready. He will definitely cope. Kronos passionately urges the girls to trust him again. This time, he will definitely succeed. He asks those present to go with him to the 99th floor again. Elphika cannot understand why the guy has not yet given up on this idea. Leaning against the wall, the tempter giggles meanly. The labyrinth is being actively explored. Well-prepared warriors are running along the cave corridors. They discuss their current capabilities. Bim's speed boost seems like a really good thing to them. A person with it feels like they're on a whole different level. And it's unlikely that anyone from the Vanguard can argue with that. Zaimon asks his comrades not to relax. The enemy is waiting for them ahead. The expert contacts the chief to clarify the plan of action. Camilla orders 2 fighters to be sent there. Wim calls Heidemarie to attack. The girl agrees and uses Ice Spear on the monster. The spear crashes into the ground with monstrous force, smashing the monster into tiny pieces. The partners clap each other on the hand in a joyful gesture. The other members of the group, led by Camilla, rejoice and praise the young people for their excellent work. Heidemarie casually says that people think they look good together. The hero sheepishly replies that no one said that. 3 months have passed since defeating the boss of the 98th floor. There are no further problems with exploring this level. The group carefully moves through another tunnel. The girl notices that they are almost at the very end. Wim agrees, but notes that they can go down a little deeper. The sorcerer tries to understand how deep it is here. Mark asks him if something is wrong. The guy replies that everything is fine and explains what he was just wondering about. The man asks if the guy is talking about the depth of the labyrinth. Wim doesn't understand what he's talking about. The man suddenly starts laughing. He notices that Wim is saying very interesting things. After all, no one knows anything about the labyrinth. The sorcerer agrees that he must be saying something strange. Wim thinks that Mark is probably right. You can't ask ordinary questions when it comes to the labyrinth. There is a gap in sight ahead. Camilla comes out onto the platform at the exit and says that they have arrived. A huge room with steep walls opens up before the adventurers. In the center of it is a pond, from which rise impressive pillars decorated with crystals. At the opposite end is a passage. There are 2 teleportation stones in the hall. This suggests that the group was not mistaken in thinking that there was a treasure trove here. Camilla informs her companions that they have reached the treasure room, which causes a murmur of approval. The treasure room is a room that is unlocked after defeating the floor boss. They are said to hold the secrets of the labyrinth. One of the most important rewards for finding such a room is one of the teleporters to the floor above, and also a teleporter, which is a shortcut needed to get back out of the labyrinth. Wim looks down in admiration, noting that this is the first time he has seen the treasury. He tells Heidemarie that it is very beautiful. The girl's face expresses a state of indescribable delight. The hero looks at her in confusion. Mark laughs and tells Heidemarie that it is the first time he has seen her with the face of a happy child. This angers her. The girl indignantly replies that she is always like this. Wim also laughs. He thinks that he hadn't noticed it before. But Heidemarie has the spirit of a true adventurer. Camilla says that before sending a squad of messengers to the treasury, we must make sure that it is safe. Heidemarie grabs Wim's hand and pulls him along. She calls him to look at all this below and jumps, dragging the surprised and frightened guy with her into freefall. They fly down. Heidemarie still holds the hero's hand, pointing at something below. Her attention is drawn to the extremely beautiful crystals. The guy agrees with this and wants to add something. But at that moment, the young people meet the surface of the lake with a loud splash. Wim surfaces and spits out water. He angrily demands that Heidemarie warn him about this next time. The girl only laughs cheerfully in response. She points her finger at something beautiful. Following the indicated direction, the guy looks up. The ceiling of the treasury looks like a starry sky. Heidemarie smiles. The boy smiles back and agrees. Another splash is heard next. Abel wades through the water and shouts that you can't scare people like that and jump without warning. Mark, who came up next, put his arm around the guy's shoulders and said that he was a fool. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this conversation. With a loud cry of fear, Monica jumps off the cliff. She screams at Abel to catch her, and with a loud splash, she falls right next to the men. She is immediately reproached for this. The girl apologizes. Wim sits on the shore and laughs. Heidemarie has already risen to her feet and is carefully examining the surroundings of the treasury. The girl calls the hero. She found adamantite, and also mithril. There was a lot of it in the hall, and Heidemarie is genuinely surprised by this. The sorcerer laughingly tells the girl that he hasn't seen her like this for a long time. Heidemarie asks, confused, what's wrong with that? Having calmed down a bit, the girl notes that there is nothing surprising about this. After all, right now her dream is coming true. Wim asks what dream exactly. Heidemarie asks if the boy really doesn't understand what it's about. She reminds him that she and the sorcerer are finally traveling together. Now, Wim begins to understand. He and his friend had talked about this before. He had just forgotten about it. It was hidden somewhere deep in his memory. Somewhere very far, far away. And Heidemarie hasn't changed since then. She was the one who brought the boy to this city. This smiling adventurer girl. Hans carefully examines the teleportation stones. He says that, judging by the symbols, the first teleport is definitely a passage to the 99th floor, and the second will return the group all the way to the 27th floor. The man adds that the night dragonfly will now be able to return even faster. Camilla says that they should definitely fortify themselves here. Wim watches them from a distance and remains silent. The sorcerer thinks about the 99th floor coming next. He is haunted by a heavy feeling again. He needs to concentrate on work. The guy has been feeling something strange lately. Maybe he's just tired. The leader of the group turns around and addresses Wim. She says that the night dragonfly was able to get here only thanks to him, and thanks to the sorcerer. The guy tries to refuse it, but now he understands very well that everyone here appreciates him for who he really is, and he will very rudely brush off their gratitude. So instead of refusing, Wim thanks her in return and assures Camilla that he will continue to try to contribute. She and the chief shake hands. Camilla says that the guy is one of them, one of the best, and she relies on him. The sorcerer suddenly realizes that he feels a pressure on his shoulders. as if this is all too much responsibility for him. On the other hand, he will not bear his burden alone. He has found his place. Wim has to make himself worthy. He's going to find the strength to accept the gratitude of these people and how much they value him. He's going to give it his all. Therefore, he should not listen to this voice. A squad of night dragonflies enters a tunnel. They move in a line. Even on the road, Wim continues active reconnaissance activities. Abel notices that the guy never relaxes, and even on the way back he is very careful and checks everything. And this is despite the fact that on the way back everyone usually relaxes. The hero replies that he is just a little paranoid. Abel's face takes on an unhealthy seriousness. He declares that he has understood everything and will not let his guard down now either. Wim smiles and says no need. He's just trying to find new deposits or something. At this point, the panel goes off. The sorcerer looks scared. Abel tries to find out what happened. Wim calls out to Camilla. He tells them that there is a trap ahead. The leader does not understand how this happened. They are already going back, and how could they have missed it then? The hero replies that the trap is located right in the middle of the road, and the squad couldn't miss it, there's a hole there. However, they do return along the same path. And it doesn't look like the squad took a wrong turn anywhere. Camilla makes a logical conclusion for such a situation. This trap is man-made, and someone created it on purpose. Abel is surprised by this definition. He has never heard of man-made traps. Wim says that such traps can be created by other adventurers. For example, to get rid of competitors or to sabotage due to a conflict of interest. However, it seems better to do this on shallow floors when the group is relaxed. Camilla asks if the hero sees anything else, to which he receives an honest answer that nothing is clear yet. The guy says that such traps are usually set by those who first found the treasure. In this way, they try to keep the location of the place a secret. But the treasure was not touched by anyone at all. The leader concludes that, in that case, someone specifically targeted the night dragonfly. Wim asks again if she really thinks so. Camilla notes the fact that someone is always offended by the group. This is not uncommon. However, this has not happened for a long time. It seems that the leader knows the answer to this difficult question. The group is notified that a trap has been discovered ahead, which was most likely set by another group. And this means that the attackers are waiting for this particular squad, so everyone is told to stay in their places and wait for the command. The group makes a stop. Jimin notices something else strange on his panel. He sees many more dangers. It seems that someone is seriously prepared to deal with a night dragonfly squad. Wim, looking at his findings, thinks that whoever did all this has a really bad character. There are stakes in the pit, the tips of which are covered with poison. Someone even prepared for the victims to send a person to get rid of her, as if real killers were targeting them. His thoughts are interrupted by a roar from somewhere above. The sorcerer looks up in confusion. He asks Jimin to check what's under the ceiling. If possible, then all the way to the top, as far as his strength allows. The guy agrees. Jimin uses magic to scout out the situation from above. When he's done, he says that his guess was a good one. There's a trap on the ceiling with a falling rock, and if the group is prepared for it, they can handle it. The hero thinks that he hoped that no one would go that far. But even there, a trap was set. And this is not surprising. Not everyone would have guessed about this. Wim tells Camilla that he is going to go ahead. The leader thinks that the guy must want to give it his all, because he became an official member of the group. The leader agrees to let the sorcerer go, but asks him to be careful. Wim casts a buff on himself. He confidently rushes forward. The guy runs close to the hole and jumps. As Wim reaches the center of the pit, an arrow shoots from the side and he grabs a machete. He deftly deflects the projectile. At the opposite end of the trap, sharp spikes await him. However, the sorcerer copes with this too, sticking the blade into the ground for support and allowing himself to fly further. The guy leans against the wall. His teammates on the other side of the pit rejoice at his success. At this moment, another arrow begins its movement. Luckily, it sticks into a nearby rock. This is something Wim didn't expect. It looks like a real professional was at work here. It is definitely impossible to allow any of the comrades to die. The hero is determined. He believes that he can handle it. He looks up. It has come through the next mechanism. The trap is triggered, and a massive stone boulder begins to fall on the group from a great height. Camilla commands the shield bearers to get ready. The shield bearers prepare to take the blow of the trap. This stone is incredibly huge. Wim warns that the boulder is already falling and asks to be prepared. The shield-bearers raise their shields. The hero casts enchantments on them. Wim shouts to Abel that he relies on him, and then he flies up. The stone is picking up speed. Flying around it, the hero notes its incredible size. He hopes that the shield-bearers will withstand this difficult blow. But even so, it is just a distraction. There is also a real trap. The guy sees Heidemarie jump up and run towards him. Wim thinks everything will be fine. He just needs to shift the trajectory a little. But something doesn't go as planned. The question arises, if a real professional did this, there was no need for him to use such a large stone. No time to think. The sorcerer wonders if explosives were built into him. No, that would be too easy. Something needs to be done urgently. Wim remembers Camilla shaking his hand and telling him that he was now one of the night dragonflies. One of the best. Despite everything, the hero must cope. He collides with a stone. Suddenly a spell is activated on him. It looks like it's a teleportation circle. The boss also notices it and shouts after him. But it's already impossible to do anything. Wim moves in space and falls somewhere completely different and at a decent height. A dense forest is visible below and mountains are on the horizon. As he falls, the sorcerer tries to understand why a teleportation trap was made there, and it only teleports in one direction. If nothing is done, then the guy's earthly journey will end here. He decides that he needs to try to save himself somehow. To do this, you need to slow down the speed of the fall. The hero throws the machete towards the ground. In addition to the slowing effect, this throw also gives you the opportunity to straighten your body position a little. Falling into treetops, although softer than many possible alternatives, is certainly not painless. The impact with the ground raises clouds of dust. Wim lies on a pile of branches, apparently broken during the landing, trying to figure out where the one-way teleporter has taken him. The guy sees the sky above his head. This fact alone allows us to assume that he has been carried quite far. Looks like he's on the 99th floor. Finding yourself alone on a new floor is an extremely bad state of affairs. There is no point in waiting for a rescue team on the new floor. Besides, the dragonflies clearly have no idea where the sorcerer was teleported to. In other words, it was easier to consider Wim missing. This conclusion did not add optimism to the guy. The hero picks up the machete and wonders what the point of this trap was. He's lucky he was the only one caught in it. Wim decides it's worth trying to find a teleportation point here. He slowly walks further into the forest. Somewhere above, an owl winks at the traveler. The hero has been wandering for several days. The same forest all around. Insects are buzzing. Things aren't getting any better. Although Wim can't help but admit that he'd like to stop and explore the local ecosystem. The guy looks at the panel and sees the long-awaited notification. He found people. But then the hero's joy fades. He remembers that there are monsters that look like monkeys on this floor. In that case, what does he see? Perhaps Wim is thinking too much. He decides that only humans can move like that and rushes forward. Having made his way to the bushes, the sorcerer meets an extremely unusual company. They are still people, but it seems they are not happy to have a guest. Wim awkwardly tries to explain himself. He raises his hands and says he's trapped. Asks permission to join in for a while. The sorcerer says that he is one of the night dragonflies and gives his name. The guy repeats that he was thrown to this floor by a trap, and he assumes that his comrades will not find him. The guy ends his speech with a request. For some reason, his name evokes a special reaction. Strange people look at each other and discuss Wim as if they saw a celebrity. Or a criminal. Someone says that in this case, the guy will face problems. A girl approaches Wim. He asks if he is dealing with the leader and receives an affirmative answer. She introduces herself as Lita Henkes. Wim is informed that this is an investigation team sent by the guild, and here they have heard about him. The guy thinks that Lita is the head of the investigation team. But before the girl could start talking, her partners call out to her, and now they are happily examining rare beetles together. Lita shows the guy the guild badge. The girl says that this is proof that they are a guild investigation team. Wim thinks that she looks very much like a child. Out loud, he replies that he had no doubts from the beginning. Lita hesitantly asks if the guy has even seen her comrades and points her finger. Her partners, meanwhile, are enthusiastically exploring every corner of the forest, examining tree trunks, rustling, crawling in the grass. They are delighted by the plant they have found, and the contents of the hollow look like a treasure chest to them. The girl laughs and says that she has a far from ordinary group here. The hero smiles and tries to answer something politely. Although, in fact, he even understands all these weirdos. Lita says she is glad to meet such a hero. It is a real honor for her. But at the same time, the girl apologizes. The group still has work to do here, and it won't be possible to take Wim home for now. The sorcerer says that he can easily return alone. The girl says that, unfortunately, she cannot tell him the way to the teleportation point, and it turns out that the guy will have to hang around with the group for a while. Wim says that there is nothing wrong with that. Lita tries to cheer him up and promises that it will be interesting, and the hero can get acquainted with what they are investigating here. True, they can be a bit noisy. The girl adds that there are so many interesting things in this forest that even with Wim, the group won't have enough time to see everything. The guy can only nod understandingly. He says that he also loves everything new. The girl says that she thought so, and that means they will get together. This statement sounds a little strange. Someone from the group calls Vima over for a second. The hero turns around. A tall man stands before him, so tall that Wim himself is hopelessly lost against his background. The leader calls the giant Petros and says that the sorcerer will be interested in his research. He studies monsters and tries to understand them, like any other living creature. Monsters are essentially animals that have magical powers, so it's no surprise that they look like some ordinary animals. Therefore, the thought arises about what would happen if monsters were not endowed with magical powers. Would they remain ordinary creatures? Petros says he studied the sketches of the 98th floor boss that Wim made, and he came to the conclusion that this monster has the features of a sea cow, and that is very crude. However, so far he has not been able to find anything suitable. The hero nods, thus expressing understanding. The researcher adds that he then thought that perhaps this boss is a long-extinct animal, and he even found a suitable candidate. In the far east of the city, there is a port, and there once upon a time there lived a rain tiger or aplysia. The sorcerer is surprised. Petros happily declares that this is almost paleontology. After listening to Petros, the guy realized that he had not become a member of the investigation team for nothing. He was truly passionate about his work and was ready to talk about it for hours. Lita asks Wim what he thinks about Petros' words. Could this rain tiger be somehow connected to that boss? The hero replies that this is a very interesting theory. The researcher repeats the leader's question. The guy hesitates, and then he tries to politely answer that he doesn't think that the boss's little antennae were vestigial organs, because with their help, the monster understood how to move and where. Petros is shocked by these words. Lita, on the contrary, laughs, pointing out her partner's mistake. Wim tries to smooth things over and says that it's still great. After all, considering that a huge number of animals have become extinct in their world, and they can live in the labyrinth, the sorcerer doesn't have time to finish speaking before a familiar shudder runs through him. He turns around. A monster, very similar to a tiger, jumps out of the bushes with a menacing roar. But the researchers aren't too bothered by this. Lida notes that this is a new species they found. Petros says he likes to look at them up close. Wim grabs his machete and indignantly asks why no one in the investigation team is even preparing for a fight. The leader tells him that everything is actually fine. She explains that there is simply no need for this. At this moment, another person runs up to the monster. He rushes to intercept the tiger and begins to summon a magical skill. This skill turns out to be a shackle spear, in response to which a trident is stuck into the animal's hind leg. The man smiles contentedly. The monster screams like an offended cat. Wim watches the strange scene in amazement. He doesn't know what kind of magic it is and has never seen anything like it. It seems to be some kind of unique technique. One of the researchers is already busily climbing into the tiger's mouth, shamelessly unclenching its jaw with his bare hands. He is also saying all sorts of things to calm the monster down. The one who captured the tiger does not like this. He shouts that he caught it, so why would anyone examine it first? The object of his anger calmly remarks that simple-minded people always shout. Lita introduces the disputants as Vanessa and Kevin. The leader explains that they both specialize in monster research. Wim is surprised to think that it looks like they immobilized the monster in order to study it in more detail later. Lita asks what the hero's specialty is, and immediately adds that she has some guesses on this matter, considering the topic of his dissertation. The sorcerer smiles and says that if it is necessary to decide, then these are different spells. A sudden thought strikes him. The leader just mentioned his dissertation. The girl smiles contentedly. She reminds that she already said that she knows Wim well. And of course, She knows about his scientific works. One could even say that she is very closely acquainted with them. Wim looks at Lita in bewilderment, and she continues to talk. The girl says that she is sure that the guy was also interested in her work. Lita asks if he is familiar with her work. The sorcerer remembers the leader's last name, and then everything falls into place for him. The girl is the author of the Mad Labyrinth. Lita seems proud to be recognized. She confirms the fact that she is the main author of the Mad Labyrinth. Dr. Hank is himself. And then for some reason he adds that he and Camilla are the same age. The sorcerer does not understand this clarification. Someone contacts the leader via magical communication to provide a report. Lita says that her guys were able to contact the head of the Night Dragonfly. It seems that the group is safe, and they were informed about the current situation. The girl says that her group is planning an interesting experiment, and she would like Wim to see it too. She asks if the guy will go with them, although, in fact, he doesn't have much of a choice. Researchers check a balloon laid out on the grass. Wim asks in surprise if he understood the purpose of this construction correctly. Lita asks if the hero understands what they are going to do. The sorcerer is amazed and assumes that the group is going to conduct reconnaissance from the air. The girl confirms his assumption and asks if the hero will fly with him. The sorcerer clarifies the purpose of the flight. It seems to him that the most logical purpose is to study nature from the sky. But it seems that he is only half right. The leader slyly asks why they want to fly into the sky and asks the guy to think carefully. Wim makes a new guess. Perhaps this is necessary in order to establish the location of the labyrinth. Lydia says that this is the correct answer. There are currently two theories about the location of the labyrinth. According to the first, it is located somewhere underground. The second suggests the existence of another space. It states that the entire labyrinth is a collection of different dimensions in some magical space. But on this floor, the sky has appeared, which could change everything a lot. Lita hands Wim a large sheet of paper. This is a map. The leader clarifies that this map is only approximate, and researchers believe that the labyrinth is located on another continent. Each floor has something in common. For example, the same wyvern appears on the 26th floor as on the 97th floor. Flora, fauna, and climate also intersect. That's why Lita's group is watching, trying to put the puzzle together. If we take into account the climate and other factors, we can conclude that all the floors are different parts of another continent. The girl asks if Wim still understands her train of thought. The guy answers in the affirmative. The leader continues his explanation. It turns out that the teleportation points send adventurers to different points on the continents. The girl says that in the group they call this hypothesis the continent hypothesis. In this case, the labyrinth is living proof of the existence of another continent, and testing this hypothesis is the main priority of the researchers. The hero thinks that this theory is quite bold. Lita sums it up and says that they are done with the theory, which means it's time to move on to practice. The balloon fills with warm air and rises into the sky. The researchers note the atmospheric pressure. Standing on the ground, Lita shouts that the oxygen concentration is decreasing quickly, and that they need to rise even higher. As the ball moves away, it looks smaller and smaller. The girl explains that even though they are now on the 99th floor, no one has canceled the existence of the barrier that was previously on all floors. This way you can check if it is here. Lita says that they are going to analyze the data they received and then decide what to do next. Once the ball has risen high enough, the leader gives the command to move more slowly. She shouts encouragement to her subordinates. Wim looks up with concern. The ball continues to move, and suddenly stumbles upon something, like a film. The strange matter's distorted into folds. The sorcerer cannot believe what he is looking at. The sky, which had previously looked quite realistic, is bending. The leader shouts to his partner with the camera to record. The man follows the order with concentration. The girl orders the pressure to be increased, but in response she receives clarification that it won't be possible to increase it anymore. Lita accepts the answer and gives a new order: to blow up. Wim turns to her with a silent question. The leader advises him to look more closely, because this is what the labyrinth is built on. The fuse is lit, and the flames are creeping ever closer to its base. The floor is filled with the roar of an explosion. Shrapnel flies in all directions. The blast wave destroys everything around, threatening to knock people off their feet. Lita calls on everyone not to be afraid and to watch. At the sight of the explosion, a gap appears on the canvas of the sky. which, however, immediately begins to close back. After just a few minutes, the skies look pristine, as if people had never conducted their strange experiments here. Wim asks if the sky cracked and then became overgrown. The girl asks excitedly what happened to the recording. Did they manage to record everything? The man says that everything worked out. The researchers are indescribably delighted. The hero turns to Lita and sees that she is trembling all over. However, her face is full of indescribable delight. Apparently, it is precisely this that causes the trembling. This scares Vima a little. The group members shake hands, loudly rejoicing at their success. The boy silently watches this small celebration of victory. They all seem to have returned to childhood. They put in a lot of effort for this small breakthrough, and it's very similar to adventurers. Many of them are very strong, and they don't care about any little things. Both explorers and adventurers explore the labyrinth in their own way. This is obvious. Smiling. The sorcerer thinks that both of them are burning with a thirst for adventure. Wim and Lita go out to the 72nd floor. The guy pulls off the blindfold. The girl apologizes for having to close her eyes. The hero replies that he understands everything. The location of the researcher's base must be kept secret. Wim looks around, trying to figure out what this place is. He thought he had explored every corner of this floor. The leader is summoned via magical communication. She's talking enthusiastically about something with her subordinate. The guy is waiting patiently. Having finished speaking, Lita hands the guy something. The hero takes the object in his hands and, examining it, asks if this is really a magic instrument. The leader confirms the assumption and specifies that the sound quality is so-so. But with its help, you can talk to Camilla. A magical instrument is a device that contains a magical mechanism. Those found in the labyrinth are of unknown origin. A familiar voice comes from the instrument. It seems to be Camilla. The leader says that she was informed of what happened and asks if the boy is okay. The wizard replies that everything is fine. He says that he did not expect to see a teleportation trap. Wim asks if the others are okay. Camilla says that thanks to him, everyone is okay, so the guy can rest assured about that. The hero breathes a sigh of relief. The leader asks if Wim is with the research team. She adds that Rita asked to let the guy stay with them a little longer, and if Wim himself doesn't mind, he can stay for now. The hero asks again if it's really possible to do so. Camilla replies that yes. This way, the guy will definitely learn something new. Lita happily sums up that permission from Camilla has been received. It remains to be seen whether the sorcerer agrees. The guy says that he agrees as long as he does not interfere with the researchers. He thinks about how amazing this thing is that he's holding in his hands. It turns out there are tools that allow you to contact people on another floor. The girl says that she's been receiving permission to use it from the top for a long time, so she very insistently asks to keep the existence of the device a secret. Wim agrees. Lita invites the guy in. Lita talks about the specifics of her group. This is not said publicly anywhere. However, in essence, they are labyrinth enthusiastic researchers, and the group is not even officially registered in the guild. They even had problems with the Association of Sages before. That's why all the group's research is now conducted in secret. The guy looks around with his mouth open. The girl pulls the door handle and offers to come in. And inside, there's already a squabble going on between Vanessa and Kevin. It seems that the researchers have disagreed on something in the plane of scientific texts. They hurl insults at each other and desperately try to figure out which of them really doesn't deserve this kind of treatment. A few moments later, the researchers start fighting. However, those around them treat the brawl philosophically, only restrainedly demanding that the disputants calm down. The leader only laughs, noting that the guys are up to their old tricks again. It's a bit strange to watch this from the sidelines. Wim suggests stopping the fighters. They've already got their weapons. Lita just waves him off and asks not to interfere. Meanwhile, someone is doing calculations on the board. Someone is reading a book. The sorcerer thinks that everyone here is as if free. The disputants finally stop to rest. Their fight has raised clouds of dust from the floor. Suddenly they notice Wim. The guy doesn't particularly like this attention. The researchers come closer to him, and it looks like they are about to beat him. However, suddenly, they just hand over some little book. Vanna says it's a study Wim wrote 2 years ago on 5 species of winged insects that have the characteristics of large monsters. Even though he published it in another journal, researchers still read it. The hero thanks for such attention. To himself, he is surprised that at least someone read it. Until now, The guy thought that only Heidemarie knew about the research. However, they are not here to praise him. Vanna says the theory doesn't work because insects can't feel the heat of fire magic. So Wim should read his paper. Kevin thinks his paper about insects growing larvae on their bodies would be more interesting. The hero awkwardly notes that he has already read both. And, as it seems to him, both works are magnificent. Suddenly, this not only surprises the researchers but also angers them. Kevin asks not to compare him to a man who didn't even finish school. And in general, it would be better to forget what was written in his work. Vanice is angry that her partner just insulted his work for no good reason. An argument interrupted by chance immediately resumes with renewed vigor. The leader slaps his palm on the image of the split sky and demands that this disgrace be stopped. The researchers immediately fall silent and turn to look at her. Lita says that these are the photographs that they managed to take during the experiment. The girl points her finger at the place of the rupture. She says that the same particles are visible here as during teleportation. Listeners are incredibly surprised by this statement. The leader suggests starting the data analysis. She asks everyone to express their opinion on this matter now. Researchers are beginning to offer their own versions. There are ideas that this is copy magic or healing magic. They also note that it continues to recover. This last statement seems like an argument for healing magic, but the idea is still not accepted. The main problem is that researchers do not know where the barrier came from in the first place, and this problem has not gone away. Wim remains silent, watching the heated debate with surprise. This is the first time he sees such a large-scale discussion, and this is already a level of sorts. Venice asks Kevin how he is going to explain the restoration of the barrier. He threatens to find proof, and the magic lines are continuous. The argument does not last long in words, and now the researchers are once again figuring out who is right with their fists. Petros asks the hero how he is. The question confuses the guy a little. The researcher asks the boy what he thinks about the discussion. The wizard hesitates a bit and replies that he actually has a slightly different opinion on the matter. Petros is surprised that Wim noticed something. He asks the guy what his thoughts are on this matter. The hero still doesn't know how to explain it, especially considering how close to heart some researchers take disagreement with their position. Petros promises to listen to the guy. Wim starts saying that he actually didn't understand anything. Lita overhears their conversation and asks what exactly the hero didn't understand. Wim replies that he heard an opinion here that the barrier was created by magic-like flame film. This can also be used for healing. The leader confirms that this is true. The guy says that he is not an expert in this field. The girl tries to calm him down and says that there is nothing to worry about. Any opinion is important here. Researchers have no idea how this barrier works anyway. No matter how much time passes, they cannot figure out how it works at all. Wim studies the notes on the board in silent thought. He thinks about the principle of operation. Such a barrier can be created by a magical instrument, but it's hard to say whether this is true. In fact, even the pattern is not similar. Looking more closely at the pictures, the sorcerer mutters that this looks somehow familiar. The leader smiles unkindly. Petros asks the guy what's wrong. Wim, holding the sheet in his hand, starts talking. He mumbles uncertainly that it might be a spell. The researchers look at him with surprise. The hero makes a hand gesture to demonstrate what it looks like. Noting that it visually looks very much like a spell, Wim walks up to the board and points to the photograph. He admits it's not very clear, but what can be seen in the rift looks very similar to particles after a spell is cast. The guy adds that the charm has a pattern that resembles the shape of a gear, and if you look closely, you can see particles of the charm. That's why he thinks it has nothing to do with magical instruments. The researcher's jaws drop in unison. Lita, on the contrary, smiles happily. For a while, the stunned people cannot put the words together to express their opinion about what they heard. But after a few moments, everyone starts furiously writing down Wim's words. The researchers were too immersed in the idea of magical instruments and therefore missed such an important moment. The leader encourages the analysis of information based on the guy's opinion. She encourages the teammates to complete this work as quickly as possible. The hero was immediately asked to tell a more detailed story. Wim's words only made the discussions more heated. Vanessa and Kevin clashed again. The guy desperately tells Lita that they are going to kill each other now, but she just waves it off and says that Kevin will heal himself. The researchers only quarreled and got angrier because they themselves could not understand. Sooner or later, Wim joined their cries, finds herself facing in a roar, which have mad of breath and fell silent. Charms were cast. After this, a pattern appeared on the ceiling, very similar to the one that appeared in the celestial rift after the explosion. This is definitely a success. The researchers were able to replicate the barrier using charms. Lida admits that this is even symbolic. It is now clear that the sky in the labyrinth is just a delusion of magic. The girl says that this is a new discovery. Wim agrees. They lie right on the floor and breathe heavily. The girl asks what the hero thinks about this. The guy says he is very tired. Lida asks if Wim liked it here. The hero is silent and thinks that the atmosphere here is much more aggressive than in the night dragonflies. But even so, there is some strange feeling of kinship. The guy replies that he liked it. Lida says that she is glad about it. She smiles. The chief is summoned via magical communication. The girl is forced to sit down. The interlocutor cannot be heard, but from her reaction, one can assume that something happened ahead of schedule. She laments that something happened too soon. Wim asks what happened. Lida scratches her head and says that nothing can be done now. The girl invites Wim to go for a walk with her. She says she wants to show the guy something he might like. They enter a strange room with a railroad running through it. There is a closed door on the opposite wall. There is a cart in the corner. It is filled to the brim with some kind of stones. The hero asks what this is. Lida mysteriously answers that this is an experimental site. Wim asks what kind of experiment this is. The girl calls out to a certain Laura, asking if she is here. A girl wearing a hood with animal ears comes out into the light. The sorcerer carefully examines individual details of her appearance and concludes that she is a half-human. The leader introduces Wim to a subordinate and asks her to introduce herself as well. The girl agrees. Laura bows and says her name. The boy awkwardly greets her back. The girl looks downtrodden and depressed. Lida continues her speech. She asks the guy if he understands what this tunnel is for. Wim is silent. Then he says that, as with the sky, this is the edge of the labyrinth. And this is a completely correct answer. The leader asks Laura to demonstrate something. She obediently agrees, and something strange begins to happen to the girl. She writhes and crunches her bones. Suddenly, Laura opens her mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and lets out a menacing roar. She turns towards the wall with her legs half bent. The girl swings her furry and clawed paw, and after that he hits the wall with all his might. Lida explains that it is more difficult to reach the limit here because of the stone walls. The average warrior cannot punch a hole. However, Laura's blows leave visible damage on the wall. Another loud thud and something red flies off the wall, splashing right onto Wim's face. The hero screams that Laura is bleeding. He wants to stop it, but the leader tells him that everything is fine. The guy asks in horror where it is normal here. Lida calmly answers that Laura is trained for this, and everything is really fine, and it would be better if he just watched. Having finished picking at the wall, Laura points her paw into a rather deep opening. A familiar pattern is visible there. The gear pattern hums rhythmically. The leader comes closer and says that it is like that time in the sky. And even in the depths of other floors, the pattern does not change and looks exactly the same. The girl adds that it is more noticeable on the walls than in the sky. And if this barrier works on the same principle, but Wim doesn't listen to her. He kneels down in front of Laura and examines her hand. The guy asks if everything is okay and is going to stop the bleeding. Laura looks at him a little lost. Lida says she is fine and asks for confirmation of her words. But Laura remains silent while the hero bandages her hand. The girl quickly forgets about her and turns to Wim again. She would like to hear his opinion. His analysis as a sorcerer is simply necessary. After all, there aren't many good sorcerers in the world, and even among those who exist, the guy stands out for his intelligence. But Wim is in no hurry to answer. On the contrary, he turns to Laura and says that everything will be fine now. She silently looks at her hands. The leader exhales tiredly and starts talking again. She reproaches the guy for not understanding, and she is actually trying to hire a hero. Lida says that together they can uncover all the secrets of the labyrinth. Having been with the sorcerer, the girl supposedly realized that he was the same adventurer as everyone else in her group. Wim says that this is wrong. The girl asks what he is talking about. The guy replies that something is wrong here. The hero asks his interlocutor what she is hiding. Lida is silent for a while, smiling stupidly. Then she says that she has been exposed. The girl asks if it is because she has changed her manner of communication. But even so, Wim has exposed the deception faster than expected. Lita admits that if you think about it, from the very beginning it looked like she was hiding something. With a loud bang, the door is broken down from the other side. Camilla and Abel burst into the room. The leader of the Night Dragonfly demands that Lita move away from Wim. She calls for backup and says they have found the Twilight Owl's hideout. The hero is surprised to hear about Twilight Owls. The girl says that in that case she should introduce herself properly. Her real name is Rita Henkes, and she is the leader of the Twilight Owls. Camilla looks at Rita with disdain and says that she is not changed at all. She calls her a deviant. Wim watches this dialogue, dumbfounded. Rita declares that eavesdropping on people is bad. They are all adventurers. They can talk calmly. The head of the Night Dragonfly snorts and says that she has nothing to negotiate with her interlocutor. Camilla demands that the Sorcerer be returned immediately. The leader of the Twilight Owls says she didn't think they'd be found here. Camilla asks if Rita thought her lawlessness would go on forever. The leader of the Night Dragonflies turns to the hero and asks him to listen to her carefully. She says that Rita is deceiving him, and even if Camilla doesn't know what she managed to instill in the guy, he should know that his new acquaintance is a real master of manipulating people. And that very trap that the group encountered was only needed to separate them. And all this nonsense is her doing. Rita squeezes the magic tool in her hand so tightly that it starts to crumble. The girl says that her interlocutor has a bad opinion of her, because all this is not nonsense, and she actually tried. Camilla asks if Rita is not going to fight. The leader of the Twilight Owls orders Laura to protect her, to do something. The girl agrees and gets into a fighting stance. The girl demonstratively hides behind her back. She smiles maliciously and says that she has a very obedient shield. And the tall sister allegedly scares the girl. Rita turns to Camilla and says that since she lost and will have to give up Wim, the Dragonflies can at least tell how they found this place in the first place. Because even if they tracked his location, this place is still surrounded by a barrier. And even most bosses won't be able to get here. Camilla is angered by this suggestion. She claims that the idea of tracking could not even occur to her. Only villains like Rita usually do this. The girl is surprised by this question and asks how they managed it then. Heidemarie is with them, and now she doesn't look like Rita at all. The girl behind her winces and looks away. Camilla gets excited and says that this will be a useful lesson. Because Heidemarie is an example of what the human mind is capable of. All you had to do was work your brain, and then no evil tricks were needed. Still, it was no surprise that she was able to find Wim as soon as he went up one floor. For Heidemarie, it was a real challenge. Heidemarie screams that they would never do that. The hero is glad that the girl is on their side. She has a frightening mind. Heidemarie laughs and says that she hopes that Rita never thought that she could deceive such a powerful sage. The leader of the Twilight Owls scratches her head and says that even though it sounds far-fetched, she still doesn't really understand the abilities of the sages. The girl gestures towards Wim and says that he can go. The guy steps back, and his comrades immediately hide him behind shields. Camilla says they got what they wanted and orders everyone to return. She is disgusted to linger here even for a second. Rita waves goodbye to Wim in a friendly manner as if nothing had happened. She says he will be welcome in the Twilight Owls. The hero returned to the headquarters of the Night Dragonflies. As it turned out, everyone was very worried about him. It seems he spent a good 2 days with the Twilight Owls. And it seems like a little more and the guy would have been brainwashed for sure. Camilla says she will never accept Rita's methods. Wim had been shocked by many things while he was there. The most acute memory was of Laura's bloodied hands. But after the words of the leader, he realized many things. There were other times, however, when the leader of the Twilight Owls would wax lyrical about the nature of the labyrinth. It didn't seem like her interest was false in those moments. Camilla says that the hero is one of the best in the Night Dragonflies. That is why many have set their sights on him. But Nightwing needs a boyfriend, too. The leader emphasizes that the fact that she admits this demonstrates her trust. Camilla asks to show her that this trust was not in vain. A squad of Night Dragonflies enter the territory of the 99th floor. They are surrounded by centuries-old trees. Many look up and note that everything is exactly as it was in the report, open sky. The 99th floor is gradually explored, and then the whole picture begins to become clear. At the end of the seemingly endless jungle, a wall awaited the adventurers. In other words, the entire floor is a hemispherical area. Monica calls out to Wim. She wants to ask him something. The guy responds eagerly. The girl says it's about the spell. They are interrupted by Zaman. He is holding a fly with tweezers and asks if it is really some kind of winged insect. Someone immediately asks him to wait. There is nothing surprising about this. All the dragonflies are excited about the new floor. This is a typical reaction for them. The hero is happy. He feels very calm with these people. Hans asks Camilla if Wim is okay. The leader answers yes. Camilla clarifies that the guy is still responsible for detecting enemies and collecting information. And if the pressure is on, he is their trump card. They are interrupted by a scream. The man turns around and says that on this floor the boss will obviously be at a higher level than on the last one. But the interlocutors still come to the conclusion that this time, they will also all return alive. The group moves forward along a forest path. Abel notes that it is quite hot in this place, and it would be necessary to find a source of water. The hero agrees with him. He monitors the situation without raising his head. The enemies here are serious, but the dragonflies are also ready for a fight. Everyone who is now next to him is an experienced adventurer and is always ready for battle. But of course I wouldn't want to fight. Loud screams are heard over the forest. Wim notices something strange on the map. He tells the others that there is no forest further on. And that is strange. Abel suggests that there might just be a lake. Suddenly it dawns on the boy what's going on. No, it's definitely not a lake. This is where Millis used Flame Pillar. The ground is completely scorched. The guy swallows nervously. It happened a few months ago, when the Dragon Wing recklessly went to this floor. And it was a huge mistake. Many people died. The hero thinks that perhaps all of this happened because he couldn't tell Kronos everything. It was impossible not to think about it. The townspeople were even more dissatisfied with them. People condemned their groups because they lost many people due to greed. Maybe Wim should have insisted, so that they wouldn't go down to the 99th floor unprepared. He knew it would be like this. On the other hand, it was the Dragon Wing who brought the information about the floor boss first, but now there are groups that don't even want to work with them. The hero's head is suddenly pierced by a painfully familiar voice. He freezes in horror. Abel asks what's wrong. Wim comes to his senses a little and says that everything is fine. Nothing happened. Camilla contacts them. The leader reports that the squad is surrounded by a large group of monkeys, and they look like the monsters from the Dragon Wing report. Camilla gives the order for everyone to prepare for battle. At the tops and bases of the trees, monkeys appear one after another with loud cries. Hans says there are quite a few of them. Camilla adds that they have high intelligence, and the monsters have banded together. This means they are not so strong individually. If the squad starts to retreat blindly, it can only get worse. First, you need to decide where exactly to retreat. The monkey hits the ground with its paw. People look around and ask each other what just happened. The head of the magical communication channel tells everyone to listen to her. She says they are the front line of the maze, and there is no group that can handle it better than the dragonflies. Camilla tells them not to put their lives on the line, but not to let their comrades die either. Everyone must return alive. The speech has the desired effect on people. They raise their weapons and take a defensive position. They notice among themselves that the leader of the Night Dragonfly is, as always, in good shape. She was able to raise the fighting spirit of her partners. Meanwhile, Wim remembers that his comrades don't hear the same thing he does. And when he hears that terrible voice, something terrible always follows. This is definitely the boss of the floor. The guy starts shaking. He grabs one hand with the other, trying to calm himself down. The hero is overcome by this feeling again. He can't waste his energy. He needs to calm down. Try to control the emotions that have come over him. The monkeys quickly rush to attack. However, it was not an attack. In fact, the monsters, moving strangely, broke away from their place and ran away in an unknown direction. Wim looks at the panel in horror and cannot believe his eyes. He addresses his comrades over the general communications system and asks everyone to be careful. The guy shouts that a huge attack is flying here. The crowns of the centuries-old trees answer him with a light rustle. Camille asks again what this means. The hero answers that the area of destruction is colossal. A huge monkey paw grabs the tree trunk. A terrible sound of breaking wood is heard throughout the forest. A cloud of small particles, leaves and branches rises into the air. A huge monster rises into the air, holding in its paw a tree many times larger than itself in size. The next moment, the boss strikes with all his might with his incredible weapon. With a terrible sound, the heavy object rushes down, plowing the earth, destroying trees, lifting small objects and particles into the air. And with the last blow, the giant monkey brings the tree trunk down to the ground, this time throwing it. The blow is so strong that the monster itself is thrown upward by the recoil. The boss drops to the ground and walks towards the adventurers, his footsteps shaking the ground. The monster walks without haste, avoiding all the obstacles erected by its atrocities. In just a few minutes, the forest around began to look as if a fierce battle had already taken place here. He stops, waiting. The dust in the air makes it hard to see. Finally, the cloud settles, revealing the missing view. Camilla is breathing heavily. The chief asks if everyone is safe. They report to her that more than 10 people are trapped under the tree. The dragonflies are trying to help each other in a hurry. The giant monkey comes closer and closer. The leader of the night dragonfly realizes that it is definitely him, the boss of the floor that the dragon wing encountered. This is a horned monkey. Camilla coughs. The pressure exerted by the monster prevents her from taking a full breath. The leader raises her sword, but Wim stops her. The guy declares that he will go first. Camilla reminds the hero that he doesn't need to win. It will be enough to buy time for the others to recover. Wim's hand trembles as he grips the machete's handle. He agrees, gritting her teeth. The boss admits that he is the only one who can restrain the boss, so she relies on Wim. The guy agrees. He believes that he must do his duty. The monster grins. If there is no other way out, why not try? Wim again turns to the puppeteer's strings. The tree was knocked down to the ground. Several people from the guild were crushed by its trunk. The rest asked whether they were alive or not, promised to pull them out. The victims said that they were in pain. Camilla began shouting at her subordinates that their priority now was to rescue, but they should not take their eyes off the monkeys, to which she was told that her order had been heard. One of the guild members pulled his comrade out. The latter thanked him and then asked about the current situation. He was told that they were too close to the boss. The attack was carried out over a huge area. The rescued man said that they had a lot of casualties and it would take a long time to regroup, to which he was told not to worry, since the main character would buy them time. At this time, Wim seemed to be completely engulfed in fire. He thought that he had already gotten used to this state. He no longer had the feeling that he was about to die. He could use it. Although he walks on the edge, he has mastered it so much that he is not afraid. Now, everything is different. Initially, this technique was created for critical situations when there is no chance of winning. Then a blow came towards him. He flinched and thought that he was thinking too much in the fight, after which he used his 50x enhancement skill. The monkey was shocked by what was happening. The main character immediately began to attack his opponent over and over again, which forced the monkey to dodge and retreat. After some time, as a result of their battle, they came to a small clearing hidden in the forest. Wim and the monkey stood opposite each other, and also stared into each other's eyes. Suddenly, the monkey bared its teeth. It looked like it was going to smile, but then it clenched its fists and screamed very loudly in a voice that was not its own. The guild members wondered if the monkey was trying to intimidate him. Then they realized that the monster was just enjoying himself. This boss was enjoying the fight, and he was happy that he was fighting Vim. After this, the monkey decided to strike, but the main character managed to get away from it. He tried to strike the monster's body, but it dawned on him that the skin there was very hard. Such force would not be enough to defeat it. The main character thought about what to do next, whether he can fight the monkey, whether he can cope with these forces. If this continues, then he is unlikely to succeed. Wim wondered if he could stand it, what he should do, because it looked like he had no choice. The lives of every single one of his guild were at stake. The main character thought that he had to save everyone. He couldn't hesitate, and in that case he had nothing to do, so he decided to resort to his skills. They began to influence his brain. It turned out that he had used the 100x enhancement skill, and in his mind he was shocked by what was happening to him, because his head was spinning, and the world around him seemed to be about to fall apart. He also felt like his body was falling apart. He thought about what would happen first. He would lose consciousness, or his bones and muscles would fail him. But he couldn't hesitate, and then he chuckled out loud. After this, the monkey with horns picked up a huge boulder, which looked more like a piece of rock, and then rushed towards the main character with it. The latter at that moment took out 2 daggers, with which he cut the stone into pieces. The monkey seemed pleased with his action. The stone flew into small fragments in different directions. After that, the monster jumped towards him. There were huge claws on his hands, and a wide smile blossomed on his face. The protagonist thought that he understood him. Wim thought about that feeling when the fight gets faster and faster. The excitement that comes from walking on the edge. The main character thought that he could fight him, after which he saw the monkey swinging at him and he thought that this blow would really hit him. At that time, someone tried to call out to him. Wim thought that this can't be. He can't hold back. He always wanted to do this. Without this drive, he feels sad. At that very moment, he jumped into the air to strike the monster. The main character thought that now he lives, rejoices like a child. It's wonderful. He does not want to get out of this state. He does not care about his comrades. And at that moment, a blow was struck between him and the monkey, and they were told to separate. It was Camilla. She separated them with her huge sword and told Wim to calm down and control himself. It was obvious that she was very nervous. The girls shouted at him that he had already done enough, so he should not raise his power any higher. If he lost his head, they would all be killed here. The main character didn't react to her words at first. Then suddenly an epiphany came to him. He asked himself what he was thinking about it all. He began to worry a lot about this situation. Camilla said that there was no need to fight to the death. They could retreat now. Everyone was ready for it. Then she turned her gaze to Wim and asked him for something. The protagonist looked at her and thought that the girl was right. He closed his eyes and thought that if they were to defeat the boss, then only when they understood the entire structure of the floor. They needed to make a clear plan and attack him together. After that, Wim looked at Camilla and thought that it would be right. He apologized to the girl, to which she asked him if he could still move. He answered positively. The monkey scratched his ear out of boredom and waited for the end. At that moment, someone shouted for the attack to begin. Shells flew towards the horned monkey, exploding upon contact with an object. The monster managed to get away from one, and then he saw two more rushing towards him. The monkey began to quickly move up the liana and up the trees. The protagonist silently watched him at this time. Jimon said that the boss and his monkeys were retreating. Camilla told her guild that they had won. Everyone immediately raised their hands and began to rejoice at what was happening. They started telling the main character that he could do it, that he was a good boy, and then added that it was time to throw him into the air. The latter, with a bored look, looked into the depths of the forest and thought that it was all over. He was a little upset. The main character was thrown up by the whole crowd. He thought that everything went well, so let the sweet whisper die down. Abel addressed him by name and said that the battle with the floor boss was amazing. He had a blush on his face and was holding Wim's hand very tightly with his hands. The guy was saying that he couldn't believe that the main character was able to fight the monkey on equal terms. It looked like he even recognized him. The latter didn't even know what to say to these words. The main character thought that he couldn't just remain silent about this. He should at least smile. The guy should behave like the rest of the members of the Night Dragonfly. At the same time, it was clear that he was uncomfortable. At this time, Heidemarie came up to him and said that Abel was clinging to him too much. It was obvious that she was very angry about this, to which the latter turned to her and called her by name. The girl said that he was causing inconvenience to the main character. Abel was shocked by her words. He immediately turned to Wim and asked him for forgiveness for this, to which the main character said that everything was fine, and in confirmation he waved his hands. He thanked him for the warm words and said that he could fight calmly only because he knew that the guy would cover his back. Abel blushed even more. He put his hands to his chest and said that these were very nice words. Wim thought to himself that the guy was even glowing. Heidemarie at this time asked the guy if he was okay. The protagonist responded positively and said that, fortunately, his condition was stable. Hans at this time approached them and said that he was glad to hear it. After that, the guy pointed to the other guys and said that everyone was going to go get a bite to eat, and then asked Wim if he wanted to go with them, explaining that he understood that he was very tired. Hans said that the main character, if he wanted, could not go. The latter hesitated and did not know what to answer. At that moment, his interlocutor was called by name. Camilla told him that when someone is invited by the vice captain of the team, it is difficult to refuse. Hans hesitated. He realized that he had done wrong, and then apologized. The main character again said with a smile on his face that everything was fine. He always wanted to go somewhere with everyone after going to the labyrinth. Hans asked him again whether he was telling the truth, after which he said that everything was then decided and then asked him to recommend someplace. The protagonist immediately thought about his request. He began to sort through different options in his head, after which he exchanged glances with Heidemarie. After some time, they came to the place suggested by Wim. They went inside, then they were greeted. The protagonist smiled shyly and greeted Greta. Heidemarie stood behind him. The restaurant employee was shocked by their appearance. She recognized him, then called them by name and smiled broadly, to which Wim told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Greta said that the guy had become a big shot and hadn't visited them. The protagonist scratched his head and said that he simply had a lot to do. Greta said that she saw that he was in a better mood and she was very glad that he came with Heidemarie. At that moment, Abel appeared on the threshold. He asked about what the girl really called a stalker, Heidemarie. Wim at the same moment said that he was with his comrades today. The guys from the Night Dragonfly were also here. The entire crowd of Night Dragonflies appeared behind the main character. They greeted Greta with wide smiles on their faces. The girl opened her mouth in shock and then asked what was going on here. After that, Greta ran to the kitchen, called the chef and said that trouble had come to them. She also started chattering about a Night Dragonfly here. The man asked her again. The chief came out into the hall and asked if Heidemarie was here. He asked what was wrong with that, after which he saw the rest of the guild members and started shouting loudly. First his gaze fell on the fierce warrior Hans. Then he saw the Iron Abel. It was a huge shock for him. He also saw a cute girl, Lightning Strike Monica. She had her hands in fists and an aura around her, like she was a little flower. The boss was surprised that such famous members were here. What should they do? He told Greta to just be calm. They were professionals, they were ordinary clients. After that, the man greeted everyone. Many dishes appeared on the tables in front of the Night Dragonfly guild members. Everyone ate, drank, and had a great time. Hans said that this was a great place, to which the protagonist replied that he always felt comfortable here, so he often came here. The man said that he liked it here. Hans raised his hand with the mug up and said that today he was paying, so they could eat and drink as much as their hearts desired. Everyone around began to rejoice at this news. The people were chatting among themselves. Wim saw Lorenz and Carl among them and asked again if it was really them, to which Abel answered positively. He also pointed to the aristocrat. Wim immediately asked him about it. The protagonist thought that the members of the Night Dragonfly all came from a prestigious academy attended by people of the middle class and above. Many of them came from aristocratic families and studied with private tutors. He doesn't think there are people like him here, or ordinary village boys. He remembered how someone started shouting that someone didn't have enough milk, that he drank too much. He felt sad at these thoughts. Hans turned to the protagonist and asked him if it was true that he was from Rofeld and if he was self-taught, to which he answered positively and added that he was from a poor family, so there was no money for education. The man said that, in fact, he was like that too. He came here from the village. It took him a lot of effort to catch up with the others on his own. The protagonist, shocked, asked again if he was the same. He thought to himself that he had assumed that Hans had a higher origin. Hans said that he was the third son of an already poor landowner. Although he tried to help him, it was of no use. At the same time, it was clear that the man was unhappy with this fact. The protagonist thought in shock about what he meant by the word help. Hans said that at first he was content with only used equipment. He worked for months to buy at least something. Wim thought that wasn't so bad. Hans went on and said that he then met the boss and she assigned him to the lower echelon of the Night Dragonfly. Those were hellish days. The other guild members started saying that the guy had done well, that he was a good man for holding on, and now he had risen to the rank of deputy. Wim thought that he had just been lucky. Did they really think that was hard? Hans said that it was all thanks to the support of his current wife, to which the men began to be rude to him jokingly, and then laugh. The main character did not know what to say to him. Suddenly, someone in the room jumped to his feet and started shouting that they needed to drink to the bottom. Everyone supported him, even Abel, who was sitting next to him, jumped to his feet, and with a smile on his face said that they needed to drink to the bottom. The main character realized that he was not very comfortable, but he could not help but react, so he also jumped to his feet, grabbed his mug, and said that he needed to drink to the bottom. Evening came. The unknown said that he would add Heinrich and the boys. They would get their entire scout squad in exchange for one whim, after which the voice asked his opinion on this matter. To which Camilla closed her eyes and said that she was apologizing to him, but that was impossible. To this, the head of the tree mouse Anselm chuckled and asked if he was really that valuable to her. The head responded positively to these words and said that no one could compare to his ability to detect the enemy. Gathering information makes up the lion's share of their success. There's also a nice bonus to all of this. He can fight the 4 bosses on equal terms. She can't refuse him. Plus, all of her guys are free people. They decide for themselves who they want to work with. Anselm had already asked her seriously if it was true that the Twilight Owls were targeting him, and then asked if they could handle it, to which Camilla replied that they would manage. Then the head of the Tree Mouse Guild replied that let it be as she wished. He would not allow these people to infiltrate the ranks of her group. She must be careful. Anselm seriously asked Camilla not to let anyone take the main character away. It is no joke if such a fighting force falls into their hands. Camilla said that everything will be fine. She doubts that he works with the guild only for the money. The Night Dragonfly guild leader said that Vim's connections with the other members are important. People are an important factor. A new day has come. The main character, with a wide smile on his face, wished him a good day and said that he had brought a report on the income and expenses of the Night Dragonfly. The man looked at the documents and said that there were no problems, after which he asked to leave the rest with him, to which Wim thanked him with a smile for this. The worker said that the main character has a smile on his face these days. He replied that the man was right. He was in a great mood every day. The main character walked along the streets of the city. People unknown to him passed by, but he thought that he was glad. He really became happier. But after a while, he returned to the guild room. He went into Camilla's office, then called her by name and said that he had finished. But he realized that she was not in the office. After that, the protagonist left the room and thought that it was somehow strange that none of the guild members were visible. He was a little tense about the situation. Wim wondered where everyone was. He started wandering through the corridors until his gaze fell on the doors of the great hall. He decided to push them away, thinking that there must definitely be someone there. When he opened the door to the room, firecrackers immediately exploded all around, and the rest of the guild members began shouting that it was a surprise. Each of them was very happy to see him. The main character stood with his mouth open, and Camilla at that moment said that she didn't even know what to say. She just needed to congratulate him for something like that. So they decided. It was worth doing it earlier, but somehow it just didn't work out. Han said that Wim, apparently, still didn't understand anything. It should be simpler. Camilla agreed with him and said that he was right. The guy at that time did not understand what was happening. The leader turned to the others and said that they should do everything together. All the members of the Night Dragonfly Guild shouted to him that they welcomed him to the guild, with wide smiles on their faces, radiating happiness. The main character looked at them with wide-open eyes, even his mouth open in surprise. He thought about whether they really did all this for him. Tears appeared in his eyes. He started crying and he clenched his fists and said that he thanked them for everything. After which they shouted that now it was time to party. There were tables set up right in the large hall. Wim also took a few sips. Camilla turned to him and said that when they have a new member, they always have a welcome party like this. It's their tradition. The guild leader said that she hoped he would like it, after which she asked him for permission to say something else. Camilla put her hand to her chest and with a smile on her face said that the main character gave them the opportunity to save their lives. He is their savior. The leader told him that if he didn't mind, they would like to continue fighting him once and for all. To which the main character said that he should thank them all, and he thought to himself that he was about to cry. After that, he and Camilla shook hands. He thought to himself that he was so emotional, he finally found the place he'd been looking for so long. This was indeed his place. He and some members of the Night Dragonfly Guild bumped mugs, after which Abel, who was a little nervous, approached him. He asked him what happened. The guy put his hand to his chest and decisively asked him if he could make it his goal to become like the main character. Wim was shocked. He immediately asked him what it meant, to which the other person replied that he had thought about it a lot and it was not enough for him to simply admire him. Abel said decisively that he wants to make him his rival. He will try to become the same as him and even stronger. The protagonist smiled and agreed to his question. He said that they would improve together, but he would not be surprised if Abel quickly surpassed him. Wim thought that the Night Dragonfly was a great group. They were experienced, strong, and good people. They were worthy people who deserved to be at the top. Of course, they also had a lot of failure and suffering, but that is what made them so kind. The main character thought that he could go to the ends of the earth with them. He had no doubts. They were the best people in his life. After some time, the main character found himself in the toilet. He felt very bad. He vomited everything he had eaten and drunk. The main character said that he has nothing to hide. He is a member of the best group, the Night Dragonfly. This is a big responsibility, and he is proud that he manages to justify expectations. Today he will show one day of his life. Morning came. A rooster was crowing on the roof of one of the houses. Wim woke up, stretched, and thought that everything was fine. Another beautiful morning. He greeted the bird on the window and said that he had to try harder today. After some time, he came to the training field. It was pleasantly cool in the early morning. He felt the fresh air, as if his soul itself was being cleansed. The main character continued to smile. He thought that it was all wonderful, but his head hurt and his ears were ringing. The season is almost changed. You need to watch your blood pressure. Camilla came onto the pitch and said that she wanted to apologize for calling him every day before breakfast. To which he replied that he was just doing his job. The leader asked him if they could start then. He said yes. Morning training with Camilla had already become routine for him. The main character also thought that besides Abel, there were new people who wanted to train. And indeed, there were 5 more people standing near the field who were watching them attentively. Wim thought with a smile on his face that thanks to Camilla's help, too many people didn't come here at once, which made him very happy. And he also gets paid extra for morning training, and he gets paid well, which makes him feel awkward. After training, he goes to breakfast. The main character approached one of the tables and asked if he could sit there. They answered yes and asked if they had finished training already. He answered yes. It was Eckenhart and Lorenz. They were in the rearguard. They hadn't interacted much before, but the boy remembered them. He smiled and thought that this was great. He wasn't practicing for nothing. The main character thought that he began to communicate with a large number of people. If he does not communicate, then misunderstandings may arise. Wim was thinking about the importance of communicating with people. At that moment, he heard an unfamiliar voice in an incomprehensible language in his head. After some time, it was noon. The main character and the others were sitting in the hall and doing paperwork. One of the guild members asked him if he had really finished. The guy answered positively. Wim said that if his friend didn't mind, he could take on other documents, to which he was told that it was somehow inconvenient for others. Then the main character offered him the option of giving him only half, to which the guy replied that he was very grateful. The experience that Wim had gained while working in the Dragon's Wing came in handy. Wim thought he had good paperwork skills. He tried to help everyone. It was obvious that he did it with pleasure. The protagonist thought that he wanted to be useful. He was glad to be useful. At the same time, an unknown voice was heard in his head. It was late evening. It happened on the street. 2 girls were standing, smiling broadly. Their faces were flushed, and their hands were raised to their heads. They were screaming joyfully. They asked if it was Abel from Night Dragonfly. He confirmed their words, to which the girl said that they were his fans. After which they asked to shake their hands. One of the guildmen said that it was bad because they were quickly identified. At that time, the girls were telling Mark to sign the items for them, and then they saw Reinhardt and were happy. The protagonist thought that it was hard for the members of the Night Dragonfly to go out into the city to have a snack. He thought that this was a very strong popularity. At that moment, other girls called him by name. He was surprised. A man standing nearby said that he should wave his hands to them, because such things are also very important. Wim asked in surprise whether he really needed to wave. After that, the main character waved to them carefully, causing the girls to scream loudly. He thought that, of course, he was very grateful, but this only made his head hurt more. It was time for dinner. They were sitting in a restaurant, with food and drinks already in front of them. The man was asking whose it was, who had ordered the spicy sausage. The man turned to Mark and asked if it really belonged to him, after which he answered his own question and said that it didn't seem to be his, to which Mark himself replied that it wasn't him. After this, the man asked the others who would eat it. One of the men stepped over himself and said that he would take the risk and take it upon himself. At that moment, a hand shot up into the air. It was the main character. He broke into the conversation with a smile on his face and said that he could eat it. The other guild members asked him if he was serious and if he was sure of his words. Abel asked him not to force himself, to which Wim replied that everything was fine. The main character said that he practiced a lot, ate a very hot sauce the other day and nothing happened. His stomach took it all, to which the men responded that they agreed with him. Then he could eat it. After which the main character said that he was trying it and then shoved the whole sausage into his mouth. After chewing it a bit, Wim said that it was delicious. The men were surprised and asked if he was telling the truth, to which the guy answered that it wasn't spicy at all. Then the guild members looked at each other and decided that they would probably try this dish. Although they were hesitant, they wanted to do it. After this, 3 men, shouting that they needed to get started and put them in their mouths, speared the sausages with forks and put them in their mouths. However, a moment later they started screaming loudly. Some of them started drinking a lot of water. They were screaming that it was spicy, they couldn't eat it, after which they asked how Wim ate it, to which the latter asked them that it was delicious. At this point, the man who had not eaten the sausage laughed, then handed him a mug of drink, and said that it was for him. He should drink it already. After some time, the main character was sitting and drinking, not the first mug. Abel watched him carefully, after which he said that he drank a lot today. The guy asked him about it again in surprise. The protagonist said that he was in such a mood, so he had a wide smile on his face and a blush on his cheeks. He thought to himself that he was doing this to stifle his headache. At this time, someone started playing the piano. Wim noticed it too. The men started singing a song with the words that the Wilburn bell is ringing. The adventurers are moving forward. They continued to sing the words that they would earn a name for themselves through battle, and even their lives would be cut short. The protagonist wanted to ask about this song, but Abel immediately understood what he wanted to ask, and said that it was a song of adventurers. At the same time, the members of his guild turned to the main character and said that they should sing it together, inviting him to their place, to which he responded with consent and said that he was coming. They sang about how their souls would lead them forward even after death. The men who remained at the table discussed the fact that Wim had become more cheerful. Abel agreed with these words. The guy looked at the main character and said that he was completely different from the first time they met, like a completely different person. The latter was smiling happily and singing at that moment. After a while, the party was slowly ending. Wim went into another room and Abel followed him. He asked him if he was okay. He also explained that he had drunk too much after all, to which the main character asked him not to worry and said that they were going in different directions anyway. Abel blushed at these words, after which he said that he could see him off if he wanted. The main thing was not to overdo it, to which Wim replied that everything was fine, after which he moved in the opposite direction. The main character smiled broadly and happily and said that it was fun, delicious food and drinks in the company of wonderful friends. This day was very wonderful. Wim thought that he didn't even know what else he needed. He was happy with everything. He was really happy. However, he couldn't finish the last word, because the voice in his head was ringing again. This voice whispered various incomprehensible words, as it was an unknown language. But with each word, the main character's face distorted into an evil grimace. He had to squeeze his mouth, as he began to shake a little. Almost immediately, the main character lost his temper. Then he shouted loudly for the voice to shut up, saying that he was outside the labyrinth. After that, the guy fell on his knees on the ground and grabbed his head. Wim sat on the ground, his face shaking very badly. He asked the voice in his head to be quiet. He begged it. He felt very bad about it. Night fell. The moon appeared in the sky. Camilla was in the guild at the time. She and the worker thanked each other for their work, after which the girl told the leader that the protagonist and the others had gone out for a drink together. The guild leader said with a smile on her face that it seemed like he was doing well, to which the girl responded that she agreed with her. He had been very happy lately. Camilla said that his soul had become calmer, and he was finally confident in his abilities. Everything was fine. It was better to think positively. Wim, at the same time, continued to sit on the ground, and a hateful voice was heard in his head. At the same time, in one of the forests, the monkey with horns along with his subordinates were there. The subordinates watched as their leaders struck blows. As it turned out, this monster hit the tree. It was so hard that it broke his trunk. He decided to strike again, the final blow, so that the tree would fall to the ground. When he did this, The other monkeys began to shout and clap their hands happily. However, the monkey boss himself was not happy. He looked around, then looked up at the sky and smiled widely. The monkey with horns began to make strange sounds. Perhaps it was speaking another language. At that moment, the main character was also in the forest, but clearly in another part. It was as if he heard his opponent. Them and the other guild members were moving through the forest, all lined up in a single line. The protagonist was asked about the animals they had found, and he was also asked if it was true. The guy turned to them and said that this was a new species. The other guild members began to shout joyfully that this time they had already found 5. However, the protagonist thought about it and said that although he was very similar to the white-eyed swallowtail from the 47th floor, to which the man told him that its size was most likely influenced by the environment. They continued to find new species. Wim was thinking that when he was filled with curiosity, he didn't pay attention to his headache and ringing ears. At that moment, Camilla said that the results were excellent this time. Her deputy agreed with her. Han said that the 99th floor was very different from the others. He wished they would explore it more. The protagonist thought to himself that the night dragonfly was still actively exploring the floor. Wim also thought that the dragon's wings were not giving up either. It seemed that Kronos had decided to take hold of his head. At least it seemed that way to him. The main character thought that something had happened to the guy there. To be honest, he was happy, because he wished that things weren't bad for Kronos. Wim thought with a slightly sad look that if he could do it too, then perhaps there would at least be no hostility left between them. The main character silently apologized to him for causing him problems earlier. But now he is with new comrades and on his new adventure. Wim closed his eyes and thought that he hoped it was over. Then he turned to the rest of the team and said that he wanted to report that the horned ape was approaching. All the guild members in the clearing grouped into 4 groups. At that moment, other primates began to appear in the trees. They made their sounds. Camilla turned to everyone and told them to listen to her, after which she said that they should prepare for battle. The main character shuddered from this and thought that he needed to calm down. At this point, the monkeys were getting closer and closer to them. They were jumping from branch to branch. Wim was trying to normalize his breathing, after which he activated the mark on his neck and said that he was counting on Lorenzo, to which he agreed. And he also added that he was counting on Abel, and he also agreed. Then, he turned to Monica and told her to attack the horned monkey from the flank first. She should aim in the opposite direction. The girl accepted this order for execution. A few moments later, the very boss appeared in front of them, a monkey with horns. Camila said that this monster would be on the main character. They would deal with the small stuff. To which everyone agreed with her. The main character and the monkey stood opposite each other. The guy remembered his conversation with the guild leader. The girl told him that he would not fight the boss one-on-one. She said that they were a team. It was unwise to act alone when there were comrades. They were all fighting together. He should not forget that. Wim thought that he would use what he had learned last time. At this time, the monkey in front of him smiled smugly. The protagonist told the monster to stop, because he did not want to do this, but the enemy left him no choice. The protagonist asked the monkey not to look at him, as if he was also waiting for their meeting. At the same time, the fire of anticipation burned in the monster's eyes. After that, Wim snapped his fingers and used the puppeteer string skill. At that moment, the ringing in his ears and headache went away. He thought that he was very comfortable in this state. The monkey also raised its hands with huge claws, after which it suddenly rushed towards the protagonist. He noticed that it was approaching, after which a seal appeared in the air. The monster clearly did not expect this. Then Wim used his heat skill, and the attack flew towards the monkey. The guy thought about what he was doing. If they could work together, they could distance them, reach the goal, and return to the surface. At that moment, the protagonist heard over the radio that the monkeys had broken through with the left flank. This was unexpected. He looked to the side and saw that several people were being attacked by them. Camilla shouted to the main character that she was asking for his forgiveness, but they had a misfire. Not everything was so bad, but the enemies had broken through their defense. Wim was a little upset. He wondered if this was human error. How unfortunate everything had turned out. Then he thought that it was okay. It was always possible. Camilla told him that they would retreat to help the others. He agreed. At that moment, the monkey with horns stood up on both legs, after which it put its hand on its chest. This moment made Wim very tense. He even became scared. After that, the monster showed him his index finger and smiled. The protagonist also smiled back and said that he knew everything, after which a new seal appeared in front of him. The protagonist used his 100x power-up skill. The monster smiled as if it had been expecting exactly this action from Wim. After that, the guy pushed off the ground and started moving upward. The monkey didn't lag behind him. They moved in zigzags between the trees until they found themselves very high in the sky. Even at such a height, they struck each other repeatedly. At the same time, each of them deftly avoided the attacks. The main character and the monkey with horns struck each other at the same time, as if they were acting in parallel, as if they understood and anticipated each attack. They were attacking each other again. The monster had a big smile on his face. Wim tensed up and told him to stop, because the monkey had a face that seemed to ask him if he liked fighting too. The protagonist was angry. He said that he admits that he likes jumping in the air like that and feeling the blade cutting through flesh. He likes putting his life on the line. Wim closed his eyes and turned to the monkey with horns. He said that he would kill it, and in return the monster should try to kill him. The main character also added that if they don't try to kill each other, he won't feel such a thrill. After that, Wim became even crazier. He flew towards the monster and thought that he was thinking the same as him. The latter was smiling broadly at him at that moment. The main character was hit by the monkey's attack. He thought that it was hot and painful. His body was tired, but he continued to move. Then he remembered the previous battle. Wim smiled widely, but his eyes seemed to show that he was not here now. The guy thought to himself that if he made just one mistake, then everything would be over. At that moment, the protagonist heard Camilla say that they were done, so he had to go back. The guy immediately came to his senses, after which he was upset by the fact that everything was over, and turned his gaze to the monkey. Wim and the monster landed on the ground. The guy was sad, after which he did not even look at his opponent. He just said goodbye to him and left the battlefield. The monster was shocked by what happened. The monkey with horns tried to stop the main character. He seemed to want to tell him something and also stretched his hand towards him, but did not have time. After which he lowered his eyes to the floor, and his mouth was tightly compressed. The monkey was upset. At this time, the main character reached his group. He asked if they were all right, to which they answered that they were, and also added that it was all thanks to him, to which he smiled with relief. Everyone started shouting that they had survived again. They were very happy about it. Wim thought that he was not hesitating. He was not afraid that he would leave nothing behind. After some time, they returned to the city. The main character was walking down the street when the girls called him by name. Since he was already experienced, he immediately waved to them with a smile. His friend asked if they would go to celebrate today, to which he answered yes. He asked if they would go where they usually go, to which he was told no, and that they couldn't go there. The man explained that the queues at that restaurant were now too long. Wim asked him if this was happening again. They looked ahead and saw that the queue didn't even end on the street. The protagonist thought that this tavern had become very popular from a place for only its own people. This fact upset him a little. Wim thought that if he drank, he would feel better. The man said that they would find another place. Evening came. The moon appeared in the sky. The day was over. The main character opened the door and entered the kitchen. He sighed and said that it was fun. However, Wim felt sick and ran to his bed to vomit into the bucket next to him. He felt very sick. After he had done all his work, he thought that he did not understand why this was happening to him. The boy thought that every day he was happy. Now he had comrades that he didn't have when he was in the Dragon Wing, but he still doesn't understand why it makes him sick. He started denying it all and saying that it can't be. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that his life had become better, but a moment later, he fell straight to the floor and remained lying there. The guy thought that he needed to drink more, but he couldn't get into Greta's tavern because there were too many people there. Then he decided to write a diary. In it, he drew his comrades, namely Reinhardt and Bertold. He also added a few more points, after which he closed the diary. After some time, he just lay on the bed and thought that he had calmed down. Today was a good day again. Now he needed to sleep. When he closed his eyes, he heard a familiar voice. He asked to leave him. Even if he closed his ears, he would still hear. He did not understand what he wanted from him. If he continued, Wim would not stand it. He thought that he didn't like it. He was fine here. He didn't need anything. He didn't need that voice. He asked to stop acting like he understood something. He sympathized with him. At the same time, someone was trying to reach him. After some time, Heidemarie slapped him and told him to wake up, calling him not a very good person. The main character immediately came to his senses, and the girl was very angry with him. After he realized what had happened, he looked at the girl, who asked him if he even understood where he was now, to which the boy replied that he was in his room. Heidemarie asked him to look around. When he looked around, he realized that he was near the entrance to the labyrinth. He was shocked by this. The girl asked him what he did that night, to which the protagonist replied that he went to bed as usual, to which she replied that this was nonsense, because he did it with a weapon. Wim immediately lowered his gaze and realized that he did indeed have a weapon. He thought about going into the labyrinth. At that moment, Heidemarie asked her name, to which he answered correctly, naming her name. Then the girl asked him who he was and where he was. He explained that this was the entrance to the Adventurers Guild labyrinth, and that it was probably night outside. Heidemarie said that he answered correctly, and then asked him if he had regained consciousness. The guy answered positively. After that, the girl turned around and said that they were leaving then. But the main character did not move. He was thinking about his own. She turned to him and called him by name. After this, the main character, with determination and doom on his face, said that he would go into the labyrinth. Heidemarie was shocked by his answer. She began to get nervous, after which she said that he was definitely not in his right mind right now. The girl asked him if he was sleeping badly. He replied that he closed his eyes in bed. She replied that this did not mean that he was sleeping. Heidemarie said that she knew that she shouldn't leave him, but rather keep an eye on him, after which she invited him home. To which Wim asked her again about home and clarified where they would go. To which the girl asked him about where they were going, after which she suggested that he go to her mansion as an option. Then she could personally verify that he was really sleeping. The main character started laughing, but it wasn't sincere. He asked her if he could stick it in like that. Heidemarie told him firmly that he could do it. Then the guy asked her what would happen next. She didn't know what to answer. He thought to himself that she definitely wouldn't find the words. The main character looked at the girl and thought that she knew him well. At the same time, she was clearly tense and upset. Wim realized that something had to be done, so he said rather indifferently that he would go into the labyrinth. The guy thought that he was being cruel, but he saw only this way out. He said that he was being called, so he had to go. Heidemarie was shocked by what was happening. On froze in place, and then began to call his name. But the main character did not react in any way. He simply walked up to the entrance to the labyrinth and disappeared. And she began to shake with anger. At this time, the main character quickly ran to the door of the room. He looked a little crazy. He ran to the statue with the ball, under which was a magic seal. After that, the transfer worked. He thought that he was apologizing to the girl. But now he just wants to get inside the labyrinth. The main character said that he really wants to go there, and he goes there of his own free will. No one forced him. Wim continued to hear a voice in his head. It said that he knew everything, although he did not understand what it was telling him. However, at that very moment something happened. He stopped hearing this voice, as if something in his head had turned off. Wim thought about how he was moving faster than before. Was it enlightenment? Was everything that was bothering him gone? The ringing in his ears and headache were gone. He looked and thought about how it was always so beautiful here. Or was it because he was alone? After some time, he found himself in the already familiar forest. He looked around and heard the sounds of monkeys from the trees. The main character stood up, after which he decisively shouted that now no one would interfere with them. Wim shouted and asked if the monkey was here, then said that he had come and was now alone so they could fight. The protagonist thought about whether he could continue, whether he could say it. Then he decided that he didn't care. He had already left everything behind. Wim started breathing heavily. He thought that he had finally said it. There was no going back, but he didn't understand why he felt guilty. The main character thought about what he wanted to say. And besides, he cannot take back what he said. He doesn't know what that voice is. He assumed it was the floor boss speaking, or the labyrinth itself trying to talk to him. But right now, only one thing is clear to him. A monkey with horns appeared in front of him. He thought that this voice had brought him here. And they both seemed to have been waiting for this meeting. The protagonist smiled broadly at his enemy and said that he wanted to meet him. The monster himself also smiled at him in anticipation and let out his monkey cry. Wim thought that today neither he nor the enemy had any comrades, so it would definitely be a one-on-one fight. The guy apologized to him and told him to wait a little longer, after which he used the puppeteer skill. He was surprised that nothing changed. Then he realized that he had already activated it before. The protagonist started laughing loudly, then said that it was so awkward, then apologized to his opponent several times. He thought that he could just move on then. Now no one can stop him. Even if he dies, no one will die except him. He doesn't need to think about others now. After that, he plunged his fingers into the seal, and then his head began to spin. His old memories flashed before him, but he thought that he didn't need to think about anything else. After a few moments, everything stopped. He chuckled and thought that now he understood, that the thrill he always felt in battle meant that he was shaking with impatience. And he was holding a dagger in his hands, which was shaking along with his hand. The protagonist, with red eyes, mentally apologized to the horned monkey for making him wait. The monster just looked at him at that moment. Wim and his opponent immediately began to strike each other. This happened simultaneously, which periodically pushed them aside into the trees. It was so strong that smoke appeared on the tree trunks. The bodies themselves that flew there left damaged holes. They both spat blood to the side. After that, they ran together along one of the trees to the very top. At the same time, they looked at each other. At one point, the monkey decided to attack him. The protagonist decided to get away from this attack. He bent a little, after which the monkey struck him again. He tried to block it. Wim thought it was amazing. He could die. It was so much fun. He felt his consciousness slipping away from him, but he had nothing to worry about. He was only afraid that this battle might end. At the same time, he laughed out loud like a madman. He wanted the battle more and more, and then he was attacked and wounded in the cheek. The protagonist's mind recalled his guild comrades who offered him to sit at the same table. He thought that he really had fun. However, he started shouting out loud about what he could do if he felt bad, while he was hitting the monkey. Wim was having fun, and he wanted it to continue. But is he doing something bad? He likes it. Maybe he should have said it earlier. Then he would have felt better. The protagonist apologized for being so strong and evil. They are all so kind and proud, although they will immediately turn away from him as soon as he shows that he is weak. At that moment, the horned monkey gave him another blow, which hit him right on the body. He thought that it was funny because he was so close to death. He remembered Hans, who offered him a drink. Wim sent him away and asked if they weren't forcing themselves to do this. He could see right through them. They were calling him simply because it was necessary. The guy started telling everyone to go to hell, then asked if he really had a disgusting laugh and smile. But they were so generous that they decided to accept him. He shouted that they didn't hate others. The main character said that he wanted to have a social circle, but he was wrong. Every time he listens to a bunch of useless chatter and forces himself to pretend that he is interested in it. Wim thought that this was all wrong. Who was he trying to fool? He always had fun. The people from the guild always treated him well. The main character may be like everyone else, but they were all kind to him. They had nothing bad to do. He immediately remembered their good-natured faces. He lacked courage and persistence. He could live as an ordinary person. He shouted out loud that they were blessed fools. He envied people with such a pure heart. The main character thought that he was disgusting. Yes, that's how it was. He remembered how bad he felt, that he threw up right into the bucket next to his bed. With tears in his eyes, the guy screamed that he was apologizing to them, but he was not the same person as they were. At that moment, the horned monkey gave him a very strong blow. It hurt so much that he flew into a nearby tree. The guy somehow got to his feet and thought that this sucks, but this ending suits him best. He can't hold back this laugh anymore. At the same time, in another part of the forest, a girl was shouting that in 5 there would be a big stone. An unknown voice told her that it was accepted, and then asked about the slope. At that moment, the girl tripped and fell, and she badly bruised her knee. The stranger asked her to repeat because he had not heard anything. The girl said that she had spoken about 2, to which she was told that everything was accepted, she should not stop, she should move to the southwest. She accepted the order for execution. At that moment, she looked up and saw several monkeys sitting in front of her. They had obviously noticed her and were looking at her. Suddenly, their faces changed. They became more angry. The girl screamed that she was surrounded while her face showed genuine horror. The unknown said that he had accepted her information. The girl said that she would not be able to escape from them, and the monkeys began to surround her from all sides. The unknown said that she should move straight ahead, try to break through. The man then asked her if she really wanted them to send a replacement. She imagined the faces of the other beastmen smiling sweetly. Then she gritted her teeth. The girl didn't answer, but the monkeys immediately attacked her from behind. She fell to the ground. Turning her head, she saw two monsters standing next to her. At that moment, the unknown shouted for her to answer him. The girl angrily tried to block the attacks. She said that she was in pain. The stranger asked Laura to answer him, asked if they were monkeys, what their characteristics were, to which she replied that they were small, smaller than her, and dark in color. Then she was told that the information had been received. She had to start the fight. If she won, they would evacuate her to 113. Laura jumped to her feet determinedly, ready to fight back. Then she jumped over all the monkeys and ran away. The girl thought that she had enough. She managed to collect a lot of information for the map. She was very angry. Laura thought that now they shouldn't send others instead of her. She immediately remembered her parents, who said that she was a fast runner. She also remembered this fact and thought that it was true. The girl thought that she had forgotten what pain and fear were. She rushed forward, and she did not even look back, so she did not know that one of the monkeys was chasing her, and at that moment jumped into the air to attack. At this time, the main character, together with the monkey with horns, continued their battle right in the same forest. They continued to attack each other in turn. Wim tried to get away from them. At one point, he managed to attack the monster with all his might. This was too much, causing the horned monkey to fly through several tree trunks, punching a hole through each one and then fall into the water. A few moments later, the monster emerged. His hair was covering his face, and it was clear that he was not very happy about this fact. The protagonist also stood next to him in the water, as if he was on fire. He thought that even he himself did not expect that so much magic would burst out of him. Wim thought that, to be honest, he felt better. But still, at that moment, he felt a little lonely. At that moment, the monster spat blood to the side. At that moment, the main character saw that the monkey had taken the bracelet off his hand. He became scared because he felt that something was about to happen. He watched what was happening carefully. A few moments later, the monster began to scream terribly, after which a small explosion occurred in the water. Wim watched this in shock at first. Then a doomed smile appeared on his face. The protagonist thought that the monkey with horns had undergone a phase change, and now his form was completely different. He had much more power. The monster attacked, causing a huge crack to appear on the ground, easily breaking all the trees in its path. Wim turned around and thought that if he missed one of these attacks, he would automatically become a corpse. At the same moment, the monkey with horns quickly ran towards him. The main character managed to escape the attack at the last moment. He carefully watched what was happening. The monster decided to strike with his foot. Wim understood that he would not have time to escape. However, when the attack was made, the protagonist was behind the monkey. He prepared to strike. And with his dagger, he hit her in the horn on her face. The guy realized that he was losing in strength, after which he cursed out loud. The main character had large wrinkles between his eyes. They showed how angry he was. He thought about how powerful it was. The enemy's body became stronger, and his magical power jumped. As he continued to watch the monkey and dodge its attacks, he thought that this was an amazing change. At that moment, the monster crouched slightly at its feet and put its hands in front of itself to prepare for an attack. A few seconds later, the horned monkey quickly moved towards him, surrounded by strong magical energy. Wim thought that things were bad. He used the fortification skills and then strengthened his weapon. Under the onslaught of the horned monkey's attack, he began to be carried away. He held out his dagger in front of him, which absorbed the main force of the blow. A few moments later, he flew backwards into a huge boulder. He realized that if he didn't dodge now, he would be pressed too hard into the stone and would turn into a pancake. So he jumped to the side. The boulder was immediately destroyed. The guy continued to dodge the monster's attacks. The main character was openly having fun. He thought that it was wonderful. There was nothing more fun in the world than battles to the death. He thought about how the plug in his brain was gone, so the spinal fluid had become a whirlpool. All the memories, like a movie, were rewinding in his head and popping up one after another. If he is destined to be reborn in another body, he hopes that he will become a better person. He will have people dear to him by his side and will live a happy life. He thought that now everything would be fine. No one else would die, and he would have fun at least now. Still, there was nothing in this world that he could value. That he had it all. Was there anything that he could value? Heidemarie's voice in his head, telling him how boring he was. The protagonist wondered if the girl had really said that. She asked him about who he wanted to be, then suggested that he just think systematically, then asked if he liked reading. Wim thought that he should try to get to the truth. It was impossible from the beginning. That is, he really likes it. If everything ends here, then maybe this is what he was waiting for all the time. He turned to the horned monkey with a doomed smile on his face and mentally asked her what his thoughts were, whether he was the same as him, whether he was ready to die. The protagonist thought that he could handle it. He just had to keep going. If he faced the risk head-on, the line between sanity and madness had to be thinner. The boy raised his hand with a very determined look and thought that it was time to finish this once and for all. Suddenly his eyes widened sharply. It seemed to him that he heard someone in this forest. He looked around and asked if there was really someone there. He assumed that it could be Heidemarie. Then he himself refuted this option. He thought that it was unlikely since this man had such weak breathing. He struggled with himself for a long time and then apologized to the monkey and asked him to wait a little. The protagonist apologized to him again and then jumped into the air to go looking for the source of the sound. A few moments later, he saw a man lying on the ground. It was Laura. She was lying unconscious on the ground, and butterflies were starting to cover her body. Her clothes and shoes were covered in mud, and there was a deep gash on her back. The protagonist ran towards her as fast as he could because he realized that she was in a very serious condition. While he was running, he also thought about whether it was a child. The guy ran up to her and asked the girl about her condition, to which she didn't answer. She was just breathing heavily, while her eyes were closed. He recognized her. She was a member of the Twilight Owl Guild. Aura continued to lie on the ground, her right hand under her head. She was still breathing heavily and did not react in any way. The protagonist thought again that she was one of the Twilight Owls. Then he asked her if she was safe and could stand up. The girl did not react. He quickly examined all her wounds. The guy was very serious. He thought that these were quite serious wounds. After that, he used the analysis skill on her body to understand what was happening to her. The system showed him that the girl had a deep wound on her thigh and a serious wound on her back. Her nervous system was damaged, and in the worst case, the nerve was torn. The protagonist apologized to her and asked if she could stand up because he needed to stop the bleeding. She opened her eyes, looked at him, but couldn't say anything. He realized that she wouldn't be able to stand up. Wim thought that she was bleeding heavily too. Even if he strengthened her muscles, she would not be able to move on her own. He wondered what to do, if he could do anything for her. Then his thoughts began to flow again, were still affecting his consciousness, and this was not very good. The guy thought that he could get an answer if he just dug into them. He decided to go over all the solutions in his thoughts. Maybe he could do it. He needs to adjust the strength of his step. With this method, the entire lower body can be made to work. We need to try to restore the damaged nerves by using the nerves from the upper body. He needs to calculate and recalculate the contraction and relaxation of all 400 muscles. Correct the appropriate code from 500,000 possible options. He thought that normally this process would take several days, but now that his brain was working at such a pace, even this would be quicker. At the same time, it looked like there were small black threads sticking out of his pupils. The main character sighed, then stroked the girl's head and said that everything would be fine. He still had the same crazy look, but with a slight smile on his face. He said that he was here to save her. Laura looked at him in shock. The main character said that he apologized to her, but he would have to grit his teeth because it would be hot here now. He said these words because he felt that the monkey with horns had found him. And indeed, the monster was already in the air above them. He landed next to the protagonist. The latter was running away from him at that moment, holding the girl in his arms. He heard the monster's voice and asked him if he was angry. He turned to him and immediately attacked him. The main character was running through the forest. He thought that if he carried her in his arms, she would not be able to escape. He turned to the girl and said that he could make her run. As soon as he gave the signal, she should run immediately. Wim said that they would manage this way. After which, he asked her if she understood him. She nodded. He thought that this could be considered as her understanding. After which, he used the skills of flexibility and invulnerability on her. The protagonist felt something. He thought about what it was. It was a strange feeling for him. It was reflected in his body and made his teeth grind. And it felt like he was missing something. At the moment when Wim used the enhancement skill, a monster appeared in the air. It jumped straight towards the protagonist. The latter grabbed the dagger with his hand and reflected its attack. The guy turned to Laura and asked how she was doing, if she could stand. The girl really stood on her feet. She couldn't believe it. He shouted to her that the teleport was in the southwest. If she left now, she could escape. She should wait for help near the teleport. The main character told her that if monsters come, she should touch the teleport and leave. They can't teleport. Wim suddenly thought for a moment, then turned to her and apologized to her, asking her if he'd explained it to her easily. Laura smiled sweetly at him. He was a little embarrassed, then wished her luck and said that he would save her. The girl understood his hint. She turned around and ran into the thick of the forest. It was clear that it was the protagonist's strength that was helping her move. Looking at how fast she moved, the protagonist thought that it seemed like he hadn't made a mistake with the enhancement. At that very moment, the horned monkey attacked him with its sharp claws. The guy managed to jump back at the last moment. Then the monster began to deliver a series of blows, from which he safely dodged. The monkey started yelling at him in his own language. The main character said that he had apologized to him, after which he explained that he had not gone that far. Wim stopped in front of the monster, after which he offered him a truce. He explained that it happened because of circumstances. He was really sorry, after which he said that they would continue later. Then he said goodbye to him. The monkey was shocked. She said something in her language. At that moment, the main character was running through the forest. He ran to the exit of the labyrinth where he saw Heidemarie. The guy called the girl by name, then asked her why she was there. The girl explained that she came for him, and then she found Laura. She explained to him that right now she was treating the girl so that she would survive. Laura had lost too much blood. She needed an operation. The protagonist asked if there was anything he could do, to which he was told to put her on his back, because they needed to take her to the doctor right away. He said that he realized they needed to hurry. Heidemarie asked him to wait, and then asked tensely if he was okay. The guy answered positively. It was obvious that she didn't believe him, but simply agreed with him. Wim thought that at least now he had another goal. He threw the girl on his back. After some time in the house of the group of night dragonflies, someone started shouting about why it was so late, to which he was told that the call was going on now. This surprised the others very much. The guild deputy shouted about whether the third squad was ready, to which he was told that no one was ready yet, then asked about reporting to the guild, but they answered that they had no idea. Camilla screamed that it was urgent, the squad had to leave, to which he was told that they were obeying her order. At that moment, the main character and his friend ran towards the guild. He told Laura that there was still a little bit left. She had to hold on. They had almost reached the building. The protagonist asked Heidemarie if something had happened at headquarters. He saw that there was a huge crowd of people standing right next to the house. The girl said that she simply told them that he had escaped into the labyrinth in the middle of the night. Wen realized that nothing good would happen to him now. At that moment, Camilla saw him and called out his name. He responded by calling out her name and saying that he had a wounded man, and he apologized for that. The guild leader asked him in shock what he meant. Then she saw the man on his back. She shouted to the rest of the guild to help him, and they immediately agreed to do so. After some time, Heidemarie said that she went inside. Wim agreed with her and thought that the girl would be able to cure Laura. He was sure of it. At that moment, he was called by name. It was Camilla. She came up to him and hugged him tightly. She said that thank God he came back alive. It was obvious that she was very worried about him. The leader quietly asked him to explain what had happened. She said that she knew he had gone into the labyrinth alone, but she did not understand why he had suddenly become so agitated. She also asked who the wounded woman was, to which the guy replied that he didn't know what happened to her, but he found her on the 99th floor. Considering that she was half human, She could have been used for reconnaissance. Camilla asked in shock if she was really half-human. It was obvious that she was very scared by his words. Suddenly, she remembered that she had met her before. She asked if she was one of the Twilight Owls, like her name was Uvara, to which the main character replied that it was most likely her. Camilla became even more tense from this. She said that this changes everything. She turned to the other members of the guild and told them not to disperse. They should all go inside. They would discuss everything in the mansion. The girl also said that they should not let anyone get close to the medical office. They should keep their eyes open. The protagonist was shocked by this. There really was a guard near the medical office now. After a while, the door opened and Heidemarie came out. She yawned and said that she was very tired. The protagonist asked her about the girl's condition, to which she replied that they had finished the blood transfusion, but the treatment was still ongoing. Heidemarie pointed at the guards and said that something was clearly wrong. Wim asked her what he meant. She replied that it might be more complicated than she thought. The girl again glanced sideways and said that perhaps there was some kind of conspiracy involved. It was obvious that she was nervous. The protagonist asked what that meant, to which the girl replied that Camilla had told them to only use old supplies and had posted security. If only Abel were here, she wouldn't ask any questions. But everyone here was Camilla's old acquaintance. Considering that she knows all these people, she can't doubt them. The main character asked if the boss really suspects that there might be a spy here, to which the girl replied that it looked like it. She also explained that Laura drank a slow-acting poison. She had to use an antidote. Wim asked again about the poison and asked why she did it. Heidemarie replied that the girl definitely should have died there. At least that's what she thought. She was angry about the situation. The protagonist was shocked by her words. And at that moment, Camilla came up to them and said that she was grateful that they waited. Now it was time to explain. They called her name. The leader said that she had little time, she would be brief. First, they had to discuss the main character, and the full explanation would be saved for later. Her face became serious. She said that she would ask him something, after which she asked him whether it was true that he had heard a voice.